Social media is a collective term for websites and applications, apps that focus on communication, community-based input, interaction, content sharing, and collaboration. People use social media to stay in touch and interact with friends, family, and various communities. The graph below shows the different social medias that we have and their percentages, the usage. All right, here we go. Go to number 1. Identify the type of graph indicated above. Identify the type of graph indicated above. Someone would have said it could be, yes, the first answer is supposed to be, yeah, it's a bar graph. A bar graph. Some other people said it's a vertical. It's a vertical bar graph, which is okay. Vertical bar graph. All right, we go to question number 1.1.2. Name the social media platform that is the least popular. The least popular, we shall use the percentages that we see here. Which one has the lowest percentage when we see all of them? We have a 72, 42, 63, 30, 35, and 74. So this 30, it's the least, and we shall call it the snapshot. Snapchat. All right, determine the percentage of Instagram users. Determine the percentage of Instagram users. We are determining, actually, it's just, you just have to identify it's this one here. Instagram, it's this one, and the percentage is 63%. Come down here, write it. Remember, they said determine the percentage. They didn't say determine the number of people. Okay, there are 10 million users daily on social media platforms. Calculate how many users are on TikTok daily. So we shall go identify the percentage for TikTok, which is 35%. We shall come down here and we say 35% times the 10 million. Don't worry, leave the way it is, but don't forget the word million. So your final answer will become 3.5 million. You don't need to expand the question. All you have to do, you write the word million at the end. I know some people did this, which is also fine. 35% times, when you turn the 10 million, this means the 10 million, it will have 7 zeros. So we shall have the 10 itself, and we shall put on 6 zeros because we are looking at million. So you ended up having the answer as 3,500,000. Don't worry. Sorry, don't forget this. They said these are what? Users. Okay. 1.2. When buying a car, the generally accepted rule of thumb is that you should not spend more than 20% of your total income on a car payment. Mr. Glenn is looking at his dream car, a Golf GTI 2023 model. Mr. Glenn earns a monthly gross salary of 68,000. So these are the details that we have here already. We shall use the table. The price of the car is calculated as follows. So if you were to take it cash, you have to pay this much. But then if you were to take it and you're paying monthly installments, you need to look at these other options, and these are what you go through. They're telling us, write down the estimated repayment value out in words. Write down the estimated repayment value. We want it in words. So we come here, total estimated repayment. It's this much. Total. Okay, so we shall say it's, now the easiest way is to put it into, so this one has 6 values after it. That means it qualifies to become a million. So we shall write here and we say 1 million And this one inside here becomes 200 and 6,000 because they have three values after 6,000, 700, 711. All right. Choose the correct answer from the point below, sorry, from the options below. Write only the letter A to D as an answer. The correct definition of interest rate, is the money paid on the borrowed amount. Interest rate. Remember, this in A, this would have called it what? It's the interest. It's not the interest rate. Interest rate, because of this word, interest rate has to be what? A percentage. That's why you see here on the table here, this is the estimated interest rate, and it's a what? A percentage. So in the definition, you would be looking for a percentage. All right. The price to be paid, the price you pay to borrow money. This one could have been deposit. The price you pay before you borrow money, yes. The amount you pay back, that's the original amount you borrowed plus a certain percentage of the loan amount as interest. Because here we are looking at the amount you pay back. Now this will be the repayment amount. Can't be interest rate. Then here the total amount in rands you pay back for a loan. Also, this is the payback. So I would have taken C, but here there's no clear answer because I was looking for it's a percentage at which interest is generated. At which interest is generated. So I'm taking C because I've seen the word percentage, but it's not a clear word here. Okay, 1.2.3. Calculate 20% of Mr. Klein's monthly gross salary. 20% of Mr. Klein's. Remember, he earns 68,000. So 20% is the same as 0.2 times the 68,000. And you ended up having your answer as 68,000. You ended up having your answer as you have the answers 13,000, 13,600. Someone else, the person who did this also, you're right. You would just take the value there. You still get the same answer. What is the original selling price of the car without interest? Now that's what we shall look at, and we shall say it's this money here that we need. The retail price without interest is this much. This money without interest is this much. So you shall say 83,000, sorry, 800. It's 834,900. That's the selling price without interest. They're asking us to determine the value of A, which is the total amount of interest payable on GTI. So now the interest, how are you going to get the interest? Remember, interest, if the person paid cash, they could not have interest. But interest comes from the repayment that you're supposed to make minus the cash money. So we go up here and we shall say it's going to be the total estimated repayment, which is this much, 1,206,711 minus the cash money. So we are going to do that now, and we find out, we say 1 million. 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 1 minus. What are we looking for? We are looking for the total interest payable. Total interest payable, and we ended up having 371,811. This is the interest amount. Write down the repayment period in years. When we check on our table here, we find out that repayment period is 72 months. How do we know it's months? They have told us repayment period in the months. Look at that. They are 72. So if they are 72, first we shall come down here. We need them to become years. 72 divided by 12. And the answer becomes 6 years. We look at question number 2. Question number 2 needed your concentration so high. It's fine. Let's look at it. Mr. Randy Ford moved from USA to South Africa and was appointed as an head of Department for Mathematical Literacy and Mathematics at Zondoli Zunol High School in Johannesburg. Below is an extract of his payslip. Right, this is how the payslip is. Okay. They're telling us use the slip above and answer the questions that follow. Explain the meaning of PAYE, payee, as seen in the context of the salary slip above. So now it's a first and foremost, you see it as what? Tax. This is Republic of South Africa. Then this stands for pay as you earn. But in this context, we are looking at it as tax paid on his earnings. Tax paid on his earnings. In this context, they didn't say elaborate, or they didn't say what does payee stand for, but they said what's the meaning of payee in this context. Me means tax paid on his earnings. Okay. Show by means of calculations how the gross income of 41,072 rand 13 cents has been determined. So gross, all you know about gross, it's that we add up all the income. That's what's meant by gross. So we shall come to this other side here, and we add these two values. When we add these two values, we get 39,380.75 cents plus 1,691.38 cents. And you'll get the answer as 41,072 rands 13 cents. That's how they got the answer. I was trying to answer this. Okay. 2.1.3. Calculate the missing value A. which represents the total deductions. This is also straightforward. Total deductions, all we need to do is to add up the deductions. We shall go to the side of the deductions. The deductions are these ones here, but we add these values. We add these values here. We are adding the 8,496.32 cents plus 1,701 rand plus 15,250. We get the value of A as, so the value of A here will become, we said we add everything here because you're looking at A, and when I add everything there, I've got this much, 25,447 rands 32 cents. This is the value of A. Okay, we continue and we look at the other question that says, Mr. Ford informed his wife that he will have a net salary of 15,625 rands 81 cents. Verify showing all calculations whether Mr. Ford is correct. Write the formula for calculating the net salary to assist you in your calculations. Now remember, take note where you're getting the 3 marks from. They have told you to write the formula for calculating net salary. Then we said net salary is the payment after deductions. That means you get your gross minus the deductions. Minus the deductions. So remember we got the gross up there, which was the gross, we got it as the 41,000. Sorry, we got 41,072 rands. So we shall say 41,072 rands, 13 or 13 cents minus the deductions, the total deduction, which we just got as 25,000. We shall be writing the 25,447.32 cents. What answer do you end up having? We shall end up having the answer as yes, he claims to pay, yes, and the claim is what? Don't forget, you say it's what? It's correct, or you can say it's valid, because you're saying verify with calculations whether Mr. Ford is correct. So you need to end up saying it's correct if your answer matches his claim. Okay, calculate what percentage is paid by an employee towards medical aid. Round off your answer to the nearest percentage. Take note, we are looking at percentage. And as we look at percentage, we need a formula. We need a fraction. A fraction which is a numerator divided by a denominator times 100. Now, what's the numerator? The numerator is going to be the medical aid. Shall go to the slip. How much is the medical aid? We take this value here. 1,701. 1,701. 1,701 over the denominator, which is the gross salary. And remember, we got it as 41,072 cents, 30. So we multiply by 100. So you do that for me. You do that for me. Multiply by 100, you end up having 4,14, but they say to the nearest percentage, which is 4 4%, which is 4%. One of the major sources of revenue for the government is personal income tax. Mr. Ford does extra work after hours, not necessarily shown on his salary adverse, and submits his tax returns via SARS if filing. Annexed A shows an extract of Mr. Ford's e-filing calculations. Now we go, and they are telling us 2.2.1, determine the total amount of income assessed by South African Revenue Services for Mr. Ford's after all allowances and extra remunerations have been considered. Use Annexure A to answer the questions. All right, let's look at Annexure A. Annexure A is here. This is how it looks like. So we're looking at income after. So which is this much? This will be the income that we are looking at. The income that we are looking at. Income will be 433,064 rands. Use Annexure A to identify Mr. Ford's taxable income after assessment calculations. To identify, so taxable income, it's this one. You look at that, because after, because these are the amounts assessed, the deductions. So after everything is what? Everything there is after. Everything there is what? It's after. So the taxable income here is going to be this much money. The 585,797 rands. We shall say it's 583,700. Right, then we go question 6. It says the e-filing calculation, so the next year it shows the value of 4,163 rand 70 cents as the calculated result. Show by means of calculations how the amount was calculated and explain whether this amount is to be paid to SARS or if this amount should be paid to Mr. Ford. So what we're going to look at, let's look at that. We have values that you see here. We have a subtotal. This is after the taxation, and they have done all the calculations. The employees' tax and tax credits. Here we are. And the calculated results. This is it. So calculated results. So how was this very good? They took this minus this. The subtotal of this payment and the employees' tax credits and what he would have, what was charged of him. So the 4,000, it's supposed to be his. The value was go to buy, subtracting the subtotal minus the employee what? Tax and credits, tax credits. So which was, you remember it, it's 1 million, no, 133,571.92 minus the taxes. Subtract that and you find out 2.2.4. According to the assessment done on e-filing, it's apparent that Mr. Ford needs to pay 96 rands 92 cents on his taxable income before rebates. Make use of the tax table for 2023 on annexure B and verify this amount. It's correct already. We're looking at this. He needs to pay. This is the tax to be paid. So simply meaning we need the taxable income. So we shall take the taxable income, which is this one here. Taxable income on annexure A. We shall use this taxable income that we got here already. This is what we're going to use. And we find first and foremost, we have to find out which bracket does it belong to. In which bracket does it belong to? That's what. Which bracket does it belong to? We shall go straight there. Let's go to bracket number B. We said the taxable income is using 583,797. It's a taxable income. It's already annual. We are picking it from here. This is the taxable income, so we shall come using. Now we are calculating tax. First and foremost, we find out which bracket does it belong to. It's 583. So this is 600, this is 400, so it belongs to this bracket. What shall we do? We shall write this from here down. So we shall say 115,762 rands plus 36%, which is the same as 0.06 into brackets, taxable income above that. Now, this is when we bring in the money that we are calculating on. So we shall bring it inside here. Minus the money they have found inside the bracket. Remember, we are using this bracket here. So we subtract this money. So we go on and you say, actually at this moment you can put it into your calculator. Times, what answer do you get when you subtract these two in the brackets? You get 95,097 rands. Put everything in a calculator now at the moment. 115,762 plus 36% into brackets 583 minus 488. Indeed, you end up having 149,996 and 92 This is what they wanted us to prove. This is what they wanted us to prove. This is question. This was question 2.2.4. 2.2.4. 2.2.4. We ended up having this answer here. So we've proven it, and we are saying, they are saying, verify whether the amount is correctly calculated. Yes, it is. It is correctly. Actually, what? Calculated. Mr. Ford is a homeowner and receives a monthly water bill. The city of Ekurhuleni will provide free basic wastewater services per month. The following rates will be applied. Number of residential units times. Okay. Okay. Determine the tariff in rand per kiloliter for 15 kiloliters of usage of water per month. Now, it's not 15 as such, because here you come and say they're telling us 2023, 2024, which means you are looking at this side here. So 15, it ends here. But over this 15, we have the first, because now here we say, whenever we see a table like this, we shall always scrutinize so we get out the maximum for each bracket. So this is from 0 to 6. These are 6 kiloliters. So we said we ignore this left-hand side. We rather continue with the right hand. How do we continue? So to find out the maximum kiloliters in this bracket, I take 15 minus 6. So here there were 9. And indeed, these are the only two that make what? Because 6 plus 9, you get what? 15. So 15 kiloliter usage per month. So we shall find out to say, if they are 6, it will be 6 times 18,12 plus the 9 times 29. So this is how much you spend with the 15 kiloliters. But they're asking to define the tariff in rands per kiloliter. So everything here, you divide by 15. Get the answer there. We shall end up having 6 times 18,12 plus 9 times 29,86. We have the answers 377 rands. So we divide this by 15, which is approximately 25 per 25 per 25 per kiloliter. We are looking for the tariff in rands. Because if 15 kiloliters, there's no direct 15 here. There's no direct 15. Okay. 2.3.2. Look at the percentage increase for water tariff from 2023 to 2024 if the household uses approximately 30 kiloliters of water per month. What we are going to do, we need to substitute into this. We have to go and identify the values for 30 kiloliters per month. Okay, here now it's fine. You can take this as you see this 30 kiloliters per month. So we are taking these values here, and this we substitute into the formula. So we are looking at 36,58 minus 36,58 minus 32,66 divided by the one for 2023, which is 32,66. times 100. Do that for me. What other answer? What answer do you end up having? You'll end up having 12. You end up having 12. You'll end up having 12. Okay. 2.2.3. 2.3.2. Sorry, 2.3.3. Mr. Ford made a comment in 2023 after calculating the percentage increase as indicated that he will pay 300 more for using 35 kiloliters of water in 2024. Verify his statement by showing calculations. Now, here we shall need to split, or we shall need to put this 35 kiloliters into simple brackets. Remember, we shall come back to our table here. Allow me, I'll do it from this side here. Yes, we shall do it. Let's do it here. I want to do it next to the table in that you understand what you're dealing with. All right, here we go. So this is the year 2023, and this is the year 2024. He claims he's going to use more, 300 more. But how shall we find out this? We need to find out, because we need to subtract the money he used in 2023, subtract from the money he used in 2024. There's a subtraction here. If the money is 300 more, then we shall take, actually, if the answer becomes 300, then it's valid. But how are we going to do this? Remember, the person is going to use 35 kiloliters. Of the first 35, the 6 have come here, the 9 have gone there. Here we have 15 minus 30 minus 15, you get 15. And when you add these are 30 kiloliters. So remaining with the 5 kiloliters. All right. So this is what we're going to deal with. So in 2023, we shall say 2023, let's calculate, and we say 2023, we shall say the 6 times 16,18, the 9 times the 26,66. I'm looking for the money that's spent in 2023. So 15 kiloliters, here they were charged 32,66, and the 5 kiloliters were charged, they belong to this bracket here, 40,64. Add up this money here for 2023. Calculate and you add up. So 6 times 16,18 plus 9 times 26,66 plus 15 times 32,66 plus 5 times 40,64. So we end up having the answer as 1,030 rands and 12 what? 12 cents. This is just the money there. And remember this, okay, all the tariffs, okay, it already includes VAT. This is for 2023. So now we need to calculate we need to do the same, and we get for 2024. 2024, allow me, I'll use this other side here, but still the same unit. So in 2024, it will become 6 times 18, 12. Here we have a 9 times 29,86. We come to this 15 here times 36, then we end up with a 5, which is so we also get the money there. How much do they get? When you do everything here, you end up having 1,100. Sorry, 1,153 rands 76 cents. So we're going to subtract now. This is 2024. So this was 2023. So we need to subtract the two values and find out the answer there. We need to subtract the two values. So when you subtract the two values now, we are going to see we're subtracting the two values now. So which will become 1,153. This is the money from 2024 minus the money we end up having 123 rands 64 cents. It does not make 300. So the statement is what? It's invalid. Remember, we are doing question number. These calculations here for question number 2.3.3. 2.3. So you had to look for the water payment, in 2023 water payment. We are doing this question here. We look at question number 3, data handling. With its 4th Rugby World Cup victory, South Africa stands at the top of the ranking list. Commitment to the cause, confidence to do a job, belief in the system. This is the South African way. It has won South Africa the 2023 Men's Rugby World Cup. Those were statements made. Okay. Annexure C. Annexure C shows the height of an average South African man and the rugby players with their position in the team as well as their respective heights. Use Annexure C and answer the questions that follow. 3.1.1. We look at Annexure C. So it looks like it was supposed to be like this. Okay, fine. It's Annexure C. That's what you're going to use. We got question number 3.1.1. Determine the height range. Take note of that. Determine the height range. Range, whenever you hear range, what has to come in your head? Range equals to the maximum value minus the minimum value. The range with regard to the rugby players used in this set of data. We go there and you see this is not a set of data. We are looking at this. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But we are looking for range. So range, we shall say highest value minus lowest value. Of these values here, which one is the highest? It's 2.6. 2.06 minus the lowest, which was 1.7. So 2.06 minus 1.7, we end up having 0.3. Don't forget, these are centimeters. These are, these are centimeters. Yeah, these are supposed to be meters. There's a mistake that was made there. These are supposed to be meters. Because all of them are meters. We can't have someone having 17. And you can't have someone having because if you to change If you have to change this in meters to meters, it will give you 0.017 meters, which is not all right. This was a mistake here. All right, leave it like that and we continue. So we shall say we've got the value there as minus 1 comma, and the answer became meters. All right, the average height of a South African rugby player is 1.86 meters average. Okay, use the following formula to determine the total height in meters of 15 players. Take note, once you're given the formula, please take your time, read and understand. Now, they have given you the average height, which simply means it's the mean. It's this much. So mean is given to us. So where you see mean, you put that value, which is 1.86 equals, use the following formula to determine the total height. So total height is missing. We shall leave it as let's leave it as Q. So it's Q over total number of players. The total number of players are these ones, 15. So we do this. And me are doing this, you understand what is going on. But we're looking for Q. So apply an invisible one, cross multiply. The Q multiplies with the and the 1.86 times the number of players. Come to this much. And the answer became 27.9. Remember, you're looking at the total height. Once you're given a formula, please understand or substitute correctly. Don't rush to give answers. You might find people putting here putting it here, yet the question that says determine the total height. That means this one is missing. It's not there. The mean, which is the average, you have it. The total number of players, you have it. But what about it? It's missing. So don't rush. All right. Question number 3.2. Rugby is arguably one of the most body type inclusive sports. Unlike long distance running or bodybuilding, whatever shape you are, there is a place for you in the rugby field. Annexure D shows the two box and whisker diagrams comparing the weight of the New Zealand and South African rugby teams. Use the box and whiskers diagram in Annexure D to answer the following questions. The 5-point summary for New Zealand is as follows. Okay, this is the 5-point. So the 5-point usually it should start with a minimum, followed by Q1, Q2, Q3, and it should end with a maximum. This is 5, but this one is not organized, but still it has, because minimum 1, Q2, 2, Q2, 3, Q3, 4, maximum 5. All right, it's 5. Okay. If the interquartile range equals 225 kg, determine the value for A, which is Q1. Now, in your head, the moment you hear of interquartile range, what comes in your head? It was interquartile range. It was determined by taking the upper quartile, Q3 minus Q1. So simply meaning, if you have the interquartile range, which is 25, put it there. You have Q3, which is 113, minus A, which is missing. Should give us the answer. So what we're going to do now, this we continue. The A jumps over the bridge. It goes where 25 is, and 25 comes inside. So A will become 113 minus 25. So the value of A became, the value of A became 88. The value of A became 88. The value of A became 88. Okay. 3.2, 3.2.2. Which one of the following terms best describes the data displayed in the box and whiskers diagram? Let's go there and we see the box and whiskers diagram. The box and whiskers diagram, here we go. Which of the following best describes? I know it's weight. Then, okay, it's weight, whereby it has to be continuous because weight is measurable. But the data that we see here, we don't have commas. These are all numbers. That means it becomes what? Discrete. However, in the normal sense, both answers are right, né? Because you would say this discrete, whereby you say because there are all numbers, all values. But then someone would have said continuous because it becomes correct because of a reason. Because its weight, and weight is what? Weight is measurable. So it's measured. Remember we said here it only becomes discrete because we see all numbers. But it's not because we can't count weight, we measure weight. Then we can say it's continuous because it's measurable. We measure to get the value of weight. All right? So both answers would be right according to your answering and the reasoning. The box and whisker diagram compare the weight. The box and whisker diagrams compare the weight between New Zealand and the South African rugby players. What term is used to define a value? Take note of that. A value that is far apart from other values. I usually say, or I usually call them weird numbers. The weird numbers, we call them outliers. That's the term that we use. The values that are awkward, the values that are far away from each other, from most of the data values, then they become outliers. According to the international statistics, there is a great difference between salaries paid to soccer players and rugby players. And next year, it shows information on salaries paid to famous rugby players and soccer players in different currencies. Use the information in Annexure E to answer the following questions. Neymar Jr. and Cristiano Ronaldo are two of the most famous players in the world of football. Convert Cristiano Ronaldo's yearly salary to rands. First and foremost, we need to go and we see the annexure. Sorry, these are questions. Here we are. So they want us to convert this. These are euros. They want them to be converted to rands. So it's 35 million euros. So we convert them to rands. This is what they want. Convert Cristiano Ronaldo's yearly salary to rands. So if he gets this much, this is what he gets. And in the scenario here, they are telling you, if you only have 1 euro, you have an equivalence of 20.05 cents. You have an equivalent of 20 rands. So we shall come here and multiply by 20. So 35 million times 20.5. So we end up having the answer as yeah, we end up having 717,500,000 rands. Okay. Determine the median. Determine the median annual salary in millions of the given 5 world famous rugby players provided. Now, the first thing you're going to do, the moment you hear the word median, arrange and look for the middle value. Arrange and look for the middle value. So we come there and we see, here we go. We have 5 of them. These are the ones that we're looking at. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All the values are in rands. Thank God. We don't need to convert anything, but we need to arrange. So which one is the lowest? We have these two. 1, 2, followed by 3, then 4, and eventually we have 5. So in that order, this is how we're going to arrange them. So it becomes so we have it as 20. Don't expand them, leave them the way they are. We know they are million. Now if you get your final answer, you write the word million. That will be fine. All right, we get the values like this. So there are 5 of them. So the middle number, simply meaning you're going to remain with 2 on one side and 2 this other side. So the median is, don't forget, these are rands, and put the word what? Million, because you're dealing with million. Leave it like this. Don't try to expand anything. As long as you include the word, unless when they told you to give it in values, but you can leave it the way it is. Okay. 3.3. Write down the annual salary of Ronaldo to annual salary of C in ratio form and simplify it as follows. It's so simple. Since one is on this other side, that means, okay, first and foremost, those ones who don't know how we deal with the ratios, you write the words. Now we need Ronaldo's on the left and the C's on the right. So remember, already C's, it's in rands. So we shall also pick Ronaldo's also in rands because they have to be the same values. Remember what we got for Ronaldo here. Remember the value that we got for Ronaldo, which was 700, this one here. This is the value that we are going to use. We shall say 717 500,000 is to C here. We saw it already. It's already C here. It's already C here. It's just here. 35 million. So we shall divide through by 35 million. So here we can divide through how many zeros can die with each other because we need a 1 on this side. We shall divide through by this. That goes with that. You remain with a 1. In this other side, you remain with 717 divided by 350. Remain with the. This simply, they said, hence explain the meaning of the calculated ratio. Simply meaning, Ronaldo gets gets 20 and a half times more than C. That's what it simply means. For 1 rand that Sia gets, Ronaldo gets 20 rand. It's 20 times 20 rand and a, sorry, 20 rand and a half, which is 20 times and a half more. All right, we look at question number 4.1. Think power, and Babe movies. Babe movies breaks record match and 9 sell out. The movies sheltered this year, books for the radar for the weekend, and we are looking at this. These are the values we're looking at. These were the ticket of sale. The film had 145 million budget backed by, okay, even before the movie was. These are just stories. Just read through. All right. Read through the stories and you get what they're talking about. I'm highlighting the values that we have there. This is March and this is, okay, this is it. What I want you to identify is it. Now, these values are even before the movie was released, the matches are sold out. For example, the Barbie tumblers at $19.99. Then the blanket were sold at $22.99. These were dollars. These merchandise items are currently on back order until June 2024 and are now selling on eBay for around $77 and $125 respectively. Okay, here we go. Write a formula for profit in a given context. Now, this is so simple. Profit will always be profit. So what you have to do is to say profit equals to the selling price minus the cost price. That's how we shall get it. Of a given item. Now, in this context where we are looking at the tumbler, the Barbie tumbler, and the blanket that we are looking at, the profit. They are saying write down the formula. So we go, determine the amount of profit in the rands that made by eBay user selling the Barbie blanket in a bag. So now here we go. At the moment, it's at, take note, it's selling at how much? 125. Yet here initially it was at what? So how much profit is it being made? So we shall say 125 minus $22. So you get your answer there, 125 minus 22. So here the profit is these are dollars. Remember they said profit in rands. So we need to change the dollars to rands. What do we do? $1 is equivalent to 18. What we do, we multiply by 18, comma. The answer became 1,872. One thousand 1,872 rands 90 cents. That's a profit there. Verify with calculations that if Barbie movie made a revenue of 125 million worldwide during the opening weekend with a profit margin of 60%, the expenses for the opening weekend amounted to 50 million. Another thing I will always remind you, please don't forget in expanding these values. Leave them the way they are. All we are interested in is substitution. Now, what do we have? We have revenue. It's this much. We already have it. 60% is the profit margin in the percentage format. Profit margin. So we've got revenue. What are we looking for? We're approving the expense was this much. So some people would have done this 120 minus 50 over 120 times 100. This would also work for those. If you get the answer as then, because you approve, verify using calculation that will be moved to online sale. So you end up and saying that it's valid. Why is it invalid? Once you put your expense into the formula, you ended up also having what? 60 as the goal. Someone else would have done this way. Another method, you would have learn how to substitute what's missing, what is missing, and you have to know what's missing there. Anyway, this one here, it needs a little bit of the mathematical rule. This one involves mathematical. Okay, profit margin. So it's profit margin 60 equals revenue 1. Remember, I told you don't put the word, don't expand the values, minus the expense. So in this case, we say we don't know the expense, we leave a gap there over the revenue times what? 100. What am I doing? I want to say, because here they say, verify with calculations that if Baby Movie made a revenue this much worldwide during the opening weekend with a profit of 60%, the expenses for opening. So we are proving that the expenses for opening weekend amounted to 50. This is what we are proving. So the answer we get here is supposed to be 50. So what are we going to do? So this is already in brackets, leave it in brackets. But what you do, you multiply with 120, in that this 120 disappears, all right? Because we multiply on both sides. On both sides, what you do at home, you do at school. So with this goes with that. So we remain with 125 times 60. Here on this other side, remain with 7,500 equals. Now in this bracket here, big bracket, we are left with this times 100. So because we are dividing, because we have multiplied by 100 here, so also here divide through by 100, divide through by 100. This 100 goes with that. This goes with this, so remaining with 75. You see that equals to 125 minus the box, which we are proving. The box represents the box is representing expenses. So if the box crosses over and the 75 comes inside, that will be the box equals to 125 minus 75. The answer becomes 50. The answer becomes 50. And this is what we are proving. So this one needs a little bit of concentration. It needs a little bit of concentration. .2. The graph below indicates the age groups that watched Baby Movie. We have 40 plus, 30 to 39, 23 to 29, 13 to 22. The GZ population in South Africa is estimated to be 21 million people. Of these, but 47% watched Baby Movie at estimated cost of 75 per ticket for a regular 2D movie. Take the total gross income made from. So now take note. How many watched? 47% of 21 million. So you need to first look for those people. So all you're going to do, 0.47. 0.47 comes from 47%. When you divide this, you end up having this. I don't want a fraction, so that's why I'm using this, times the number of people. You see that? again times the money they generated. So we see this. The reason why I'm doing this, we end up having the answer as end up having that much answer. Okay, the total gross income made from the, so this is how much they got, which was 740,250,000 rands. What is the probability? What's the probability of a 2-year-old going to movies, watch the popular Barbie movie? Now, what's the probability here? We see we don't have any age there. So here we shall end up saying it's 0. Oh, it's impossible. Okay, it's 0. Yes, say 0. Some other people said it's impossible. The moment you say impossible, you're looking at likelihood. We are looking at probability. Some others said 0%, which is okay. Okay, we look at 4.3. At the movies, you have the option to buy ice cream before watching the Barbie movie. Below is a tree diagram illustrating the flavors with toppings and possible outcomes. All right. So this bracket, the first leg here, these are the ice creams. Then the toppings are here. And the possible outcomes. So this is, how did they come up with this? They took vanilla, nuts. So here is supposed to be vanilla, and sprinkles. Vanilla and sprinkles. Okay. Write down the possible, look at me. Write down the possible outcome of we are saying is what? Vanilla and followed by what? That was supposed to be the answer there. Write down the probability as a decimal fraction that you will choose chocolate ice cream. That you will choose chocolate ice cream with nuts. Round off your answer. Decimal places. First and foremost, how many options do we have? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Out of these 6, how many are chocolate and nuts? We only have 1. So we are looking, should you choose chocolate, ice cream, and nuts? So it's 1 out of 6. So 1 out of 6, it gives you 0.166. 7 continuing, but they said round off to 2 decimal places, so we need to stop here. It will be let's look at Senior Certificate Examinations, National Senior Certificate Examinations 2024, which is May, June, Mathematical Literacy Paper 1, that was written today, the 3rd of May 2024. All right, you look at the instructions, you go through them when you happen to sit for this paper. All right, question number 1. The graph below shows the number of people from 4 African countries visiting South Africa for various reasons. The number of people by country visiting South Africa for various reasons. Now, these are the different countries that we have. You can highlight them. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Various African countries. Then down here, this is what we call the key. Each bar here represents a given value down here. All right. Use the graph to answer the questions that follow. Name the country with the lowest number of people visiting South Africa for business. Business, it's the dark label here. Business, the dark one. So this is business, business, and business. Which one has the lowest value? It's Kenya. The lowest value is Kenya. We are looking at visitors for business in South Africa. Kenya has the lowest value. We go to the second 1.1.2. Identify the countries that have the same number of people visiting South Africa for the study purposes. When we look at study purposes, it's this other last one here. Last one here. Now, which countries have the same number? It's Malawi, and Zambia. All right, we go to the second question. Write down the country that has the greatest difference in people visiting South Africa for business compared to those visiting South Africa for holidays. Now, holidays are the ones which are in line. Holiday are the ones which are in line in these dark ones here. So the stripes one, the ones with stripes. So now we're looking at the difference. Now, Namibia, the largest difference. Now, when you come here, that means we're going to subtract. We shall subtract this 6,069 minus 178 to give you a certain value there. The value there comes to 5,891. This one, when you subtract the next one, you have 2397, and when you subtract the last one, you will have 261. There's this one here, 1005, 1050. 1050 minus 141. It has 900. But a mere look, you'll tell that it's Malawi. Because you see this number is way far from this other one here. So which one has the largest number, largest difference there? We shall say it's Malawi. All right, I get the total number of people visiting South Africa for study purposes. Now, from these 4 countries, we're going to add these numbers. Study purposes, we have 83 plus 98 plus 475 plus 83. I repeat, we are adding 170. Sorry. We are study purposes, the ones on the right-hand side. So we are saying 83 plus 98 plus 475 plus another 83. And here we get the answer as 739. All right, we go to the second question. We go to the second question here. We go to the second question, which is 1.2. Samuel is on a business trip to South Africa. He was informed that one of the top 10 items purchased by people visiting South Africa is rooibos tea. Number 1 below shows the prices, including VAT, of some rooibos tea items displayed at a local florist shop. So, description. Okay, we have the item A, B, C, D, and E. All right, we go there, we see the description. Then item number item A, we have rooibos tea tin with 20 tea bags, which costs 40 rand, and rooibos tea tin with 40 tea bags, which costs 50 rand, and rooibos goods tea with 50 pyramid tea bags, which is at 100. Then we have a teapot, which is at 185, and a gift bag, which is at 16 rand. All right, determine the price of one tea bag if Samuel buys item B. So item B, we are looking at this. We are looking at the price of only one tea bag, but they have told you the cost is 50. So here we shall say they are looking at price per tea bag. So we shall take the 50 rand divided by the number of what? Number of tea bags, and the answer becomes 50 divided by 40, you get 1 rand 25 cents. The other question, write as a simplified ratio the price of item D to the price of item C. So the price of item D to the price of item, remember you're looking at prices. So D, it has 108 C, the same as 185 is 2. Price C is at 100. So simple. Get the smaller number divided by the bigger number. So you get your answer as 20 over 35. So which is 37 is to 20. That is it. That's the answer there. All right. Samuel decided to purchase the following items for his wife. 1, a teapot, rooibos pyramid tea bag, then the gift bag. Determine the total cost for his purchase. All you're going to do, how much was the teapot? We said it was 16 rand. It was 185. This one here, plus the golden bag, which is at 100 also, and the gift bag, which is at 16 rand. All right, then when you add this all, you'll end up having, we have 185 plus 100 rands plus 16 rands. You have the answers 301. 301 rands. Okay. We look at this question here. Tourists visiting South Africa need to convert their local currency to South African rand. Here, when you hear this, you think of what we call the exchange rate. Okay, the exchange rates are given down here. As you see, the currency conversion factors for 4 African countries as at 2017 April 2023. That was last year, almost a year from now. All right, there we go. We're looking at this. Now, another thing that you have to analyze is that units per rand, per ZAR, this means for every 1 rand, they have this. For every 1 rand, they have this. That's what it means. So it doesn't matter if you use this other side or this side. Now this side is per unit. So this simply means these are rands. These are all what? Rands. But for for example, in the first one, it's for only the first one. It's 1 Malawian kwacha. You get this much rands. For 1 Kenyan shilling, you get that much. For 1 Namibian dollar, you get that much. For 1 Zambian kwacha, you get that much. This is what it simply means. Anyway, let's follow. Write down the country whose currency has the same value as the South African rand. It's the Namibian dollar. Look at that. For 1 rand, you get 1 Namibian dollar. For 1 Namibian dollar, you get 1 rand. So this is the Namibian dollar. Okay. Identify the currency that is stronger than the South African rand. Now, the easiest way to do it is to look at stronger than. You're saying which currency is stronger than the South African rand. It's the Zambian kwacha, because for 1 rand you have 0.97. You understand? For one big whole number, you get something small in fractions. Whereas this was, so now here the weakest is the Malawian kwacha. So weak. Followed by the Kenyan shilling. Namibian, it's equal. Here, the Zambian kwacha takes over. Then here we go and we say the Zambian kwacha is stronger than the South African rand. South African rand. Okay. Show by means of show how the Malawian kwacha of 0.01779 ZAR per unit was determined. Now this is so simple. All you do is to change. We are changing this here. We take this. Since we want this to become 1, we divide through by. So this was determined by 1 is divided by 56,211,355. That's how they determined this value here. Look at question number 1.4. The table below shows the data relating to the arrival, departure, and transit of local and foreign travelers. This data was collected by the Department of Home Affairs at the ports of entry and exit to and from South Africa for 3 selected months. A value P in the table has been omitted. Data related to the number of local and foreign travelers. Here we go. We look at it and we see. Okay, we continue. Question number 1.4. 1.4.1. Write in words without numerals, without numbers, the total number of travelers for February 2022. Now shall come here and we look at it. That's February 2022. It's this one here. So the total number of travelers, it's this. The number of travelers, it's that much. We're going to write it down in numbers. So, let me see, it's 1,105,685. Now, starting from the right hand side, it's hundreds, making these 3 what? Thousands. Now, these are 3, these are 6 values. So that means this one is a what? It's a million. So this is thousands, 100,000. Then these are hundreds. These are hundreds. Anyway, let's look at that and see. So if it's 1 in the place of million, we shall say 1 million followed by 100. and 5. These are thousands. 600. 680. 85. 1,000,000. 105,685 travelers. Now, they want us to find the value of P, which is question number 1.4.2. Determine the missing value of P. Now, the missing value of P is the total number of travelers. All you have to do is to get, when you look at these numbers on top here, this number here plus this number here should give you this. So we're going to add. We are adding these two, and they're giving us that other answer there. Why? Because when you add this, you get this. And when you add this, you get this. Simply meaning the total number of travelers in the upper part plus the foreign travelers in. So the local travelers plus the total number of foreign, you add them, you get the total. So it will be so easy, which is 131, 131, 131, 131,000, 693 plus we are adding on 254,190. Sorry, 139. So your answer will become 385,832. These are travelers. Okay, they're asking us. Calculate the increase in the number of the local travelers from Feb 2021 to Feb 2022. The increased number. So simple, get the number in Feb. The number in Feb, it's this much. We subtract it from that other one there. So shall say 359 minus 131, 693. And subtract the two, we end up having a beautiful answer as 27,000, sorry, 227,993. That is the value that we are looking at. That's the value that you get. Okay, state the month and the year in which the highest number of foreign travelers were in transit. We shall come down here, look at transit. We look at the transit, which is transit here. So we have 56, 157, 187. We shall state, they told us to state the month and the year. So the month is February. The year 2022. Finished. Don't forget where we got the answer from, so where we got the question paper from, it was downloaded from Thundereduc.com. We look at question number 2. Mr. Warren Haynes receives his titanium credit card statement for his account at Standard Bank, dated 9th of September 2023. And next A shows the adopted statement of Mr. Warren's credit card. All right, let's get started. All right, there we go. We look at their annexure. This is their annexure. And then we go back to the question. The question says, write down the answer. Write down the amount paid to the Standard Bank by Mr. Haynes during September 2023. Now let's go to the next and we see payment made during September 2023. So September 2023, we have this. Sorry, this is September. But when you look at this, there's no payment made here. Also, this is September. You see that? So the only payment that was made in September, only September, it's this, and the payment is this month. And the answer becomes 2,000. So the answer here has to be, was supposed to be 2,000. Payment made. Give one valid reason why some numbers have been omitted from the account. The valid reason is for security. So security reasons. Security reasons to avoid his account being hacked. Avoid his account being hacked. There you go. Then we have this other one here that says outstanding authorities refers to the purchase that outstanding authorization refers to the purchase that will still be finalized. Show by means of calculations how the amount of 8,323 rand 78 cents for the available amount to be spent was determined. We come here, we are looking at this value here. There's a value here that we are looking at. This value here, how was it determined? This value, when you look at it critically, it comes from, okay, it comes from, you need to, this will subtract 1, and it will also subtract the 2. So how do we get this value here? We are saying we shall take 20,000 minus the 5,650 minus 6,020. This is how the value that much was received. That's how it was got. That's how the value was got. 20,000 minus 5,500. Sorry, 56. 5,656 remain with 14,343, and then you subtract the 6,000. That's how we get the value they were talking about. We are answering question number 2.1.3. We are answering this question here. We are saying they took the 20,000, they subtracted the 6,020 rand minus the 5,656.22 cents. That's how they got the answer. All right, the amount paid to Caltex on 12th of August 2023 was 54,000. Sorry, was for was for 54,1365 liters of petrol. Calculate the price per liter of petrol on the price per liter. Simply meaning that the price that was paid there, let's go and check. I'll text it here. The price paid was 1,376 rands, 15 cents. So we shall take that money because you're looking for price per liter. So we shall take that money, which is 1,376, 15 cents, divided by 54,1365. These are number of liters. We're looking for price per liter. So which gave us 25 rands 42 cents per liter. 2.1.5. The purchase at the Pro Shop on 24th of August 2023 was for a Revoke RV2 Golf push cart at a discount price. Then if at this, if a 17.5% discount was given on the price paid, calculate the original price. So now, first and foremost, you need to look for how much was paid. That's what I want to go. That's what I need to find out on the statement. How much was paid on the 24th of August? So I'll come here, look for 24th of August. Oh, indeed, it's here. It's there. Yeah, he paid 3,299. So he paid 3,299.99. Remember, he pays this after a discount was applied. After a discount was applied. So this is what he pays after the discount has applied. So now ask yourself, how much was it originally? So all you're going to do, okay, if he was given a 7, remember the price before discount, the price before discount, it's at 100%. So if you apply a discount, you're going to remove that discount there, and you remain with 100%. If I remove 17%, if I remove 17%, 100% minus 17%, we remain with 82.5%. That means this price is worth 82.5%. That means there was a certain price that was multiplied by 82%, and the answer became 3,299. So what do? We divide through by 82.5%, and you divide by 82.5%. This goes with that. So the price I'm looking for that I called H, I'll end up having the price as 3,999.9. This means this was the original price. This was the original price. We'll look at the next question. Look at the next question. 2.2. The Bay Golf Club uses a golf course situated in London. The table 4 below, shows the actual and projected sources of income in pound sterling of the Bay Golf Club based on previous trends in income for the years of 2022 to the year 2026. Now the projection is in between here. These are already passed. Anyway, it's fine. Let's go and you see. So we are looking at this. Identify the source of income that is expected to generate the second highest income across the year. Second highest The first, this is the first. When you look at, oh, these values, they are too big. You understand? But then if you go in between the second, it's this. So they have told you to identify the source of income, not the number, but the source of income. Identify the source of income that is expected to generate the second highest income across the year. Across the year, this is it. So they expect the bus sales and the function. Identify the source. They didn't say identify the number, the source of income, which is you pick from. So it's a source number 1, 2, 3, 4. Source number 4. All right. Here we go. Then what has to do what? Okay. The ratio of the income for shop sales for 2023 to 2024 is given as 47 is to 49. Take the missing value of B. This is for, we are looking at the bar sales 2023 and 2024 in a ratio format. So first and foremost, I will need to write that down. So we go to the shop sales. Shop sales, oh, it's a B that's missing. So this one of 2023 it's given. So 2023, it's 47. So we shall say 20, we put its value the way it is to B. What do we do? Cross multiply. Cross multiply. So the 47 multiplies with a B. It's the same. 49 will multiply by 23,500. So because you're looking for the value of B, when you multiply 49 times 23,500, you end up having 115,000, sorry, 1 million. 1,151,500. 47B. So we divide through by 47. Divide through by 47. This will go with that. So my B now, B will equal to 24,500. That's the value of B. Okay. Come to question number 2.2.3. Calculate the percentage change in total actual and projected source of income from 2022 to 2000. So we are looking at percentage change. Now, when we deal with percentage change, we get the new minus the old divided by the old times 100. New minus old divided by the old times 100. I'm looking at percentage change. So the change has to be there, 2022. So we shall go up there and we check. We are looking at 2022. 2022, we are looking at total actual and projected sources of income. So we are here. And that. So we are going to look at those values there and we shall say it becomes the new, which is 455,869 minus 396 times 100. I'm multiplying by 100 because I'm looking for the percentage change. So here the answer became, my answer here has to be, for that much, 869 minus 39,6453 divided by 39,6453 times 100. So here the answer becomes 4.99%. We look at question number 3, which says, staff at public schools are required to adhere to the stipulated percentages of fractions relating to the total number of weekly periods based on their post levels. Table 5 shows the stipulated teaching time per post level per school type. All right, stipulated teaching time per post level per school type. So the school type, we look at this. We have primary and we have secondary. So the percentages are here. These are the posts or positions, what we call the ranks. And that's what happens. You look at the table and you find out what's happening. So here we go. Woodhill Senior Secondary School has a timetable with 40 periods a week. Shown below. Shown below are the number of periods per week allocated to their staff members. The missing value D represents the number of periods taught by the deputy principal. Then these are the other periods for other educators. D is found there. Then Moloto Primary School, PS, has a timetable with 37 periods per week. Shown below are the number of periods per week allocated to their staff. All right. Use table 5 and information above to answer the questions that follow. Determine the number of staff members at Woodhill Secondary School. Now, all you're going to do, each number represents a staff here. So all you're going to do, count them. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So they are 10 by 1, 2, then by the plus. When you count these ones down here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, plus 9. So all in all, it's 20 plus 9, and the answer is what? 29. So the total number of, it was what? 29. You count those numbers over there. Don't add their periods. Each number there represents a teacher. Write down the model number of periods per week for Moloto Primary School. Now, Moloto Primary School, the model number, take note, model number comes from mod, the number that appears most. We have 27, 27 appears twice, 29, 29, 29, 29, so 27 jumps out, 29 appears 4 times. We have 31, 2, 3, 4, 5. Also 29 jumps out because 30 now has taken over 5 times. Each other one repeats itself, 31, 1, 2, 3. This one appears 3 times. 32 appears 3 times. So the model number here is supposed to be 30 periods per week. Calculate the value of D. They told you it's for the deputy. The value of D is the deputies. Now remember, deputy, he has also stipulated time. Of the 40, how much should he work? That's what they're telling us. Of the 40, the missing value D. So we shall say D, deputy. Then we shall take, the deputies take 3 out of 5. So we shall say 3 out of 5 times the number of periods, which became 24. Ian stated that since the calculated mean for wood
Woodhill is 33. The median would be better reflection of the average. The median will be better reflection of the average number of periods taught per staff member. Justify using calculations. Here the best okay, the best reflection will be for the median, because there are there is an outlier. There is an outlier, that weird number, the extreme number. When you look at all these values, these are almost next to each other, but there's a 3 here. 3 is far away. So median is better when data has outliers. Determine the fraction probability of randomly selecting a staff member at Moroto PS who teaches 29 or more periods. Now we go there and we see Moroto, 29 and more. So these are, first and foremost, we shall check out how many people are there. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 by 3, a total of 21. Out of 21, how many are working on 29 and above? What you do, remove these ones which are below 29. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So they are 5 out of 21 minus, you get 16. These are 5, remain with 16. So 16, how can it be reduced? That's the answer. You can't reduce to 20. 16 out of 21, you can't reduce it any further. 16 divided by 21, it remains that's a fraction. So the answer here, it's what? 16 out of 21. Question number 3.2. Question number 3.2, you are looking at this and you're saying, the table below shows the percentages achieved in term 1 by 10 selected learners of Woodhill Secondary School for task 1 and task 2 in mathematical literacy. The values are in percentage. So on the answer sheet, provided the performance of learner A and J for both tasks are plotted on a graph. For both tasks. Okay, we go and we see use table 6A and the graph and answer sheet to answer the following questions. Name the type of graph shown on the answer sheet. The type of graph like this one here, we call it the scatter plot. We call it the scatter plot. All right, there we go. We call it the scatter plot. Name the type of graph. We are saying it's called the scatter. Call it the scatter plot. Calculate the range of the percentages for task 2. We shall come here, task 2 is this. But what you need to know, first and foremost, what is range? Highest value minus lowest value. So we are looking for the highest value here, task 2. Highest value is 81 and the lowest value is 15. So it will be 81 minus 15. 81 minus 15. 81 minus 15. whereby we get the range as 66. 66. We go on and we see the answer here. C. Identify the learner whose marks for both tasks can be classified as an outlier. What is an outlier? An outlier is a numbers that are in extremes. They are extreme. Let's go to the data and we check these numbers. For example, task 1, we have 71, 79, 80, 68, 63, 53, 50, 71, 22. Look at that. All of a sudden we have a 22. Then 76 and 80. So 22 is an outlier. We go down here still 53, 69, 53, 49, 50, 47, 61. Look at the 15. It's an outlier. So they're asking us, identify the learner whose mark. We are identifying the learner. So learner H. Learner H. Learner H can be classified as, and give a reason for that, because he has what? A 22, task 1, and a 15, task 2. Remember we said outliers are extreme. Those numbers don't belong into those, the other ones that are given. They are not that much close. They're not that much close. All right, we look at question number 3.2.2. This is the question you're answering now. The school subjects policy states that the difference between the mean of the two tasks should be below 15%. So the mean for task 1 is 66.7%. A teacher claimed that the difference in the mean mark for both tasks follows within the school's subject policy. Verify showing all calculations whether this teacher's claim is valid. Now remember, we are fighting what? Difference in the mean. Already task 1 has its mean as 66, but you don't know the mean of task 2. So your job is to look for the mean of task 2 and you differentiate them. So we shall do that. Mean of task 2. What you're going to do, you're going to add these numbers here. All the numbers which are below. 53 plus 68, or 69, right? Plus 50, so 53 plus 69 plus 49 plus 50 plus 47 plus 61 plus 15 plus 47 plus 81 gives you, when you add everything, you get 525 divided by 10, because there are 10 numbers that we've added. So you end up having 52.5. So what do we go for? The difference, which is subtraction. So we need to subtract 66.7 minus 52.5. So 66.7 minus 50. So here the answer becomes 14.2. Indeed, the claim is what? The claim is valid. It has to be below 15. And that claim, the teacher claimed that the difference in the mean mark for both tasks falls within the school's policy. And the schools stated that the task should be, the difference in the task should be below 15%. Okay, 3.2.3, the achievements of the two other selected learners, K and L, were added to table 6A to create table 6B. Use the answer sheet provided where the performance of learners A to J for both tasks plotted. To plot the results of learner K and L, they label the points. All right, let's go there to the next and you see. Okay, we're plotting. The first learner is this one here. We are plotting 68, 40. You come down here. 68 task 1. So when you count numbers or lines in between these, we have 5 lines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the difference between 60 and 80 is 20. 20 divided by 5, you get 20 divided by 5, you get 4. So simply meaning each line here represents 4, but we are plotting 68. That means it's this line here plots against 68, plots against 40. Plots against 40, we come here. Where does this line touch? So this is the first point. Clearly indicates. So the next point for the other learner L, 88 on the x-axis and this is 64. So 88, we said each line represents 4, so we are here. You're looking for 64. Ask yourself 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So here each line represents 2 because there's a difference of 10 and there are 5 lines. So each line represents 2. So we are looking for 88. 88 versus 64, sorry. 88 versus 64. So we shall count here. 1, 2. And you come and plot. That's what they wanted you to do. Question 4. Question 4. Question 4. The fundraising committee of St. Mark's Anglican Church is planning a braai. At the braai, plates of food will be sold in order to raise funds for the new generator. Each plate of food will be sold. So now the selling price is what? 35 rands. And this is what is needed to make the plate of food. We need the plate will consist of a chop, bros, salad, paper plate, everything is there, you know. Okay, we look at the values which says they bought 16.7 kg of chops and 13 kg of burvoros at a local butcher, enough for 200 plates. Calculate the total amount of fundraising committee paid for the meat products at the local. So remember, we are going to take, we shall look at these quantities both. We have 1. This is meat also, 13. It's also meat. Then we shall come and say, we shall get this multiplied by 6, let me get this multiplied by 13. So we end up having 16.7 times 100 and so here they have 2,050, 2,500, 2,504 rands, 17 cents. Here we have 13 times. So here we have 1,000. 299.87. So we added the 2, you added the 2, and you look at the discount. So the answer here is 3354. Apply a discount. They are talking of 15% discount. So we multiply, so 15% it goes off, remain with 85. So times 85. So this is it. They got the answers. All right. 4.1.2. The cost of the celery paper and the charcoal addition is what? 85. They calculate the total cost of one plate. So this means the money you bought in the meat plus that of the charcoal divided by 200, because the aim is to sell 200 plates. So we do that. So this becomes 18 rand 50 cents. 18 rand 50 cents. So question number 4.1.3, the profit made from selling 200 plates of food was not sufficient. The fundraising committee still had a shortfall of 2,850 rand to buy a new generator. They decided to continue selling more plates of food to the nearest to meet the shortfall. The time rounded off to the nearest 10. The total number of plates of food they had to sell in order to buy a new generator. This would be, this is what we are having, or they had to sell this. So here you divide by 35 because it's the selling price. So 28 divided by 35, they have 81 plates, which is approximately 80 plates. So 80 plates plus the 200 they will sell. In other words, they will have 28. All right, the fundraising committee wanted to design a poster targeted at a specific age group. They studied the estimated population distribution as a percentage per age group for the different race groups in South Africa. The estimated total number of South Africans 15 years and older is 43,378,959. This is it. So here we go. So here we go. We are looking at the next step B. Let's go to our next step B. We see the values. This is the next step B. At next step B, we have these different lines are representing the races, and the different dots are representing the group brackets, the age brackets, sorry. So here we go there. Write down the probability as a percentage of randomly selecting a white person from the white population in the age of 65 years and plus. So we go to the annexure, white, what represented with a dot. So we shall come here, this is it. At which percentage is this? It's at 15%. The probability will be 15%. It is given that the total number of people in the age bracket of 55 to 64 years of age is 4,052,572. Give rounded to 3 decimal places the probability of randomly selecting a person in 55 to 65 years of age group from the total number of South Africans between. So this is so simple. You're taking the number they have given you, which is 4,052,572 divided by the total number of this one here, 43 million. 43 million 378,959. You don't multiply by 100 because they want it as a decimal. So they want it to 3 decimal places. 3 decimal places. Identify the age group the fundraising committee should target for this fundraising venue. We come to this, you see the age group here, 25 to 34. It has the most, like the percentage of people here. There are many. So I would target that one there. We are saying they should target 25 to 34 because they are many. They are many. Question number 5, we look at finance again, taxable income. Malcolm, a 65-year-old consultant, earns an annual taxable income of 981,500 rands for the year 2023 to 2024. It does not belong to any medical aid. Table 8 below shows the tax table, and table 9 shows the tax rebates. State the total number of rebates Malcolm qualifies for. Remember, rebates are determined by the age. Rebates are determined by the age. So it's 65. Simply meaning he qualifies for 2 primary and tertiary. Primary and secondary, sorry. Primary and secondary. Calculate Malcolm's monthly taxable payable. All right, we go here and we see he gets this. And which bracket does it belong to? It belongs to this bracket here. So we shall write this on the side. We shall use this formula here. So we are saying it earns 900. Sorry, we should use this bracket here. Use that bracket there, which simply means we shall start with that and we say is bracket number 6. We put the money earns in a year minus the value that we've got from the bracket. Don't forget to simplify. Don't forget to simplify. After this, you're remaining with this much money. This is tax before rebate. We take off the rebate. So the answer becomes 275,255. This is annual, so we divide by 12, which becomes 22,937.92. All right, we are saying we are calculating Malcolm's monthly tax pay or monthly tax pay. Malcolm earns an amount of 981,500 a year. So we ask ourselves, where does this one belong? So when you count, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So Malcolm belongs to bracket number 6. What we do? We shall use this number here. So we shall say we write this number the way it is, plus 41%, which we write like 0.41. Open. You put the money it gets, which is 981,500 minus this number that is found inside there. After doing that, you subtract the rebates. Malcolm is 65 years of age. You qualify for 2 rebates. The rebates will be here. So we shall come here and subtract them, which is 17,000 minus 4,444. So after the answer you get divided by Look at question number 5.2. Malcolm is planning to buy a motor vehicle. The cash price of the motor vehicle is 334,000. He considers to follow the payment options to finance the motor vehicle to the value of 300,000. The motor vehicle, option number 1, the motor vehicle loan without a residential/balloon payment. Then there's option number 2, the motor vehicle loan with a 20% residue balloon payment. And then number 3, personal. So determine the term interest rate. We shall say the percentage at which interest is calculated. So we can say interest on the car loan is calculated. I'm saying car loan because of the word what? Contribute. You're looking at cars here. Determine the difference between the monthly installment of option 1 and option 2. The moment you hear difference, that means subtraction. So the monthly, we have this one here, and that. So monthly difference, you're going to say 6,100. So it's 6,115.47 minus 5,498.19. Answer becomes answer becomes 617 rands 28 cents. You may use the formula to find the calculation of x. Calculation of x is saying installment. So x is in option number 1. X is in option number 1. Look at that. And the installment 6,115. So we shall say that installment 6,115, 47 times the number of months. They are showing us 6 years as 72 months minus the loan value, which is 300,000. Your final answer becomes 14 140,313. Then the value of y installments, they are looking at 20 or 73 times the number of months. Sorry, installment, the amount paid per month, which is 5,498.19 times 73 plus the balloon, which is calculated at 20 times cash money. So after doing that, you end up having your answer as 461,367 rands 87 cents. Give one reason why banks charge more interest on personal loans compared to vehicles. Personal loans, the bank has no control over them that much, whereas the bank, for example, if you take a car out of the bank, the bank can easily repossess it because it's theirs. But the personal loan, they can't repossess the money they have already given you.
Question number 5.3. We look at what we call box and whiskers. Box and whiskers. All right. Malcolm also studies the trends in sales of hybrid vehicles. The following box and whiskers plot summarizes the percentage sales of electrical vehicles, E, and plug-in hybrid vehicles, P. In South Africa, the following box will plot the sales of the two vehicles are drawn. So the hybrid vehicle is one, okay? It's been chosen, yes. Write down the value of the lowest quartile for the electronic vehicle. Now remember the E. So you come here. You draw a line. So the answer there is 24. And I stated that the interquartile range of the electronic vehicle was a quarter of the interquartile range of P. So the interquartile range of E is a quarter of interquartile range of P. When you hear interquartile, which is IQR equals to Q3 minus Q1. So we shall go and look for Q3 minus Q1. You can start from P. Q3 is 24. And Q1 is 6. 1 is 6. You come here, you say, this is 18. Very good. Then we come to QRO E. So this is for P. Now I'm doing for E. E, what's the Q3? Q3 of, it's 29. Minus 24. So here the answer is what? 5. But we are proving quarter of. So we shall say a quarter of 18. A quarter of 18. A quarter of 18. A quarter of 18 is 4,5. But we are looking at cars, which is approximately 5. So let's take. All right, question number 1, it talks of a generator. It's a useful device that can be used to provide an alternative source of energy, source of electricity during a power outage. Shown below is a picture of a generator with different payment options. So we have cash. 2 is hire purchase. And 3 is credit. You can buy it on credit. Together. Then we go. Give 2 payment options. For this generator, we said we have cash. You can also call hire purchase. So define the term hire purchase. Hire purchase, when you look at it, one pays a deposit. So hire purchase has a deposit and the remaining money is paid in installments. the remaining money is paid in installments. Right, then we shall say hire purchase one pays a deposit and pays the remaining amount in installments. Pays the remaining amount in installments. Rather than the interest rate, if the generator was bought at higher purchase, we go back to our table here. The interest rate is this one here. Interest rate. So we need to write this value here. So we shall write it, and it's rather the interest rate, it's the same as 14.75%, or some, even though one wrote this to be okay. Okay, the total cost that the generator will be sell. Let's come here. Here we go. We have this much, and we say installment. It's 1,006 rands per month for 12 months. This includes already interest. So we shall say 1,006 times 12, which gives you 12,072 rands. All right, here they're telling us this one. They're telling us a 12%, 12.5% discount is given on the cash price. Look at the amount of discount given if the generator is purchased for cash. We come back here, we check for cash. Cash is 10,999. So we shall come back down here. We shall say 12.5 over 100 times 12.5 over 100 times 10,999. Check out and you see the answer there, which is 1,374 rands 88 cents. That's the money one will get. Name the type of interest charged on hire purchase. When you remember very well, hire purchase interest is simple interest. 1.1.2, it asks us arrange in ascending order the percentage change in price. Ascending, I want you to remember ascending. This is when we start with from smallest value and we go up to the biggest value. This is when we start with the smallest value to the biggest value. All right, this is the percentage change. This is where we are. So what's the smallest value? This is the smallest value, followed by this, followed by that, followed by this, followed by, this is 10 comma, we have 10 comma, then followed by this, followed by that. At last we have this much. So if you write it in descent, don't forget, put the signs there. Of negative 17.4 followed by negative 6.7 followed by negative 1.1 We have a 10. We have 42.7. Then we have 90.1. And at last we have 122.2. That's the ascending order. Identify the third most expensive item in 2022. So 2022 is this. We identify the third most expensive item. So we start, which one is the most expensive? It's this one here. Followed by that one. Followed by this. We only need 3 of them. So the third, it's the sport. The sports skirt. Remember, the reason why I'm writing this is because they say identify the third most expensive item. They didn't say price. So you can't put the price there. All right, let's say calculate the difference in prices of a cap bought in 2022 compared to 2021. The moment you hear difference, what comes in your head, it has to be subtraction. You will need to subtract. So we get the values in 2022 minus the values in 2021. So this will be, we are looking at the difference of the cap bought. So here, this is the cap that we are looking at. So we shall take this value here minus this. And the answer you have it as 81 rand 50 cent. Here we go. Determine the total cost for a school sport uniform in 2021. That means we're going to add all these prices here. Sport school uniform 2021. So let's start. We start with 269. 269.70 cents plus, sorry, 200 267.92 cents. 267.92 cents plus 214 rands 70 cents 17 plus 248 rands 70 cents plus 267 267 plus 87 rand 75 cents. We have 48 rand 58 cents and 89.95 cents. And when you add everything up, the answer is 1,224.85 cents. Okay, they tell us to give One other item not listed in the hockey table that John's daughter might need in order to play for the school team. One, we have what we call the helmet. You can say that. Then they never talked of the famous tool there, which is the hockey stick. They never mentioned of the disc they play with. They never mentioned of the shinigans. We call them the shins. The shins. You might talk of the mouth guard. They said one. I'm giving you an option. Mouth guard. I'm giving you options. Mouth guard. They never talked of the gloves. Gloves can also be used. Any of this, it's fine. You'll get your mark. 1.3, it talks of the line graph below shows the official and expanded unemployment rates for 2021 for all provinces in South Africa. The expanded unemployment rate includes the statistics of unemployed persons not looking for employment or trying to become self-employed. The total labor force includes all those who are employable, including the unemployed. All right, there we go. Right now, the province with the highest expanded unemployment rate, the highest expanded. Look at that. We have expanded is this one. We go through all these numbers and we find out it's this number here. So which province is it? It's the EC, which is the Eastern Cape. Then, which province has the smallest province with the smallest difference between the official unemployment rate and the expanded unemployment rate? When you just I'm here looking at this graph here, you follow. You see, there's a gap here. There's a gap. It expands a bit. It keeps on expanding. This is too much. You look at that. Then we have this. Then we have this also. So the gaps in between. So definitely this is the one with the lowest. Either. So the province here it's going to be the Western Cape. The Western Cape. Either. Determine the province. Determine which province represents the model official unemployment rate. We come here, remember model simply meaning the number repeating itself. Here we don't have any numbers that repeat themselves. It could have been these two here, but one is 4 and the other is 7. So we end up saying none. The total labor force for Free State is this much in 2021. Calculate the number of officially unemployed people in Free State. So officially unemployed. We shall come here official. Look for Free State. This much percentage, 35.6%. So you come down here, 35.6% times 918,000. And you'll end up having 326,000 800 and these are the people. All right. Let's look at question number 2, which talks of the roadside tours and travel agents made a booking at a guest house for 36 work colleagues to attend a conference in Uppington. The guest house offers rooms with 2 beds and 4 beds for accommodation. The next year shows an invoice that roadside tours and agents received from the guest house. The total amount for accommodation and meals were paid for in advance. All right, let's write down here. Write down the address of the guest house. We need to go to the addendum. So the address is this one here. The address will be this one. So we go back here and write. The address is 125 Boys Street. 125 Boys Street, Uppington. Then the accommodation cost includes 15% VAT. Determine excluding VAT the price of a person a night in a 2-bedroom. So we come back to we are here now. These are 2 nights, but per person, everyone pays how much? 900. This is a price per person per night. So this is the money that we're going to take. Let's go there and we see. It's 900, but we need to exclude VAT. So if we are excluding, we divide by 1,15. The answer becomes 782 rands, 61 cents. Another method you would have used, it would be 900 times 100 over 115. Still get the same answer. Would still be right. Look at the missing value of C. The total for 4-bedroom. So all we are going to do, let's go to the next year and we shall analyze. Look at this. We already have the total. So simply meaning when you add all these values here, it should give you 75,040 rands. So what's the value of C? So the value of C value the value of C will equal to 75,040 rands minus the total of all these It's 28,800 plus 5,760 plus the 64, sorry, the 6,408. And the value of C became 34,000. That's a value of C to max. All right. So the value of C determine in simplified form, the number of guests booked in two bedrooms to the number of guests booked in 4 bedrooms. We do not know these numbers. But we know the cost. So what are we going to do? We shall go to the next year and we find out. Let's go to the next year, we find out. The next year says 2 nights, 900 per person, and they paid this much. So how many guests were here? So all we need to do, we shall say in the two bedroom, they paid 28,800. So we need to know how many people were there. So we shall need to divide by, remember there are 2 nights. If they paid this for 2 nights and each person is paying 2 times 900, how many people are there? We need to divide. So 20. So these were 16 people. So in the 2 bedroom, we have 16 people. Remember, there were 36. So if in 2 bedroom we have 16, what about in the 4 bedroom? So we shall say it's also, remember we said it's that much divided by, how much is a 4 bedroom? Per night, it's 850. But people are going to spend there. 2 nights. So we need to find out how much. So we shall say 2 times 85. Do that for me. They are 20. So in 4 bedroom, we have 20 people. So what is the ratio? So here, what's the number that can reduce this? By 4, remain with 4. By 4, you remain with 5. That's how we do it. So the ratio there was supposed to be 4:5. 4:5. 4:5. I repeat, we shall get how many people stayed in the 2 bedroom. Remember, the 2 bedroom people paid 28,800, but each person is paying 900 one night. So they're going to stay there for 2 nights. That simply means they're going to spend 1,800. So how many people are they? It gives us 16. So having got 16, yet they booked for 36 people. So if you subtract 36 minus 16, you get 20. That means in the 4-bedroom, there are 20 people together. So that means we need to do 16 is to 20. Where is the 20 coming from? These are the number of people in the 4-bedroom. How did we get them? We first got the one in the 2-bedroom, and the remaining have to be in the, because they booked 2 types, two, 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 2 bedrooms and the 4 bedrooms. So those are the types. This simply means each room, these rooms had 2 beds, whereas these ones had 4 beds. Okay, so we need the simplest. So we divide it through by 4. We get 4. The same number divided by 4, you get 5. That's how we got our ratio. That's how we got our ratio. Then they say two work colleagues who booked 2 beds was cancelled as follows. One cancelled at 11, while the other cancelled at 3. While the other cancelled at 3. So we are going to calculate this according to the conditions on the conditions on the next chapter. Their meal cost will be fully refunded, while accommodation costs will be refunded according to the conditions on the cancellation stated in the annexure. The tour operator stated that the refund would be less than 2,500. All right, let's check and see the annexure. Now, there are 2 people who were in this category here. So first and foremost, we're going to remove their food. So if you have to remove their food, 2 people, lunch. So 2 people, so we shall say 80 times 2. 80 times 2, which is 160. That's for lunch together. Then dinner, we shall also do the same, which is 90 times what? 2. We need to remove that. 1,800. But remember, they were going to stay there for 2 nights. 2 nights. So again, we need to multiply this by 2. We need to multiply this by 2. So we come here and we say 160 times 2, which is 320, plus 180, which is what? 360. We put it aside as 600 and what? 8. This is for meals. All right. Now let's tackle accommodation. So for meals, we see it's this much. So accommodation says 25% of the accommodation cost if the booking is cancelled before in time on check-in date. So the check-in date was, the check-in arrival time was 2. So one person cancelled before this, and they would be departing tomorrow. After their excursion, they will depart at 10. That day when they will be departing. So we shall look at this and we say 25% of the accommodation, which is 900. 0% of accommodation cost if the booking is cancelled before the cancellation will attract the following charges, which will automatically be debited to the tour operator's account. So here they need 25% of that money, which is 200. So this is for the 2 nights. Which is 450. There's the other one cancelled out at 3, the time after. So times 900. So we added up the money for accommodation, which is 1,800. We added the money for the meals. This is what we get. This is what we get. So the claim says it will be less than, indeed, because we've got the money as. So this is less than. So the statement is correct. The statement is correct. 2.2. Someone has a business of refurbishing cars and they sell them. They buy accident cars, they panel beat them, and they sell them. Here they're asking you, calculate the total cost for buying and refurbishing the accident damaged car. They say showed below are different costs incurred to refurbish the accident damaged car. The model Renault bought, they bought it at what? 50,000. So you come down here, right? 50,000 plus these costs for refurbishing. When you add all this, add all this money, you have 76,132 rands, 50 cents. $76,132, 50 cents. All right, that's what we do. Nelly normally sells the refurbished cars at 65% of the cost of a brand new similar model. The cost of a brand new similar model car is 145,900. Nelly says that he'll make a profit of more than 20,000 when he sells the refurbished car. Verify showing all calculations. Now remember, we are looking for profit. What comes in your head, we are looking for profit. So if you're to look for profit, what has to come in your head? You look for income minus the expense. How much have I spent? So the income, they said the income will be 65% of the 65% of the car, the new price. So we shall look for the 65. But here we are looking for income. So income will equal to 65% times 100. So the income here is income is 94,835. So the expense or the cost you said is 76,120, 132, 50 cents. So we are going to subtract the two. Subtract the two values. So the value that they get is 18,000. So okay, more than. So the statement becomes what? Invalid. It's not more than 20,000. It's not more than 20,000. Look for the income. This is the income. The cost, we already got it here. When you subtract the 2, you don't get 20. This is the profit. Yes, it makes a profit, but it's not 20,000. They tell us Nelly invests 15,000 of his total profit in the bank, which offers him the following interest rates. The first interest rate is 6.25% interest rate compounded annually for the first year, and an interest rate of 6.95% compounded annually for the second year. Okay, the total interest Nelly has. What I'm going to do, I will look for the interest at the end of the first year, which will be first year, because it's like inflation, it's going to because it's compounded. It means the money is going to increase by. So first year I would say 100% plus 6.25% over 100. This I'm doing this because I'm increasing. This is compound interest. So times the money. The moment I use this, the final, this is the answer I get. This will be the money the person will have at the end of. So the person at the end of first year, it's 15,937 rand 50 cents. Then the second year. Second year is going to change a little bit, but still it's 100 plus. Now the second year is charged at this much, but still over 100 times the money from the previous. This one here comes over here. So second year, the person gets this much. But this is not the answer. We are looking for the interest, total interest. So the total interest here will be the final money minus the money that was invested, which is 2,045 rand 16 cents. Another option would be, you would say, first year, you look for the interest times 15,000 plus 15,000. 6.2, which is, so this is the money at the end of the first year. Then second year, the person now takes 6.95 over 100 times the money which was there in the first year plus. So we go on and we say so this is the money for year 1, year 2. But we're not interested in the money, we are interested in the interest. So the interest will be this value here plus this value here. So what you're going to do, so interest will be 937 comma 5 plus 1107 comma 66. When you add that, get your answers 2045 rand 16 cents. When you see that, you still see you get the same marks. You will have your full marks if you get your final answer. All right. Question number 3. Question number 3. Question number 3, it says we are going to use an annexure. Number 3 wants us to use an annexure. Write down the total number of semi-skilled workers employed by MK during August 2020. Go to the annexure there. This is the annexure. I want you to see it clearly. We are looking at semi-skilled employed in 2020. So when you come here we have the total. Yeah. Then also here staff with disabled. All employees including staff with disabled. So here we also have semi-skilled. So our answer becomes 537 plus 4, which became 541. Determine the difference in the total number of employees from 2019 to August 2020. So this one also, we want to know we shall say, we shall take, this is 2020 plus this is 2020, 2019 plus this, then we subtract the 2, which will be 2163 plus 34 minus 2828 plus 64. Which is 677. There was a decrease. Determine the number of staff with disabled employment in 2020 as a percentage of employees. You will see that there are 34 over the total, which is plus 34 times 100. Multiply by 100 because you're looking for percentage. One comma 5%. Go to the next chart. So we have the lower quartile, which will always be Q1, 25% of the data. We have the 75th percentile, which is the upper quartile, Q3, 75% of the data. We have the median, which is Q2, which is 50% of the data. So for lower quartile of lower quartile of 2022, we shall come here, this is 2022, lower quartile will be this one here, Q1, and we see it's after 20, and we are saying it's 21. We go to the upper quartile of 2019, upper quartile of 2019, upper quartile of 2000, it will be this one here, so it's close to 30, probably it's 29, it's not straight, maybe 29. Then the median of 2021, the median of this is 2021, median is this middle line here. You see it, probably it's 32 or 31. So this will be 32 or 31. Give two reasons why it would be better said that unemployment rate was at the highest in 2021. It is because 50% of people were not employed. Even a mere looking at this is Q2, which is 50%, it's higher than these other values. It's also a reason. Let's look at question number 4. Give one reason why banks charge more than the branch deposits than the ATM. Because they want to encourage people, encourage the use of ATM, then to avoid overcrowding in inside the bank, overcrowding in the bank. Determine the difference in cost of external debit of net bank, pay as you go, use the account, and I check global one. So let's come here to see we are looking at the external debit order. External debit order. External debit. So the difference here, shall say 5 rand minus 1 rand 50 cent, which gives you 3 rand 50. That's the difference. All right, let's concentrate on this. Who had the following monthly transactions on the bank statement? 2 external debit orders. He was charged. 1 cash withdrawal at owned bank ATM. Another cash transaction of 400 at another bank ATM. 1 cash sent of 1,002. These are all transactions. So 2 external debit orders. What are we going to do? We shall ask ourselves, okay, this will be 2 times. These are 2 external debit orders. Doesn't matter. You come here. 2 external debit orders. Who had the following monthly transaction on his bank statement? They did that. The Capitec Bank fees for the listed transactions are 45 rands. This is for Capitec. The Capitec states that he would have saved 20 rands 50 cents on the bank fees if banked with Capitec rather than Nedbank. What does it mean? That all these transactions were done in Nedbank. So we need to calculate the cost. So if it's Nedbank and you're doing two external debit orders, what will you do? To be 2 times, you come here, debit orders, where they are here. External, this is Nedbank. This is Nedbank. So external, 2 times 5 gives you 10 rand. The money charges to. Then cash withdrawal of this at own bank. Let's go and see. Cash withdrawal at own bank, it takes 9 rand per 1,000. 9 rands per 1,000. So the person withdrew 1.5. So this one is taken to be like 2,000. So it will be 2 times 9 rand, which you add on what? 18. Then they say he withdrew 450 at another bank, and at another bank they will take, first and foremost, you pay 11 rands plus 2.3 per 100 part of thereof. So the person withdrew 450. This one will be counted to be 500. So how many hundreds? There are 5. So it will be 11 plus 2.3 times 5. The 5 comes from the hundreds that we are seeing. Which is 22 rands 50 cents. Then he has a cash send of 1.5. So they will say how much is cash send. Cash send of 1.5 belongs here. He paid what? 15 rands. One cash send of 15 rands. Let's add everything up. 10 plus 18 plus 22 rands 50 cents plus 15. You end up having 65 rands 50 cents. This is for Nedbank. Minus the money that they took for. So minus the money from Capitec. Indeed, you remain with 20 rand 50 cents. And the statement is what? The statement is valid. They are telling us to calculate Kaslecho's annual tax payable. First and foremost, we need to know how much does the person earn. Yeah, Kaslecho is 24 years old. He works for that company there. He earns this much. This is already annual taxable income. Annual taxable income. So they want us to calculate how much he will pay for tax. So we shall come here, we say calculate, and so first and foremost, look for the bracket. Remember, he earns 87,329. This is throughout the year. So we shall come here. Which bracket does it belong to? Definitely belongs to bracket number 1. Bracket number 1 says take 18%. 18% times. When you do that, it's the 50,719,22. We subtract the rebate.
is 24, so he qualifies for the first one. He qualifies for the first primary. So the tax that he pays is 5 rands 22. That is the tax he pays a year. It annual tax paid a year. Together, define the term tax rebate. It's a tax what? Relief given to taxpayers according to their age. Show that the tax threshold for the tax threshold of 65 age is correct. Now, what is threshold? This is the amount of money one has to earn before they start paying tax. So if you earn that exactly money or less, you're not supposed to pay tax. So let's go and we look at 65 years of age. The threshold is here, 65 years of age. It's this one here. Either 135. So we shall pretend to be doing it like someone earns that in a year. So if someone earns 135,150, which bracket do they earn? They are in the first bracket, which is okay. So we shall say 18% times 135,150. So these people pay. So if they get that much as tax, we remove the rebate. Remember, these are 65 and 75. So there are two rebates that you remove in the primary and the secondary. So it has to be 24,327 minus the primary rebate, which is 15,714 minus the secondary rebate, which is 8,600, 613. Answer becomes 0. Indeed, it's what? It's correct. The threshold is correct. Retools, let's look at the prelim that was done in 2022. Paper 1. This will help you to revise. These are the instructions. We expected to use the addendum for next year A, B, C, D, E, and F for questions 1.2, 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, 4.1, and 4.3. Number your answers correctly according to the numbering system used in the question paper. An appropriate calculator, non-programmable, non-graphical, may be used unless stated otherwise. Show all the working clearly. Round off all the final answers to appropriate according to the given text unless stated otherwise. Indicate the units of measurement where applicable. Start each question on a new page and write neatly or legibly. Question 1.
Tato has a bank account with Capitec. Study the bank statement in the table below and answer the questions that follow. Table 1, Tato's bank statement. All right, when we look at the bank statement, it has the date, description, debit, credit, and balance. What I want you to know is that debit, this money goes out, it's subtracted. Credit, it's coming in, it's going to be added together. For example, if you look at this number here, it was added with this to get this because it's a credit. It was added onto that to get this much. All right. Whereas when you look at this number here, how was it good? This number was subtracted from this one here, the previous balance. They ended up having this much. All right. Look at the value of A in the bank statement. Now, when you look at value of A, the value of A, they took this number here, they subtracted this value here, and they got the value of A. How are we going to do that? The value of A, I said, the previous balance of 29,373 rands 23 cents minus the debit of 1,250. This had to give you an answer of 28,123 rands 23 cents. That's how they got the value of A. So A equals to that. Okay, the value of B. Let's go back to the next and you see value of B. Value of B is under credit. Together. So that means this number here, we add on the B to get this. So what answer was? Why am I adding? Because B is under credit. Here we are saying we are adding. Here out, we are subtracting. So B plus this should give me this, simply meaning what number was added onto 22,186 rands 23 cents to give you 54,708.48 cents. So still we are going to subtract. But what are we subtracting? We shall be subtracting 54,000. So B will equal to the balance of 54,708 rand 48 cents minus the previous balance of 22,186 rands 23 cents. And the answer became 32,522 rands 25 cents. All right, write down that was balance, bank balance of the 19th in words. Let's go there. The 19th. Actually, there's only one 19th. We are looking at the date. It's the first one, balance brought forward. When they want us to write this in words. So learn how to break these. Okay, these are cents. There's nothing much you're going to do. So normal numbers start from there. So these ones, the two of them, they will carry thousands. Why? They have three numbers after them. So it's 26,935 rands 48 cents. We shall say 26,000 .
900 900 35 rands 48. Okay. Identify the service fee that was charged on the bond payment. When we come here, we look at the bond payment. Is there any bond payment here? You go through this. The bond payment. Okay. Sometimes they give you the date, but here they never give you the date. So the bond payment is bond payment was on the 1st of bond. So the service fee, it's also here, which is this much. So the service fee is supposed to be 21 rand 75 cents. Enter the number of days from 15th April until 14th May. Someone would have said they are 29, because someone would add 15 April plus 14. You get 29. Then the other one would have said 30, because once you count including this. Anyway, let's see how we can do this. They have told us we are looking at 15 from 15 15 April to 14 May. So the easiest way to do this, you ask yourself, how many days do we have in April? There are 30 days. 30 days. So how many days are remaining to make it a full month? Probably they are remaining 15. If you include the 15th itself, we count them to become 16. So here we shall only add on the 14th from May. So we get 30 days. If you don't want to do it that way, you can also say you create a small calendar there: Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So doesn't matter. So you know that you're starting with 15. So you're going to 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. So definitely 22, 23, 24, 5, 6, 27, 28, 29. Remember we said that days for April. So they are from 15th to 30th. So we add on the ones for May. These ones you may not add them because you already see they are 14. Okay, it's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. We look at the number of days now. Here, how many are there? We say 1, 2, 3, 4. This is 4. 4, sorry, say 4 weeks times 7 gives you 28, plus these other 2 days, which becomes that. You see how we can do it. That's how we can do it. So here we are saying 16 days in April. including 15, plus the 14 days in May. So they will end up giving you 30 days. All right. They are telling us to define the term debit order. Debit order can be defined as is the permission given to a third party to deduct money from one's account. One's account. I don't know whether I can explain this way. Here you are, then there's a bank, and there's another company that takes money. For example, let's say DSTV. So you give permission to DSTV to take money from your account. So the permission is given by you to the bank to allow this company to take money from your account. Someone might say, is the action of allowing the bank to pay on your behalf debit order. Debit order. 1.1.7, show how the balance of 29,385 rands 48 cents on the 20th of April was calculated. Let's go there. 20th April. 20th April. Wonderful. This is the one that I would say 20th April. It's this date that we are looking at. And look at the balance. We are looking at the balance. How was it calculated? I told you the person earned 2,450. So this was added onto the previous, the balance brought forward. Why? Because it was a credit. Money came in. Money came in. So this is what we shall have to do. And to show how that balance was got, we shall say, balance carried forward plus the credit, which was the balance. We say it was 26,935 rand 48 cents plus the 2,450 rand. This gave you the answer as 29,385 rands 48 cents. Which bank does Tato conduct his banking? It was stated already in the statement, and they were telling us it's Capitec. It's shown here, up here. One point two. 1.2 talks of load shedding has affected many houses and businesses in our country. Some of the businesses in the country were asked how they were impacted by electricity shortages during this time. Refer to Annexure A, which has responses to questions asked to business owners, and answer the questions that follow. State the difference between discrete and continuous data. This one don't need to look at the annexure. All right. We said discrete data that can be, it's counted. Discrete is counted data, whereas continuous, it is measured data. You understand? Or discrete, you can say it has whole numbers, and continuous, it has what? Decimals. Values that have decimals. You understand? All right.
So here we would say discrete data is counted, whereas continuous data is measured. Discrete data, we give examples of human beings, desks, chairs, things that are whole, that can't be cut into halves. They become discrete. Whereas continuous, it's measured. For example, you have time, distance, weight, height. You can measure that. Temperature. That's whatever results you get, they are continuous. Why? They will have commas. Determine the mode of the data provided in question. Sorry, in question A. We look at annexure A. Determine the mode of data provided in question A, annexure A. Let's go there and see. This is a question A, and they're asking for mode. Now, here there were two answers. Those ones who looked at the numbers themselves, only numbers, you would say no mode, because there's no number that is repeating. All right? We say no mode. It would be okay. But also some people looked at only which one is the tallest bar. Definitely many people, this question was answered. So also people gave 4,9. So both of you are right. But the right answer there, if you look at values, the perfect answer would be no mode. No mode. All right. Determine the difference between the percentage of business that remained neutral to question A and for question B. We are looking at the what? Difference. So we shall need to subtract. All right. So we're going to subtract values in A and the values in B. When you look at value in A and B, we are looking at the percentage of businesses that remained neutral. We come here. Here in A, it's 17,3 neutral. Then question number B, neutral is 6.1. So we subtract the two. Shall come here and we shall say 17,3 minus 6,1. And the answer became 11,2. Identify the highest percentage from the data in question A. Identify the highest percentage from the data in question A. We saw it already. This one is the highest, 44,9. 44,9%. Name the city where the survey was conducted. They told us it was Cape Town. It was Cape Town. It's right here. Sorry, it's on the next year. Here. Name the city. It's Cape Town. Then we go to the other question. It says, what percentage strongly agreed that their businesses are heavily dependent on a stable and secure electricity supply? What percentage strongly agreed that their businesses are heavily dependent on a stable and secure electricity supply? So this, we are looking at those who said strongly, but no matter what, ne? Let's look at the next year. Strongly is supposed to be my business. Yeah, my business is heavily dependent on a stable and secure electricity. Here we go. So we are looking at question number. So this is it. We continue and we shall be looking at question number Question number 1.2.6. What percentage strongly agreed that their business is heavily dependent on testable and secure electricity? Shall go to the next year, and it was this side. Which one strongly agreed? It's this mark here. Together? So straightforward. You come and rate the percentage as 62.8%. Arrange the data in annexure A in descending order. Mind you, descending, we are starting from big to small, highest to lowest. Descending order, we shall start with this one here. This is in position number 1, followed by this, position number 2, position number 3, 4, 5, descending from big to small. All right. So we said 44.9, followed by 21.4, followed by 17.3, followed by 13.8, followed by 2.6. Descending order. This marks the end of question number 1. Let's look at question number 2. Mr. Koz intends to buy his first house for 1,450,000. He approached 2 financial institutes to compare the loan amounts between the two. Refer to the table 2 below. Refer to table 2 below and answer the questions that follow. Table 2 below shows bond options. Bond number 1 is Investec and the other one is FNB. All right. We look at it and we see the initial fees. We have the bond registration, the bond fee, the total setup cost, monthly repayment, then we have monthly service fees. All right, let's look at that and we see. Question number 1, 2.1.2. The bank recommends that your bond monthly repayment not exceed 30% of your gross monthly salary. What will Mr. Nkosi's gross salary have to be to get a loan from Investec? Remember, they have said if you need they have said if you need to take a loan, your monthly repayment should not exceed 30% of your monthly gross salary. So what are you going to do? You will say 30%, because you don't know the gross salary. So 30% of your salary should equal to investigate with monthly repayment, which is 11,489 rand 79 cents. So we are looking for this unknown number here. 30% of this should equal to this much. What is that 30% that remaining? I hope you understand what I'm trying to say. So let me do it from here. It says 30% of your salary, monthly salary, should equal to the monthly repayment in Investec. But we saw that the monthly repayment in Investec is how much? 11,489 rand 79. So we are looking for this. How much should it be? In that it gives you the answers this much. So this is the same as 0.3 times the salary should give me this much money. Because I'm looking for the S, I'll divide through by 0.3. 0.3. How do you get the 0.3? I took the 30 over 100. It gives me 0.3. This, it's what is here. So I divide through by 0.3. I remain with my s on one side. So the answer there becomes 11,489.79 cents divided by 0.3. I have 38,299.30 cents, which is approximately 39,000. Your grocery should be this much. All right? The grocery should be that much. They said round off to the nearest 10,000. So which becomes what? When we round this number here is to the nearest 10,000. These are the 10,000s that we are looking at. So this is 30. To the nearest 10,000, it becomes 40,000. Nearest 10,000. That's what they wanted us to do. We look at the second question. It says, determine the total setup cost A for Investec. Now, setup total. Now, the setup is this amount of money that we are looking at. This one. Together, this is the total amount. So we are going to add everything here to give us this much because total setup. This is the setup fee. Together, this loan amount, excluding the loan amount. Okay. So add all the values there. Add up all the values. So you shall say A equals to 6,037 rand 50 cents plus 29,280 rands plus 20,432.50 cents, which gives us the answer as 55,000. Sorry, yeah, 55,750. You've added up everything. When buying a property, you may add all the setup costs to the purchase price of the house to get the loan amount. Determine B, the loan amount for investing if the house is worth this. So we've already got the A. So simply meaning you shall get the money for the house. We add on the money for the setup. Money for the setup. Let's look at that. $1,505,750 rands. That's the money that we have there. All right, there we go. It says the service fee of 69 rand is not charged by investigate to Mr. Cause if his loan is paid from his personal account. How much money will be saved at investigate over the total period of time? So first and foremost, they say they won't be charging this much money. So how much money will be saved? Definitely this one will be saved. So it will be 69 times. For how long is the loan? Let's go and you see the period. It's over 20 years of 20 years. Either. So we shall take that much. We multiply by 12. These are the months in a year because this is monthly charge. This is service fee, it's monthly. So times 20 years. So how much money do you get? 69 times 240. You've saved 16,560. Sorry about that. Okay. If Mr. Scott does not pay his loan from his personal account, how much would this impact his financial? Now, this is my, we shall say, definitely the loan will increase by 60,000. So the loan will increase by 16,560, or you can say he will pay more. We are looking at personal account, how much impacted. So he will pay more. He will pay more. He will pay 16,560 rands more. All right. Mr. Uncle states that if he buys his house through his investigate and pays from his personal account, he will save money on interest and monthly service fees by the time the loan is paid up. That means after the 20 years. Determine showing all calculations how much Mr. Akos will save if he chooses investigate option. Remember, we are good how much. So these are supposed to be two options that we are looking at. There are two options. Option 1 versus option 2. All right. What is option 1? Option 1, it's when Mr. Uncle states, pays his he pays from the personal loan, sorry, personal account. And option 2, when he does not pay, from a personal account. All right. So that is it. So that's what we're going to do now. We shall go through those calculations now. All right. First and foremost, we shall look at monthly repayments. Option 1, we shall say monthly repayments is paying 11,489 rands 79 cents. This is monthly, so we shall be multiplying it by for the period of months. How much will it be? So this is the monthly repayment, which is 11,489 79 cents times 240. So here we have 2,757,549 rand 60 cents. This is a monthly repayment. See that? All right. Here we are looking at, because the two options Mr. Uncles uses. He said if he buys his house through invested and pays from his personal account, he will save on interest and monthly service fees by the time the loan is paid in full. Determine or showing all calculations how much Mr. Uncles will. Now the option that definitely we are looking at is save. Okay, how much will he save if he chooses investigate invest tech option? Now, invest tech option here, we have, okay, these are the options that we have. We have option 1, either uses invest tech or uses option 2, which is what? FNB. We need to know how much does everyone save at the end. Okay, so let's go and we shall perform what? Calculations here. 1, this is invest tech money. But remember, under invest tech, the person has taken a loan. The loan that was taken was how much? the loan was taken. We said we got it in question number 2.1.3, and you got it as 1,505,750. So at the end of the period, the person would have paid this much. But how much is the interest? So we get the money the person has paid minus the loan amount. Minus the loan amount. So how much interest is it? We shall subtract this minus 1,505,750. So this is the interest. Remember, we are not including monthly. In a period of 20 years, this is the interest you would have paid. 1,251,799 rands 60 cents. So this is Investec. When he uses Investec. All right. What about if he uses FNB? Let's look at FNB. Let's see. What about if he uses FNB? FNB states, let's go to the question and you see FNB. FNB is here. The loan amount is this much. Then monthly repayments are this much. You see that? And this one does not, no matter what, you have to pay also the monthly service fee. So we need to know how much the person will save. So FNB, we've seen it as 11,577.17 plus the 69 which is service fee, everything multiplied by 240. You get 2,795,000 80 rands 80 cents together. So this is the amount for the loan. Then we are looking for the interest. We shall subtract the loan amount, which is 1,520,000. Subtract that. We are looking for the all right. Yes. Remember, they told us show all calculations. How much Mr. Uncles will save if he chooses investing. So, how much has he saved? Now we subtract the two. We subtract the two interest and see what's the difference. Indeed, he has saved some money there, which will be this interest in the FNB is higher than the one in Investec, which is that much, minus would have saved 23,109 rand 20 cents. This is the money he would have saved. Question 2.2. Let's look at question 2.2. The value of currency fluctuations on the daily basis based on the supply and demand refers to the table below, and refer to the table below and answer the questions that follow. The currency and the rand value. Now, the moment you see this, what comes in your head is supposed to be exchange rate. Which currency from the table above is the weakest? Now we shall see which one gives you the lowest value. So this is currency and rand. So simply meaning for $1, these are one together, and this is what you get in terms of rands. So now when you look at this, which one gives you the lowest value? It's what? The Australian dollar. Australian. Explain what this would mean for South African traveling overseas. Here, it means the person will take less money. The traveler will use less money. Will use less money in Australia than these other countries. The person will use less money compared to other countries. Then Mr. Nkosi receives 1,200 pounds from her auntie in Britain. Use the above table to calculate the rand value of. So simply meaning we are changing the pounds to rands. We are changing the pounds to rands. So what will it be? We are going to use common factor. Sorry, this factor here, this is what we are going to use. So if 1 pound, sterling equals to 18 rands, 6 cents. What about if you have 1,200? So it will be 1,200 times 18,6. It will be 21,672 rands. That's what they wanted us to do. After Mrs. Nkos exchanged the money, she was charged 200 rands 80 cents exchanging money in South Africa. After Mrs. Nkos exchanged the money, she was charged 280 cents. Exchanging money in South Africa consists of an administration fee of 125 rands and a commission fee of 2.28% of the amount exchanged. Verify showing all calculations whether she was charged the correct amount. So what we need to do, we need to see whether she was charged the correct amount. So this is the money that we are looking at. So the answer we get should be equal to this when after using it. So simply meaning she was supposed to pay 125 rands plus 2.28 of the amount exchanged, which is this is percentage. We divide it by 100 times 21,672. Put this in a calculator and you see what happens. All right, I said we take this formula here because they told us you take the person is supposed to pay 125 and a commission of 2.28% of the amount exchanged. Now, this is what we did. Person paid 125, then 2.28%, which is divided by, please put this in the brackets, times the money which was exchanged. This it's the money that we got here. So we got the answer as 619 rands 12 cents versus the money that the person was charged. So our conclusion is say she was not charged the correct amount. She was not charged the correct amount. Here they're asking us exchange rates fluctuate. That means they keep changing. They go up, they go down, they go up, they go down all the time. This list one reason why this happens, we are saying inflation rate can affect that, the power, the purchasing power, which is buying power. We also look at what we call the interest rate can also affect, it goes on and goes on and goes on. But the first answer would be inflation. The increase in prices of goods and services over a period of given time. All right, 2 point, let's look at it. Electricity can purchase from ESCOM in two ways. It's either prepaid or postpaid. Refer to the comparative table below and answer the questions that follow. All right, when we look at this, we have fixed monthly cost per unit. Now prepaid, prepaid, you pay for what you're going to use, or you're the one who determines. Whereas postpaid, it's one that we expect to see at the end of the month. It comes in, all right, after usage of units. Write down the fixed monthly cost for prepaid system. So straightforward, it's this one here. Prepaid monthly cost, which is 200 rands. Okay. The Smith's household, consisting of 3 people, used 349 units, 9 kilowatts per hour of electricity on a postpaid. How much would they be expected to pay, excluding VAT, for their electricity consumption? Remember, they are saying prices all exclude what? But now, the person, these guys used, or these people used 349 units, 9. So we shall come and put them in this bracket. So bracket number 1 will need them to use 50 units. Bracket number 2, it needs 300 units. Bracket number, these are the brackets I'm talking about. We have 1, 2, 3. So this one takes 50, indeed. Then 350 minus 50, you remain with 300. 600 minus 350, you remain with 250. And each unit will be charged this much. Okay. So 349.9. This one does not exceed bracket number 2. So simply meaning they need to first pay for the 50 that belong to the bracket number 1, and we multiply it by 0.69 plus what's remaining if we take off the 50. It's the units that were used minus 50. This one gives you the 200. 299.9 units, which go to bracket number 2. So we shall say 299.9 times, how much is each? It's 80 cents. It's 80 cents. So we put this in the calculator and we see what happens. 50 times 0.69, we have that as 34 rands. 50 cents plus 299 units, 9 times 0.81, whereby we get 242 rands 92 cents. So when you add everything up, these people used 242. This is the money they used. How do we get that? I've just shown you. All right, here we go. Mrs. Smith worked out that when her daughter goes to university, her bill will be 2/3 of the amount calculated in question number 2.3.2. Verify showing all calculations if her assumption is correct. Okay, let's look at that and you see. This will simply mean we need to calculate equally. It's first and foremost, we shall look for how much does each person use in the house. So which will become 349 divided by 3. These are the units that we are looking at. So each person is approximately using 160. These are the kilowatts. These are units. So she says she will, okay, the bill will be 2/3 of the amount. So we need to know if she leaves how much. So now let's multiply this by 2 because we are looking for because 2 people will be remaining. One has gone off. So these are the units that we are looking at. We're going to calculate the amount based on this. These are the kilowatts. So we go there and we say, definitely 50 times 0.9 plus. So of the units used, we subtract 50. What remain with? We remain with 183.27. This one belongs to second bracket. Same answer here. Here we have it as, you see, it's added up. We have 182.95. This is what they're going to pay. But she said the bill will be 2/3. So this is what we've got. So we need to look for the 2/3 of the bill, the previous bill. Together, we need to compare this with the 2/3 of the previous bill. What am I going to do? 2/3 simply means 2 out of 3. So I need to look for the 2/3 of the previous bill and compare it with the current bill. So I need to look for 2/3 of the previous bill. Two-thirds of the previous bill. Two-thirds of the previous bill, which is so 2/3 of 277.42 is approximately there. but it's not correct. The assumption is incorrect. All right. Question number 3. Question number 3. We go to question number 3. Don't mind the annexure. Question number 3. Over the past few years, people have relied more on social media platforms to facilitate the creation and sharing of information, ideas, and other forms of expressions through virtual communities and networks. Study annexure B and answer the questions that follow. 3.1.1. Let's look at the annexure. This is the annexure that we are looking at. The percentage of people using social media on a daily basis. Okay. Excuse me. All right, here we have the social medias that we have. We have YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, TikTok, and Facebook. These are the forms that we have here. The question says, which social media platform is used the most on a daily basis? When we go back and we look at our annexure here, the one with the highest percentage gets it all. So here we say it was Facebook. Yes, it's Facebook. Then calculate the range. Remember, range, highest value minus the lowest value. Calculate the range of the social media platform. So we shall come back to our annexure here. We shall look for the highest value, which is 74%, minus the lowest, which is 30%. So we shall come here, range equals to highest value minus lowest value, which we said 74% minus the 30%, and we end up having 44%. Okay. They are saying 3.1.3, name one other type of graph that could represent the information above. So here you would have used a horizontal bar graph. This one, the one we see is the one we see there, it's a vertical bar graph. You can use horizontal bar graph. You can use a pie chart. You can use a histogram. All right, 3.4. Determine the median of the data provided for social media platform. The median. Number one, when you look at a median, what has to come in your head is the middle number after you have arranged. In most cases, from small to big. Let's go and we see that. We arrange them and we put them down. Smallest takes position number 1, second smallest, position number 2, then third smallest, fourth, fifth, and sixth. All right, let's go there and we see. So when you arrange, it's 30, 35, 42, 63, 72, 74. So these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These are 6 numbers. So we remain with 2 numbers in between. So what do? We get those 2 numbers, we add them and divide by 2. This is 105 divided by 2. 105 divided by 2, you end up having 52.5. Where there were percentages. It's percent. Do you think learners should be sheltered or protected from technology? Give a reason for your answer. This was either yes or no. So, do you think? So you can say yes, because The platforms are used to study, those ones who have online classes. Or you can say no, some students misuse the platforms. All right. Social media is being used by all ages, referring to an C. Answer the questions that follow. Answer the questions that follow. Which age bracket uses social media the least? Square and C. Here we go. And C, they are saying which age bracket uses social media, which the least, meaning the smallest. So the age bracket is 56 plus years. 65, sorry. 65. So here the bracket has to be 65 plus years. Simply meaning 65 years and above. Why do you think the young age bracket uses social media the most? They are exposed. You can say that. It's the newer technology. They are young. They can easily use the gadgets. You understand? All right. You can give any reason there. Please don't leave these such questions unanswered. Don't leave such questions unanswered. Determine the mean. Determine the mean percentage of the age group using social media. The mean percentage. All right, here we go. We have question 3.2.2. 3.2.3. Determine the mean. Always understand the mean. We add all the values and we divide by the total number of values that we've added. Let's go and we see. Let's go and we see the percentages. All right, here we go. The percentages are these values that we see here. These were the percentages. Why do we call them percentages? Actually, when you look at them, it goes up to 100. Even here, there's a percentage of people using social media. So we are going to add all these values and we divide by how many values are there? We have 1, 2, 3, 4. So since it's the mean, we shall add the 37 plus 64 plus 78 plus 88, and we divide by 4 because we've added 4 numbers. We divide by 4 because we've added 4 numbers. 37 plus 64 plus 78 plus 88 gives you 267. We are looking at mean, question number 3.2.3, and we divide by 4, and the answer became 66. 66%. This was the mean. That was the mean. 3.3.1. In order to use social media, electricity is essential. Currently, there are different types of energy being used. Renewable energy, coal, solar energy, wind energy, natural gas energy, then we have oil energy, etc. Different activities require different amounts of energy usage. Refer to Annexure D regarding the household usage of energy and use the questions that follow. Sorry, and answer the questions that follow. We are going to use the Annexure D to answer the questions that follow. Question number 1, 3.3.1. Which household activity requires less amount of energy? Less energy, it's fine. We are here. Annexure D. Which one uses less? So it's this one here. They said determine, which household activity requires the least amount of energy. It's other cooking appliances, the least, the smallest. So we say the other cooking appliances. What is this, an activity? Determine the interquartile range of the percentage of electricity usage per household. Once you hear interquartile range, what has to come in your head? It's that I need to have my Q3, which is upper quartile, minus the lower quartile. This has to be in your head. All right, let's go. Now, this place here, it's small. I'm going to use the next and we see. So they say, determine the interquartile range. So we're going to rearrange these values here according, because we're going to look for. So number one, so let's arrange them and we say we start with this 1 followed by 3 followed by the 5 followed by a 6, followed by a 7, followed by 11, followed by 12, followed by 16, and at last we have 39. These values are the ones that I was taking note of that. So of these values here, they have already arranged them, but I need Q1 and I will need Q3. But for me to get these, I need to have Q2, which is the median. Actually, all these are medians, but this is the normal median that we know, mother median. Then Q3 median on your right hand side after rearranging data, and Q1 is the median on the left hand side after rearranging data. All right, we have how many digits? We have character. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So these are odd numbers. Definitely, I'm going to remain with a definite number in between. So that will become Q2. So you say, if there are 9, I have to be left with 4 numbers on the right, 4 numbers on the left. So if I count here very clearly, it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. This one takes on to be my Q2. I'm not interested in Q2. The reason why I'm looking for Q2 is to tell which side is the left, which side is the right. You understand? So this is the left, this is the, so the median I get again on the left hand side becomes Q1. But then when you take the median on the left, because these are 4 numbers, we remain with 2 numbers in between. We shall add them and divide by 2. This becomes my Q1, which is 4. Then the median on the right hand side, still I'm remaining with 2 numbers. I will add them. I'll divide by 2. This is the same as 28. I get the answer as what? 14. All right. So this one becomes my upper quartile. This one is my lower quartile. Now, it's good to go. I have Q1 equals to upper quartile minus lower quartile, which is 14 minus 4, and the answer becomes 10. So you've got how we get the interquartile range. Whenever they talk of interquartile range, we shall always look for Q1 first. We go to Q2 first, in that it will help you determine the other quartiles. Then afterwards, you look for interquartile range. All right, let's look at the question. It says, suggest 2 ways in which electricity usage can be reduced. You know it can be reduced. We talk of switching off, and we switch off the lights that we are not using. Then we switch off the unused appliances. We should use, for lights, we should use energy savers. You know, it goes on and it goes on and it goes on. All right, write down as a decimal the probability of a geyser and space heating using the most electricity. Now, probability sample over population, and it will be, we can come here. Let's go to our next year. They are telling us to look at the geyser and space heating probability. But how many are they? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Out of the 9, we are looking at 2. So you can do that. But they said as a decimal. So which is the same as 2 divided by 9. Decimal format 0.22. Yes, son, to recurring. But someone else would have used the percentage. It would be also fine. Space heating is 16 plus the geyser, which is 39. But this would be out of what? 100. Let me see. Over 100. And this would have given you 55 over 100. Remember, we are looking at probability of space heating and the geyser. So someone might have used the percentage values. So get your mark because the question was not specific. Someone might have used item by counting, which is okay. Another one would have used it's called what? Another would have used the percentages. By counting, those are 2 items out of the 9. That's why we got the 2 out of 9. And we got it as a decimal. 2 over 9. The answer became 2, 2. Or you can take their percentages. For the geyser was 39 plus the heating, which is 16, because they are all percentages over 100. And we got it as, which is 0.55. Both of you are right. Why? It's never specified. Okay. Complete the graph on the next answer sheet. Answer sheet provided regarding the household usage of electricity. Detach your answer sheet. Always, guys, detach your answer sheets whenever you're answering this. Okay. To complete, so let's go. We shall use this other side here. So the percentages are here. Old storage, the fridge and what. That one we have it as, we are completing now. Old storage takes 5. So you're supposed to come here and you draw a bar. Even though you don't shade it, it's fine. As long as all we are looking for, can you draw this? Then the other one that was missing is this space heating, which gives 16. I think it will be one line after. So remember, I said even though you don't shade it, but I'm just showing you. We're supposed to, oh, we have the geyser, which is 39, close to 40. Geyser, which is 39, close to 40. That's also missing. Then the others, it's at 12. 12, probably it's 2 lines after, or 1 line afterward. 10. So these were the ones that were missing. That's how we do it. Okay, let's go back to the question. Question 4. Let's look at question number 4. The cost of living has increased significantly in all countries. Income received from employers does not cover the expenses. Refer to Annexure E and answer the questions that follow. Determine the difference in income between the people living in Los Angeles West and people living in Boston East. Let's go to they're saying determine the difference. So the moment you hear difference, what you're going to do is you come up with what? The subtraction method. So let's see. We are looking at Los Angeles West and Boston East. So Boston East is there, Los Angeles West is there. The difference that we're looking at is in the income. Income is the one which is on top. So we're going to subtract these two values. Let's go there and we say it's 63,343 minus 59,234. And the answer becomes 4,109. If these are dollars, these are states in USA. Which city has the lowest expenses? We go back to the next year. We go through the expenses, lowest. So it's Chicago East. Look at this. This is 48,021. This is 48,023, 48,234. So it's supposed to be Chicago East. We have Chicago East. Four point 1.3. Determine the implications of expenses exceeding income. Definitely here people will become poor. We're calling on to poverty. It will be poverty, straightforward. Higher increase in the credits, less buying power. People need to cut down on their certain items, Yeah. This is just determine the implications of expenses exceeding income. Someone might also people make losses, Would an increase in salary have an impact on the taxpayers? Explain your answer. So here they're asking you, would an increase in salary have an impact? So you have to first answer this. Afterwards, you give us the reason why. So here we say yes. And this simply meaning the more you earn, the more you pay. Determine the percentage difference between the income and the expense of people living in Chicago East. Percentage, looking at percentage difference. So meaning income minus expense over expense times 100, which equals to 49,200 minus over times 100. And your answer became 4.2. We look at the pie chart here. You go on and see grade 12 high school. Amroch decided the host movie night as a fundraiser for the matric farewell. They interviewed some learners and educators. All right. There we go. We see these are the different genres or movies preferred. All right. Yes, another thing, when you look at the pie chart, first and foremost, and you see that, okay, these all values are showing, but once they miss values, the percentage, please, the missing value, you always add, equate it to 100, and you get the answer. Question 4.2.1. If 180 learners and 20 educators were interviewed, how many people preferred science fiction movies? So, first and foremost, we're going to add them all up, which is 180 plus 20. So, total number of people interviewed at 200. Of the 200, what percentage preferred science fiction? We shall come here the graph and we shall look for science fiction. It's 8%. So we shall come here, multiply this percent. So how many people are they? We shall say 16. 60 people. Determine the mode of the data provided on the movie genres. The mode here, you would have looked at the highest part, the highest percentage, it's fine, which is comedy. You can say comedy. We are looking at the mode for the data provided. Or we have values. So we have 14% appears twice and 8 appears 3 times. So also anyone who said 8%, he was also right. We go on. Determine the probability of randomly selecting a person who prefers horror genre. We go up there and you see horror. What percentage is it? It's 11%. Or it says lowest. So it's Chicago East. Look at this. This is 48,021. This is 48,023. 48,234. So it's supposed to be Chicago East. We have Chicago East. Four point 1.3. Determine the implications of expenses exceeding income. Definitely here people will become poor, according on to poverty. It will be poverty, straightforward. Higher increase in the credits, less buying power. People need to cut down on their certain items, Yeah. This is just determine the implications of expenses exceeding income. Someone might also people make losses, Would an increase in salary have an impact on the taxpayers? Explain your answer. So here they're asking you, would an increase in salary have an impact? So you have to first answer this. Afterwards, you give us the reason why. So here we say yes. And this is simply meaning the more you earn, the more you pay. Determine the percentage difference between the income and the expense of people living in Chicago East. Looking at percentage difference. So meaning income minus expense over expense times 100, which equals to 49,200 minus over times 100. And your answer became 4.2. We look at the pie chart here. You go on and see grade 12 high school. Amroj decided the host movie night as a fundraiser for the matric fair. Where they interviewed some learners and educators. All right, there we go. We see these are the different genres of movies preferred. All right. Yes, another thing, when you look at the pie chart, first and foremost, and you see that, okay, these all values are showing, but once they miss values, the percentage, please, the missing value, you always add, equate it to 100, and you get the answer. Question 4.2.1. If 108 learners and 20 educators were interviewed, how many people preferred science fiction movies? So, first and foremost, we're going to add them all up, which is 180 plus 20. So total number of people interviewed at 200. Of the 200, what percentage preferred science fiction? We shall come here the graph and we shall look for science fiction. It's 8%. So we shall come here, multiply this percent. So how many people are they? We shall say 16. 60 people. Determine the mode of the data provided on the movie genres. The mode here, you would have looked at the highest part, the highest percentage, it's fine, which is comedy. You can say comedy. We are looking at the mode for the data provided. Or we have values. So we have 14% appears twice and 8 appears 3 times. So also anyone who said 8% was also right. We go on. Determine the probability of randomly selecting a person who prefers horror genre. We go up there and we see horror. What percentage is it? It's 11%. So the probability there will become 11 over 100, which is 0, 0.11. 0, 0.11. That's probability. What is the probability of randomly selecting a person who prefers comment? We say it's 27%. And the answer became 0, 0.27. Oh, another thing here. These are how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So out of the 7, but no, okay. Out of the 7, also here would say 1 over 7, but probability that the person selected who prefers horror. Okay, it's fine. 1 out of the 7 generally. Okay. 4.2. 4.2 talks of determine the quartile 1Q if the interquartile range is this, and we've already done this. So you know very well that interquartile range equals to Q3 minus Q1. So you already have the interquartile range as 10. You have the upper quartile as 18. You don't have quartile 1. So what number was subtracted from 18 to give you 10? So your Q1 will equal to 18 minus 10, which is what? 8%. You're determining quartile 1, the lower quartile. Write down as a ratio. Write down as a ratio. Write down as a ratio. The percentage of people preferring action movies to those who prefer horror movies. Write your answer in a unit form. Unit form, it simply means it will start with 1:2, a given number. Anyway, let's look at that. I see. We are looking at action movies, the percentage, and horror movies. So those ones of action movies, let's go and we see. Action movies are 18%, horror movies are 11%. So it's 18 is to 11. This is the first thing you do, but simplified form. 1:2. So since in this form it's like this, action 2. So we shall divide through by 18. I don't want to change the format. They said action movies 2. Because most people would divide through by the smallest number. No, we will leave it that way. So this one will become 18 divided by 18, you remain with 1. 1:2. 11 divided by 18, you end up having 0.611. All right, let's look at this other question here that says the individual tax rates for tax year 2022 is shown on an Excel F. Use an Excel F to answer the following questions. Trevor is a 67-year-old plumber who earned an annual taxable income. Good enough. Here we don't need to look for annual taxable income. It's already given. It's already taxable. All right. In 2021, did he meet the tax threshold requirements for 2021? Explain what this means. There are two values. Look, let's go to the next year. Here we go. What is a threshold? The amount of money one has to earn in a year before paying tax. Now, the person is a plumber. At what age is he? 67. Good enough. 2021. Thresholds of 2021s are here. 67. This is it. So if someone earns this in a year or below, they are not supposed to pay tax. Should you earn above this? For me to earn above this, then it means you start what? Paying tax. So let's go and we see. His taxable income is 120, 125, 26,500 versus, this is his income, taxable income, versus the threshold. Let's go to the threshold. The threshold is 128. 128,600. 128,650. So you're asking, did he meet the threshold requirements for 2021? No. Why? His taxable income is below what? The threshold. What information is needed to determine the person's rebate? Here we need the person's age. Age is used to determine the person's rebate and the threshold. not medical credit. Medical credit is determined by the number of people you are. So the number of people who are on your medical aid account. All right. Mr. Nayulu is a 72-year-old who earns a taxable income over per month. Good enough. It's already taxable. We don't need to look for taxable income, but this is per month. After deductions in 2022, the tax year, he claims that more than a quarter of his annual taxable income is paid to SALS. Verify showing all calculations. One, the taxable income has to be annual. So we get the taxable income he earns multiplied by 12. And multiply by 12, we shall see 55,250 times 12. We end up having 600,000, 663,000, 663,000. This is what we have. So from here, we go determine the bracket. Which bracket will it belong to? We go to the next year. So we've seen is 663,000. So 663,000, it's in bracket, this bracket here. So this bracket number is, see, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's in bracket number 5. So what we do, we pick this calculation, this other side. So we shall come and say, we say this bracket 5. Let's pick the calculation the way it is in bracket number 5. It starts with 163,335 plus 0.39. 0.39 comes from the 39% of the taxable income above. So we shall say taxable income please put this in a calculator. Put it the way it is. Put it in your calculator and you see what you get. All right, when I put everything in my calculator, I end up having this much. End up having this much. So we are going to subtract. This question is applying in 2022. So we subtract from here, we subtract the rebate. Please, we don't subtract the threshold, we subtract the rebate. And if the person has medical aid, we also subtract the medical tax credits. So here the person is 72. It's going to qualify for all the 3 primary rebates. Sorry, all the 3 rebates. So the rebates here, we are looking at 2022, which is, we are subtracting. Sorry, we subtract 2 because it does not go beyond 74. Subtract 15,000 minus 8,000. So this is the money that he pays annually in tax. So we are looking for monthly because he said a quarter of his annual taxable income is paid to SARS. Oh, it's fine. So this is what he pays to SARS annually, not monthly. So we shall compare it with a quarter of his taxable income, the annual one, known because everything this is annual. So let's look at that and say we shall look for the quarter. So we take that and we see. So the claim is not what? The answers are not the same. Oh, sorry, it's valid because it says it claims that more than a quarter. This is a quarter. Oh no, it's not valid. The value that is charged, it's this much. It's less than a quarter of his taxable income. So it's fine. It's not valid. Not valid. Thank you very much. This marks the end of the question. Let's look at the prelim. And paper one, we expect to see finance, which deals with money. And we look at what we call the financial documents, like the tax tables, the IRP 5, the employees' income tax. This is the taxable income, and the tax, the medical aid. Then we come to loan documents, i.e. the bank statement, the loan institution showing changes on the loan agreement. The loan, we look at what we call the loan. We looked at what we call the loan amount. We looked at the repayments, how much do you pay per month. When we look at the home loan, we look at what we call the factor that will determine the monthly repayment. And when it comes to taxation, we have personal income tax, also known as payee, which is pay as you, and yeah, we shall look at that also when the time comes. Then taxable, taxable and non-taxable income. We look at rebates. They forgot what we call the medical tax credits. You know, they come after we've looked at rebates. We look at the UIF, the amount, the maximum amount for current, it's 177 rand. This is the maximum UIF one pays, but just know that it's at 1% of one's basic salary. All right, there we go. We have VAT. VAT will always be at 15%, and we have to know there are items that have VAT on them, which we call the VAT inclusive items. And whenever we are including VAT, we shall always take a given price that has no VAT, and we shall multiply by 1,15. That's when we are including VAT. That's when we are including VAT. But then, if we are excluding, we shall always take the price given to us. Definitely, the price should be having VAT, and we divide by 1,15. We divide by 1,15. All right, this is what you expect to see in paper one. All right, we look at what we call tariff, the tariff systems. Usually we look at it when we look at water tariffs, or we call them the water tariffs, and electricity fall under municipal tariffs. Anyway, when we look at tariffs, we have this other kind here, whereby we expect you to know how to create a formula, we expect you how to fill in the table, and we expect you how to interpret the graph. They come hand in hand. These are for this kind of work. This is an example. Actually, let's try to do it, and we see we unfortunately we shall not do the graph because we don't have the graph here, but we shall see how it looks like in the future.
Shall do the table and the formula. All right, here are 3 contract options for a different copier supplier than the one mentioned in the learner's book. All right. Now, these are contracts that if you're asked to do the equation 1, for contract 1, it will be, you take the fixed amount, which is 600, plus how much do they pay for additional. These are cents and these are rands. So you change the cents into rands, whereby you divide by 100. So this is 0.30. So this will be for any extra copy, you multiply by this, the number of what? The copies someone has made. So this is the formula, or this is the equation for contract 1. Let's look at contract 2. Contract 2, it has a fixed amount of 850. You pay this every month. Once you've paid this, you get 400 pages. They are free of charge. This simply means you start paying after you've exceeded the 400 pages in a month. So how much is each extra? So we shall say 20 cents times, put here the brackets. Now we need to know the number of copies made, but we need to remove the free ones, which is 400 pages. This is the equation for contract 2. We look at contract 3. It has a fixed amount of 1,150. This is every month, and once you pay this, you get 800 free copies. So you do that. So here we shall say number of copies you've made minus the 800. Someone might ask us, when does the formula start working? Please, the formula, for example number 2, the formula will start working if the person has used over 400 copies, or if the person has made 400 copies. Whereas the contract number 3, the formula will start working if the copies have exceeded 800. For contract number 1, for it, this is straightforward. It starts counting immediately. All right, let's look at the table, how it looks like. All right, this is where we get it from. Remember, we said our contract 1, someone pays 600 plus the 30 rands times the number of copies. So in this scenario, how did they get 600? They took the number of copies made as 0. If they are 0, that means 0 times that you remain with. Let's look at the second one. How do they get 720 here? 720. All you do is 600 plus 0.03 times the number of copies, which is 400. Which is 400. 400 copies. Once you put this in your calculator, the answer has to come out as it's given. As it's given, 720. That's how they got it. We take another example here. You see this number here, it's constant. The number is constant throughout. It's constant up to when it reaches what? 800. Now, this is when it starts changing. When you take a clear look at the graph, the green line is option 3, and it's straight up to 800, whereas option 2, it's straight up to 400. Why is it straight? Because these are the free copies in option 2, and from here up to 800, these are free copies in option 3. All right, so they continue like this. This is option 1. For it, it has no free copies. That's why it's a straight line. In other words, we say it's what? A direct. These two are combination, or they are combined graphs. They consist of the straight line and the It consists of the straight line and the increasing line. So these are two, whereas this one is one only. All right. The ones that we've just seen, those were contracts like for the photocopier, and we usually draw and we find out the break-even point. Unfortunately, the first ones, they don't have break-even points. Let's take a look at them and we see the break-even. None of them is touching each other. None of them is touching any other. So we don't have break-even points. But we find some scenarios whereby a line will come and cross through. So now these will be the break-even points when you look at that. And then how do we interpret? The lower the lower the line, the cheaper it becomes. The higher it is, the more expensive it is. It's expensive. All right. So now what does it mean? For example, the line that I've just drawn, this one here, it will be cheaper until it reaches here. Then it becomes a more expensive over option one. Then it's expensive over option one. Afterwards, it becomes, in this scenario, it's expensive more than option one, whereas it's cheaper than option two. But the moment it crosses option two, it becomes expensive now. You see that? That's how we interpret the graphs. Okay, let's look at what we call the water tariffs. Water tariffs, the only trick that we need to know is that when we get these water tariff calculations, don't mind about the numbers on the left-hand side. The numbers on the left-hand side, put them aside. So we come and we ask ourselves, for example, if someone uses 25 kiloliters, that means, but here we have, these ones, we call them blocks. We have block 1, block 2, block 3, block 4, 5, and 6. But then 25 is in block number 4. Yes, if it's in block number 4, how do we get the amount of money a person is going to pay? So we shall start with block number 1. How much will the person pay? The person will pay the maximum kiloliters here, which are 10. The maximum kiloliters here are 10. When it comes to this block number 5, the maximum kiloliters here that are needed are 5. When it comes to block number 3, the maximum also are 5. Whereas when it comes to block number 4, the maximum are 10. How did I get the 10? How did I get it? All I do here from 0 to 10, indeed it's 10. Then from 11 to 15, we don't look at 11. We just get 15 minus the 10, you get the 5. The 20 minus 15, you get the 5 here. The 30 minus that, you get the 10. Anyway, so block number 1, we shall take our 10, which is maximum, times the money each. That's block number. Then we go to block number 2. Block number 2, we said you need a maximum of 5. So this will be 5 times the money which is here, 10,68. Then we come to block number. Now, here we go. We've used this so far. When you add these two, this is 15. We have 5 to make it 20. So block number 5, it needs a maximum of 5. What are we going to do? We shall take it to be times 19,86. Now, when you add these numbers here, so far the ones that we have 10 plus 5 plus 5, it's 20. And we said 25 belongs to block number 4. But block number 4 needs a maximum of 10. So for us, we have 5. So it's fine. Shall say 4, block number 4, whereby we're remaining with 5, times the number in block number 4, which is 31,54. All right. We look for the answers of each. We look for answers for each. This is 83 rands, 20 cents. We multiply 5 times 10,68. We have the answers 53.40 cents. 5 times 19,8. We have the answers 99 rands 30 cents. Here we have 5 times 31,54. We have 157 rands 70 cents. Now what we do, we add everything. Let's add it up. 83 rands 20 cents plus 53 rands 40 cents plus 99 rands 30 cents plus 157 70 cents. So we end up having the answer as 393 rands 60 cents. This is the money. So now if they say, now the final answer, which, because here the question says excluding VAT, so your final answer should include VAT. So we shall say this amount of money, we need to include VAT, multiply by 1, comma. So the answer becomes all right. That's the answer. This is water tariffs. Okay. Someone might ask us, what about if I've used, if you've used, let's say, 15 kiloliters, this simply means you're only going to use 10 times 832. Now the 10, the first 10, then what's remaining? 5. 5 has been pushed to bracket number 2. 2 is 5 exactly, so we just need to do that. So we do the same story and we say 83 rands 20 cents plus 53 rands 40. You get your answer. You add them up. You have the answers. So this you need to multiply 1,15. Why? Because you're including VAT. You include VAT. You get the answer as. So this is your final answer. All right, this was water tariffs. Water tariffs, the first thing you do, look for the maximums. Maximum kiloliters in each bracket. Maximum kiloliters in each bracket. Take them to be buckets. Take them to be buckets. All right, we're saying take these to be buckets. Take these to be buckets of water. So bucket 1 takes a maximum of 10. Starts from 0 to 10. The moment it exceeds 10, it's enough for it. Then you come to bucket number 2. Bucket number 2, it will take 5 maximum. I told you when it comes to this, you ignore these numbers that are on the left-hand side. Instead, we subtract. So 15 minus 10, you get 5. Now this one will also be 5. This one, it's 10. 10. We have 10. This one is open. So we have bucket 1, bucket 2, bucket 3, bucket 4, bucket 5, bucket 6, and 7, which is open. All right. So now if someone has used 32, definitely it will have to stop at around bucket number 5. That means bucket number 1 took the 10 plus bucket number 2. Bucket number 2 has taken the 5 plus bucket number 3. Bucket number 3 has taken the 5 plus bucket number 4. Bucket number 4 has taken 10. But when you add this, it's 10, 15, 20, 30. The person has used 2. That means whatever remained is supposed to be where? Here. They never used full bucket. But then, if bucket number 1, it has taken 10, you need to pay for this 10. That's why we said 10 times 8,32. 10 times this number. This is per. Then the 5. Bucket number 2, 5. 5 times 10,68. Bucket number 3 still needs 5. 5, we are here, times 19. Then bucket number 4, which is 10 times 31,54. Then bucket number 5, the person has not used he has not used the 10 of them. They have only used 2, so it's the 2 that has to come here, times 34 rands 90 cents. This is how we do it. All right. By the way, when you add these kiloliters, this other one represents what? It should give you back the 32. We add 10 plus 5, 15, 15 plus 5, 20, 20 plus 10, you get 30, 30 plus 2, you get 32. Indeed, it's right. So here you calculate your numbers. The first one, we end up having 10 times 8,32, we have 83 rands 20 cents. We go to the next one, which is 5 times 10,68, which is 53 rands 40 cents. We multiply the 5 times the 19,86, 99 rands 30 cents. We come to this, which is 10 times 3,54, 315, 40 cents. And we take the 2 times for 34,19. We end up having the answer as 68.38. So now at this moment, we add all that we have. We add all that we have. We add all that we have and we look at that and we say, what's the answer? 83 rands 20 cents, 53 rands 40 cents, 99 rands 30 cents, 315 rands 40 cents, and 68 rands 38. We add them up and we end up having the answer here. It's what? 619 rands 68 cents. But remember, because the question says the tariffs per kiloliter excluding VAT, your final answer, you need to include the VAT. That's why we multiply by this much, 1,15, and the answer becomes 712 rands 63 cents. This is how we do it. Remember, we said these are buckets. They take water. Bucket number 1, it needs 10. It cannot exceed 10. Bucket number 2, it needs 5. It cannot exceed 5. Bucket number 3, it needs 5 also. It cannot exceed 5. Bucket number 4, it needs 10. It can't exceed 10. 5 needs 10. It can't exceed 10. And 6 needs 10. It can't exceed 10. So if someone has used over 50 kiloliters, that means the balance has to come here. And this balance will multiply with this, the same way we've been multiplying with those other numbers, and you get the answer. All right, let's continue. We look at electricity. Electricity, these ones will also work with. These ones will also work with. These ones will also work with it works the same way as water. So block number 5 needs a maximum of what? 50. That means this one here it will need takes a maximum of what? 300. This is takes a maximum of 250. Then this is what? Open, because it does not have any range from what to what. All right. So now here we go. They're asking, show with calculations the amount paid for using 400 kilowatts of electricity. Now, this is so simple. All we are going to do, remember they are saying all tariffs are 14% VAT exclusive. This was the old VAT. The new VAT is supposed to be 15%. Anyway, show with calculation. So 400. Now, over the 400, we take off the 50, sorry. The 50 belongs to block number 1. So it will be 50 times the money is 0.9015. You get the answer. Then what's remaining? 350. But over 350, we only 300 is taken in block number 2. So we also multiply with 1 comma. You get the answer there. Then what's remaining to make it 400? Because we have 50 plus 300, we see 350. 50 is missing. So 50 times. Now 50 has been taken here. But here needs a maximum of 250. It's fine. So we get the 50 that is remaining times. So you get the answer 50 times 0.9015. You have your answer as you have your answers 45 rands 8 cents. Whereas the 300 times 1,0161, you get your answer as 300 rands 83 cents. And the last one, which is 50 times 1,3594. We add up as we did the other time. Remember, they say the exclude, so we need to include. This is how much a person will get. Sorry, this is how much a person will pay. All right, let's look at another example. Another example says, calculate the amount to 2 decimal places for a customer who used. But this is, now they have already told you that the customer has used this, and they have told you where it belonged straight away. They told you in block number 3. That means they covered that. Then here, this is where the balance is. So don't worry about that. Just go straight, multiply with this. They have told, the reason why I'm multiplying is because they have told me this of block number 3. So I cannot start throughout. The first one was saying how much will the person pay. All right. So this will become this much. I will say 183,9745 times 1,3594. And we took off 200. Then multiply this by 1,15. I said the VAT here is supposed to be 15%. And I'm including the VAT there. So here the answer became 287 rands 61 cents. The reason why I didn't go throughout all these brackets because they've already told me where the units are located of block 3. So block 3, that's what I'm supposed to do. All right, we look at income and expenditure. Income and expenditure. Here we have what you need to know. Income, it's what comes into the account. In other words, we call it what? Credit. You receive the credit. Then debit, it's what goes out, which is what? An expense. Expenditure is debit. Then profit could be, and it is, a positive difference between the selling price and the cost price. If you get it as a negative, it becomes a loss. If you subtract the selling price minus the cost price, or you get a negative, it becomes a loss. All right. Then we look at this. Cost of production. This is what determines what we call the cost price of a given item. Cost price, the price at which one buys, and selling price is a price at which one sells. In most cases, the selling price is higher than the cost price. Why? Because to determine the selling price, you need to have the profit plus the cost price. All right. The formula for profit, we usually use it as the formula for profit is usually, and indeed it is, profit will always equal to selling price minus cost price. That means the selling price is same as profit plus cost price, and the cost price is same as selling price minus the profit. That's what you need to know. Then the percentage profit, this percentage profit as a percentage, it will always be selling price minus the cost price divided by the cost price, you multiply by 100. This reason why we multiply by 100, we are looking for a percentage. We're looking at the percentage. Then, if we had a graph, you would have seen this. We have what we call the break-even point. What you need to know about the break-even point, it's when one makes no profit and there's no loss. We are there. Where you can say one makes no profit, one makes no loss, then where income equals to expenditure. Income equals to expenditure. That's the break-even point where the two lines intersect. When the where the income line intersects with the expenditure line. All right, part 2 of paper 2 is what we call data handling. When you look at data handling, I expect you to remember what we call the measures of central tendency. That's what is tricky there. Measures of central tendency. And measures of central tendency are 3 of them, which we mean we have mean, mode, median. That's the measures of central tendency. The other one, these are measures of spread. Measures of spread, where we have range, we have range, we have quartiles. Still, you talk of the interquartile range, and you talk of percentiles. Data handling. You understand? Data collection, methods of data collection, we have interviews, we have questionnaires, we have recording sheets whereby we can, then we have observations. That's why we use a recording sheet where you see and you record. Observation, you can use observation. You can have um, group discussions where you discuss about something. Then classifying and organizing data, classification. What I want you to remember is that data is divided into two. We have what we call categoric, and we have what we call what? Numeric. And numeric is also split into two, is what we call discrete, and we have what we call continuous. Discrete, it's counted, it's countable. Whereas continuous, it's measured. You can't count it, but you can measure it. We look at things like length versus distance. We look at temperature, anything that you can measure. Whereas discrete, we look at countable like humans, animals, desks, cars, anything that cannot be in a half. It falls under discrete. All right. This is very categoric and we shall also have the frequency table. The frequency table is that one whereby we have carries. We have the interval this side. Then we have carries in between here and frequency, whereby if from 0 to 10, 11 to 20, you have 21 to 30. Then if you have 3 people, then you write 3. If you have 5 of them, 8 or 7, 8, you write like that. If there are 3 or 5 only, you put that. This is what we call the frequency table, summarizing data. All right. We look at data handling and then looking at summarizing data. Quartiles. What are quartiles? What I want you to remember is that quartiles, they divide data into 4 equal parts. 4 equal parts. That's why you see we have 100 divided by 4 and each carries 25. But then when we look at it nicely, we shall see that it will look like this. Will look like this. Here we have the minimum, the lowest value that you have. We have Q1, we have Q2, we have Q3, and we have the maximum. Each part here is 25. Each part here is 25. Here we have 25, 25, 25, 25. These are the 4 equal parts I talked about. But then, if you start from here to there, this is Q1. It only carries 25 what? 25%. Then from the lowest to the middle, it has 25 and 25, so which carries 50%. Then from the lowest to the third, we have 75%. Simply meaning your Q1 carries 25% of the data, your Q2 carries a half of the data, Q3 looks at 75% of the data. In other words, we shall say 25% of the data is below the Q1. Q1 is also known as lower. It's also known as lower quartile. Whereas we look at the middle, this is 50% of the data is either above or below Q2. Q2 is the normal median of hours that we know, whereas 75% of the data is below the Q3 value. Q3 is known as the upper quartile. Then what you need to know, how do you get the interquartile range? Interquartile range also abbreviated as the IQR. This, you need to have the upper quartile minus the lower quartile for you to determine the interquartile range or raise. The calculated analysis measures of central tendency, we've just looked at them: mean, mode, median. That's how we do it. All right, we look at data handling. There we go, and we say these will be represented. Remember, you collect data. You collect the data. You organize it. Then you classify it. You need to represent. Classify, organize, analysis, classify. Then you need to represent it. What do we use to represent? We use what we call what? Charts. We have a pie chart, histogram, bar graph. The difference between these, a histogram will never have gaps in between the bars. That's when we call it a histogram. Whereas a bar graph will be so this is a bar graph and this is a histogram. In a line broken graph, this one here, we use it. We would ask you, when do you use a line? This, we use it usually when we are trying to show what? Trend. In other words, change from one period to another. Usually we use it to show change. A bar graph, it can also be a compound bar graph. This is when you have two or more bars representing one item. Two or more. Some people call it a double bar graph, but it might be triple, or it might have 5 of them. So that's why you say compound. Compound meaning more than one. Scatter plot, this one, it's to show the correlation between the data that you picked. Correlation between the data, but then it's not a straight line. It's not it has no format. So when the data is tending towards the right, we shall say it's a positive correlation. It's tending towards the left, towards below here, we shall say it's a negative correlation. And here we shall say no correlation at all. No correlation. Box and whiskers, I've just seen that. It will always be like that. What I want you to know, when box and whiskers come, questions that you expect from box and whiskers, they can ask you to look for mean. Sorry, range, not mean. Range. If it's not range, interquartile, or they might tell you to give the median. Those are the questions you expect to see. Nothing like mean, mode. No. Median is the Q2. IQR, it's Q3 minus Q1. Range, maximum minus minimum. It can also be drawn upside down like this, but you take note, because definitely this will be the minimum usually. But you read and you see. This is Q2, Q. This will be Q1 and Q3. If it's upside down like that. All right, here we have this example here. The sales manager of Generators Incorporated, a company that sells generators, collected data of the number of generators that his three top performing salesmen sold per month for the year 2023. So now, take note of this. This is representing each box and whiskers is representing what? Yeah, not number of tanks that were sold. The box and whiskers represent the year. Then the number down here on the scale represents the number of generators that were sold. So question number 1, 2.1 actually. It says estimate the lower total value of the number of generators sold by salesman. Number 3, lower quartile. Remember we said you say mean, Q1, Q2, Q3, and the maximum. Now, the lower, which is Q1, estimate. Here we are. So in between these, we have 4 of them. So this could be, you can say 25 generators. The lower quartile. So the lower quartile in terms of yards, this would be 25% of 12. And you need to find how many months are they. 25% of 12, these are 3 months. You understand? I'm just explaining, but it's not from here. These are the number of generators here. I'm just estimating. Then, for how many months did the salesman want sell 40 or less? 40 or less. Now, salesman number 1 is on top. We look at 40. 40 is median. You understand? 40 or less. That means we are looking at number. So we are looking at 50% of the months. So we say 50% times 12, and we shall say 6 what? 6 months. Where do we get the 12? Remember I told you the bar, the box and whiskers is representing the year. The salesman sold per month for the year 20. So the box, the full year. You understand? Box and whiskers is present. So I found out that 40 to salesman's 1, it was his median. And median sits at 50%. So 50% of the number of months in a year. Because how many months did salesman 1 sell? 40 or less? We are here. Less, it's this. More, it's this other side. Okay, we continue and we see. Let's look at the other. It says, determine, we are doing this, determine the minimum and the maximum number of generators sold per month by salesman's 2. So remember, we are looking at the year. So minimum. So minimum, it's this value here. Maximum, it's this other value here. Salesman 2. So minimum, we come and split. It could be minimum, could be 29. Remember we are anticipating 29, even 30 is fine. Then the sorry. We know minimum. So that one there. Minimum is this one. Minimum is this one here, which is 25, probably 25. And the maximum, it's this one here. It's supposed to be 60. 64. It's around this, which is around 65. It's fine. Identify the minimum and the maximum. Maximum and minimum. The salesman to receive the award for the top salesman in 2023. Do you think the award was given the correct salesman, give two results. So now we don't just look at it and we say, now salesman number 2. But then we look at sales number 2, his lowest value, which is, okay, let's do this. Let's compare. How would you tell the impact? The impact here, you say, we need to know the mean. We need to know Q1. We need to know Q2, Q3, and the maximum. For the 3, those people, we have 1, we have 2, 3. So the minimum value of salesman number 1, we see it as around 15 or 14. The minimum for sales number 2, it's approximately 25. Then the minimum of sales number, it's approximately, it's a 17. Then Q1 for salesman 1, it's around 28. Q1 of salesman number 2, it's around 29. No, this one is not. You draw a line there and you come and see. It's not 20, it's 27. Then Q3, the minimum, sorry, the Q1 of it's 20, 25. So Q2, median, Q1 is the salesman, it's 40. Yeah, 40 for salesman number 1. Number 2, it's 48. Number 3, it's 40, probably 40, 43. Then Q3, we are standing at 48. We are standing at 40, 50. And we are standing at 48. 48. 48. Max. What was the highest number sold? Q1 sold 52. Look at that. 52. Q3 sold 52. Q2 sold. So indeed, he was the best because now, look, the minimum number of tanks is sold to 25, which was approximately 50, which was the 25% of these other people. Because for them, 20. So now his 25%, he was 29. His 50%, it was his maximum. Look at the maximum, 64. These other ones had 52. So he had a reason. You can compare it like that. That's question. If the minimum commission that a salesman earn per generator is 1,375, determine the lowest amount that sales number 2 could have got in 2023. Now, this is a minimum. So now they're asking you could determine the lowest. So we come here, sales number 2. What's the lowest number? How many generators did he sell? He said around 25, and have 23. So it's 25 generators. 25 generators times the money. We are looking at the minimum. Generators. And would have got 34,375.
Question number 5, let's look at question number 5. It's still under paper 2, it's measurement, but we are looking at what we call the BMI. BMI is used to tell the weight status and health status of a given person. It's usually in children. It's usually in children. But what does BMI stand for? It stands for body mass index. Body mass index. All right, let's look at this. Doctors determine a person's weight status by estimating or establishing their body mass index, the BMI. The World Health Organization says that the BMI is between 18.5 kilograms per meter squared and 24.9 kilograms per meter squared. Probably is a standard. Now, this person here, I think is, I'll call the person K. K is a 1.62 meter tall adult whose weight is 88 kilograms. Calculate the BMI. So we have the height, it's in meters already, and the mass is in kilogram. And they have given the formula already. So this is straightforward. We shall say 88 divided by 1.62. Don't forget it has to be what? Squared. So when you get that, your answer becomes 33, 33.5 3. Don't forget the units. 33.53 kilogram per meter square. The person K struggles to breathe and consults her doctor with this problem. The doctor advises her to lose weight until the BMI reaches 25 kilograms per meter squared. Use the above formula to calculate the new weight in order to reach a target BMI. Now, let's take note of this. Now we have a BMI to reach. We have a BMI to reach. Definitely, the person is supposed to lose weight. You can't lose height. All right? So the height is already given in the scenario number 1, which is 5.1.1. They are telling us the height is 1.62 meters. Now we have the new BMI, which is 25 kilograms per meter squared. So what's missing? We need to know the mass in kilogram. So simple. What we are going to do, since BMI equals to mass kilogram over height in the meters, but it has to be what? Squared. So we ask ourselves now, if we have the BMI and we have the height, how are we going to get the mass? What do we need to do? We need to multiply. So simply meaning mass will equal to the BMI times the height. Height what? Squared. So which is, our new BMI is 25 times the height, which is 1.62. Remember, it has to be squared. So the mass has to become, the mass becomes 25 times 1.62 squared. The mass is 65. The mass is 65.61 what? Kilogram. They said the new weight. They didn't tell us round off to the nearest kilogram. So this is 65. All right. So they're telling us determine the total number of kilograms K lost. Remember, initially the person was 88. Initially, the person was 88. This is the initial
the initial grams. Now he has got the new weight. So we need to know how much the person lose. So it's supposed to be 88 minus the 65,1. 88 minus 65,1, and the person lost 22 kilograms. Sorry, 22,39 kilograms. All right. Why? Give one advice on how to lose weight. One, someone should eat healthy food, should avoid junk foods. Two, they can go to they can exercise every day. They can get they can subscribe for membership in a gym and they practice from there every day. All right. There are a lot of advices that you may give someone there. Set the healthy BMI range of a 12-year-old boy. They are telling us below shows the BMI for teenage girls and boys. Refer to the table and answer the following questions. Now we have the healthy BMI range, the overweight if BMI is good. Someone becomes overweight if the BMI goes beyond this. Now severely overweight, it's greater than this. Then healthy, overweight, and severely overweight. Severely overweight, that becomes obese. Ne? Okay, so now we are looking at a 12-year-old boy. 12-year-old boy. You will come here. This is the age, 12 year. This side is boys. So it's this much. That's the range. So the range is 18 to 21. Okay. A 17-year-old girl has a BMI of 31 kilogram per meter square. Name the weight category. Name the weight category where she falls. Weight category. Now these are the categories that we have. She has a 31. Severely overweight. We shall say severely overweight. Severely overweight. 5.3, the growth chart below shows the BMI for girls. Refer to the growth chart and answer the four questions. So these are the percentiles. These waves that we see, these are percentiles. Those are percentiles. Then they're saying Rachel is a 70-year-old girl whose BMI is in kilogram is on the 5th percentile. Estimate her BMI. So what we're going to do, number one, is to look for, you get a ruler. You get a ruler. Get a ruler. So having got a ruler, what you're going to do, because she's 17 years of age, come here to 17. Then you draw a straight line on 17. Sorry, 16. Draw a straight line. Right, you have to draw a straight line. Draw a straight line on 17. When does it touch the? Because this is the 50th percentile. Then you draw another line like that, and in that you read off the values here. So this is 20, 21, 22. So the BMI is approximately. So a 17-year, when does it touch this? Because it said it lies on the 50th percentile. So we are saying the BMI is 21 kilogram per meter square. That's how we do it. Yes, they're asking 3.2. Here we have the table to classify. They say, hence determine Rachel's weight classification using the table 2. Table 2 is this one. Now we said it lies on 50 and we got 21. So here the health status is what? Normal. Why is it normal? It's in between 18.5 and 21. And the state classification is what? Normal. Okay, refer to the growth chart and describe Rachel's BMI relationship to other girls. So we shall say Rachel's BMI is the median BMI, or you can say 50%. 50% of the girls' BMI is above or below 21. You're talking of girls in her age. All right. Miss M, an educator and a coach for hockey team at Victoria West High School, wants to raise funds for the new hockey attire. She decides to host Miss with the beauty pageant. All interested girls collected the entry forms. The summary of the entry is shown below in table 1. The children height, Christian height must be at least the height must be 1.55 meters. Weight must be from 55 kg to 72 kg. Body mass index must be normal. So the N stands for normal. A, we shall find out in O, it's here. O only, it's obese. OW, it's overweight. Underweight, which is a U. The N stands for normal. That's the BMI. All right. So we look at this criteria also here. So they're asking us, calculate the missing value of A and B in the table above. The following formula may be used. So now they have removed it in the fraction form. Now they have written it in the linear form. What I wanted to do, remember, we have the triangle for distance, speed, and time. You can as well have the same triangle for BMI. You can have the same triangle for BMI. Don't lose hope. What you do it that way. Now here we'll just use BMI equals to mass over height squared. You can do the same. All right. So let's go there and find value of A. What is it? Let's go to the table and find value of A. Wow. Value of A, we are looking for BMI, which is straightforward. So value of A, it's BMI, which says BMI equals to your mass divided by the height squared. But everything has to be in meters. So what's the mass under A? A, the mass is, oh man, they changed it, but the mass is supposed to be this one in kilometers. Sorry, kilograms, not kilometers. Mass, kilometers, and the height is supposed to be in meters. Okay. This is A. So the mass here, it's 44, and the height is 1.55. So we come back and we substitute, and we shall say 44 divided by 1.55. Don't forget you square. So here the answer goes, and we say 44 divided by 1.55 squared.
So here the value of A is 18,31 kilogram per meter what? Squared. Let's look at the value of B. Value of B. We go back to the chart, we check where B is. Wow, B is under the mass. So we are going to use this thing, this triangle here of mine that I've just drawn. So if you're looking for mass, what will it be? Mass will equal to B times height squared. The B stands for BMI. So we go back and we see, under B, do we have the BMI? Yes, it's what? 30. The height is 1,55. So we shall come down here. BMI 30 times 1,55. Don't forget it's squared. So the answer there becomes 72, 08. These are kilograms. Why are they kilograms? Because we are looking for mass. .4. Mr. claims that some of the girls did not meet the criteria and disqualified them. Identify the entrant who did not meet the criteria and specify the reason for disqualification. So that's straightforward. Remember, they told us the height has to be 1,55 meters. The weight in between 55 kg to 72 kg. That's what they are. That's what they were. Look at the scenario here. It says for someone 72 kg and if that's a weight, the weight has to be, and the height has to be at least. So whoever exceeds this, you don't qualify. Whoever exceeds 72, you don't qualify. So here we come. This one has already been disqualified, though it's normal. And the BMI must be. Oh, wait, they said the height must be at least. Okay. No, this one's fine. At least. Simply meaning this is the minimum. So this is 62 normal. Why? The weight is in between. Okay. Then we have this. A was, because the value of A as 18. Sorry, we got the value of A as 18. We got the value of A as 18,3. 18,3 using the table here, 18,3. It's normal. It's 18, this is also okay. Normal. So people who didn't qualify is 1, 2, 3, 4. We have figure number 7, 8, 12, 14, 15. They don't qualify. 7, 8, 12, 14. You can say 8, 12, and 14. Because they are overweight. They are overweight. Yes, question number 20. And we're looking again at electricity tariffs. And we shall see that it's also, sorry, we shall find out the toll road tariffs as we go on. Anyway, as I told you last time, once you get a table like this, the first thing you do is to look for the maximum kiloliters that you have for each bracket. So for block 1, we have a maximum of 50. Then we shall come here now. We said we ignore the numbers on the left hand side. You ignore them. So we start subtracting 250 minus 50. You get 200. 400 minus 250. You get 150. 400 minus 600 minus 400. You get 200. This will remain empty. The reason why we do this is to find the maximum units for each bracket. The maximum units for each bracket. Indeed, if you add these up, you'll end up having 400. If you add 200, you get 600. That's how we break it down. All right, let's look at the questions that we have today. Write an equation to calculate the cost in rands of consuming between 0 to 50 kilowatts of units in 2022. Now we are looking at the prices that we have. These are cents. These are cents, but they want them to become rands. We say when we are changing from cents to rands, we divide by 100. So the formula for this, it will be number of units times, this is 2020, so we shall multiply by 138, 43 divided by 100. Why am I dividing by 100? I want them to become rands, and this will be your equation. That will be your equation. Calculate the number of kilowatts in the block 1 and block 2. Number of kilowatts. Now, this is straightforward. Okay, block 1 we said it's 50. Block 2 is 200. So, you can separate them. So, block 1, 50 units. Then block 2, we are saying it's 200. All right, you don't need to calculate. We calculated already in the table there. Someone might ask us, how do you get the 50? How do you get the 200? Block 1, we said it's 50 minus 0. You get 50. Block 2, we are saying 250 minus 50. You get 200. You get 200. In June 2021, the McKinsey household received a statement indicating that the previous reading was 125,693 kilowatts, and the current reading is 125,996 kilowatts. Calculate how many kilowatts the family will pay for. Now, what you're going to do for me is one, remember, whenever we're looking for this, we say current minus the previous. Current minus the previous. So current minus the previous, we know it that it's 125,996 minus 1, 2, 5, 6, 9, 3. I'm here looking at this. These are the same. Yeah, no, so we subtract 999, 196. So 996 minus 693. 996 minus 693. So they have used 303 kilowatts. Or someone might say units. Someone might say units. Use the number of kilowatts calculated in 20.1.3 above to calculate the total amount the family will pay, including VAT. This is interesting. One, what you have to know here, yes, we are calculating the cost. Actually, you call it the total cost of electricity. Two, we shall need to include VAT. Three, the money has to be in rands. These are the critical. Yes, I'm looking for total cost of electricity, but it has to be in rands and it has to include VAT. All right. If the people have used, if someone has used 303, when we go to our table above here, 303, where does it belong? 303. Definitely, 303 has gone beyond block 1, it has gone beyond block 2, and it's in block number 3. So if it goes up to block number 3, what we need to put in our mind, it's the person used 303. We take off the ones for block 1. What remain with 303 minus. So this remains like 253. 253. So 253 has been pushed to the second block. But the second block requires 200 only. What we do, we come, remove the 200 that is required. Whatever remains is pushed to the second block. So I'm remaining with 53. 53 is pushed to block number 3, but block number 3 requires 150. 150. So here we don't subtract y. 53 is below 150. So we start looking for the money that we are going to pay. All right. This was 2021. Okay, so we're going to use 2021. We're in this block here. This is what we're going to use. So if someone has used 50 units, how much do they pay? We shall say 50 times 132,26. Don't forget, divide by 100. Why am I dividing by 100? I'm changing it to rands. Come down here. 200. If someone has used 200, how much are they going to get? 200 times 143,68 over 100. See that? So what answer do we get there? The answers now you get, they will be in rands. Then we go to block number 3. The person has used 53 kilowatts times how much? We are looking at this. So here, block 3, we multiply by this. Divided by 100. This is R. Okay, now let's find the final answers now. 50 times 1,326. 226. This is 66 rands. 13 cents.
Then 200 times 1,368 divided by 100. Yeah, 287,36. Let me write the total costs this side. The person who has used 53. So these are the prices. For block 1, they will pay that. Block 2, they will pay that. And block 3. So we add up everything. So 66,13 plus 287. 36 plus 82,96. What do they get? So they have paid 436 rands 45. So this excludes VAT. We need to include VAT. What do we do? We multiply by 1,15, which becomes 500. We can repeat it here. Or may I repeat it here? We said the person has used 303 units. So if we put 303 units in block 1 only needs 50 units from this. So you pay for the 50 units. How much is it? We said each was 132.26 cents. So we divide by 100. Why? We need this money to become rands. Then whatever has remained after subtracting goes to block number 2 and remain with 253. But in block number 2, remember very well that block number 2 needs only 200 units. So we shall come here, we say 200. We pay for them, which was 200 each was 143.68 cents. We divide by 100 because we want it to become rands. Okay, so whatever remains after subtracting, which is 53, this has been pushed to block number 3. So in block number 3, it needs a maximum of 150. 53 is below 150, so we don't subtract. What do? We take whatever we are remaining with, we multiply with the number that we have there as 156.53 over 100 over 100. So you get your values there. First value, you have it there. These rands. add everything up. Add everything up. This does not have VAT. Include VAT. And you end up with 500. So this is your final answer. Yes, another person might ask us, what about if I get the answers and I change to runs afterwards? That's fine. That's fine. You can as well do that. Yes, we are saying you can change at the end, which will mean you have 50 times times 13226. You get your answer as 6,600. But it is a what? Cents. Then the next one was 200 times 143, comma 28,736. Then the other one's 53 times 'So we add everything up. And at this moment, you can also include VAT. And you divide by 100. You get your final answer as 501,92. This is also another method. You calculate them through using cents, then you change to rands at the end. It's fine. All right, let's look at 20.2. Sakwe family is traveling from Johannesburg to Cape Town. They plan to travel along the N1 route. The toll road tariff table for different vehicle classes is shown below. We have the toll gate at Grasmere, Val. Then we have another one at that place and the other one at that place there. So Study the table above and answer the questions that follow. Number 1, 20.1.5. Okay. State one possible way of saving electricity. This was supposed to be up there. You say, turn off all unused appliances. Turn off all unused appliances. You can call them devices. Switch off the lights as you leave the room. Right. Use solar for some devices like lights, and you use electricity for heavy consuming appliances like geysers and stoves for cooking. You may use also gas for cooking. Use alternative sources of energy. Okay. How many different toll gates are in between Johannesburg and Cape Town along the N1? So we have, how many are they? These are the routes where the toll gates are. 1, 2, 3, 4. Determine the class where you pay the same amount more than once. The same amount more than once. Here we have class A. We have same amount. But does it appear anywhere else? No. Class 2. We have the same amount. Does it appear anywhere else? No. But here we have 28, 28, same amount. Again, 139, 139. So it has to be class what? Class 3. Class 3. If you drove a car towing caravan, how much would you have to pay at Venloch toll gate? So towing a caravan, they mean this. It's class 1. So we go to class 1 at this toll gate here. You pay how much? 46 rands. Calculate how much will it cost the Zaki family motor car if they traveled a return trip between Louisiana and Pearl. Between Louisiana and Pearl. Now let's go there and see. We are okay. Louisiana to Pearl. So they will be paying. Okay. Let's find out which car they drive. Calculate how much family motor car if they traveled a return trip. Family motor car. What could we call it? Okay, it's in class 1, no matter what. It's in class 1. So we shall see how much will they pay. So we are going to add all this because they are from here. From here, Louisiana goes to Grasmere. Then from Grasmere, they go to from Amanda to Grasmere.
They said they're from this place. Yes, so already this place is here. So it's from this place to this place. You pay 54. Allow me to list you here. So you pay 16. So we shall pay 16. We pay 54, 45, and the 32. This 16 comes from 8 plus 6 plus 8. So they'll pay 16 plus 54 plus 46. They will pay 32. Which is 148. During the peak hours, that's from 16 hours to 18 hours, about 200 plus A. Plus 1. We have then class 2. In class 3, we have class 4. We have they pass through Val toll gates. Calculate the amount in rands. The amount made by this toll gate at this time. So 200, this is class 1, shall multiply by the money according. So let's go there to VAR. We are here. Looking at this. That's class 1, class 2, class 3, and class 4. That's what you're looking at. So how much are they going to pay? How much are they going to pay? So what we're going to do, we're going to multiply. So this, they will cost 54 times 1 and 101. This they cost this much, and this they cost that much. All right. So we get the final answers. So 240 times 54, 12,960. Then 150 times 101, 15,150 times 120 times 122, 14,640, 50 times 162,
That's the money. We shall expect you to create what we call equations. Not equations. We shall expect you to have what we call expressions. Or the other word they like is, and it's called our formula. All right. Then number two, from the formula, it will be easy for you to complete or to find the missing values in a given table. This table has what we call variables, both independent and dependent. We shall look at that when time comes. We go to the other part. We shall be expected to draw a graph. This will work when we are comparing options, or we shall be looking at income and expenditure, as we shall see. All right, and it will also work when we look at cell phone tariffs. All right, having seen that a tariff is a charge per unit, so it's simply meaning now let's start with electricity. Electricity, we shall not expect you to draw a graph, nor will you have an equation, but you have to learn how to interpret it. All right, let's look at this. This simply means when you look at the table, these are blocks representing this line like that. So this is block 1, which states from 0 to 50 kilowatts per hour. These are the units for electricity, kilowatts per hour. Then, so block 1 takes from 0 to 50. So what is the maximum units that we need in block 1? There will be 50. Why? From 0 to 50. Then block number 2 looks at this. It starts at 51, it ends at 350. So how many units do we need? Now what you're going to do, for you to find out the maximum units for these other blocks, all you do is to subtract. Okay, so what are we going to subtract? We shall say 350 minus this 50 here. So here we have the maximum as 300 units. Then this other one here, it will be 600 minus 350, whereby you get 250 units. All right. Now, each unit that you've got costs this much. Each unit. And when you look at the table clearly, the more units you use, the more you pay. Yes, take note, all tariffs are VAT exclusive, simply meaning all these costs do not include VAT. If you're to calculate the cost, you have to include VAT. And remember, including VAT, we shall always multiply by 1,15. This is including. When we are excluding, we shall divide. In this scenario, we don't need to exclude. We need to include. Why? The prices do not have VAT. Your final answer should have VAT. All right, let's look at the first question. We have 1.1. Write down the tariff per kilowatt charged in block 2. So our block 2, it's this one here. Charge per kilowatt, it will be this one here. They didn't say including VAT. So you just pick your pen, you write the answer the way you see it. Okay, that would be the answer. Then determine the amount to be paid for 250 kilowatts per hour of electricity. You would say 250 units of electricity. We're going to look at this clearly, and we shall be using the table above as we calculate down. Number 1, what you're going to do, take the units used minus 50. Why do we subtract the 50? Because electricity is in block 1. That's where it starts from. But in block 1, block 1 only caters for first 50 units. So this is 250. Simply meaning it has exceeded the first block. Well and good. So you put the 50 that belong to block number 1, and you multiply each by the number or the amount per kilo unit. Yeah, take note. When you subtract these two, you remain with 200. This side, these are units, and this is the cost to be paid. Now, block 1, we saw it needs 250. It needs 50 units. Block number 2 needs a maximum of 300,
But whatever we remain with is less than 300. So simply meaning we shall need to pay for those units. And how much is each? It's 0.9440. Get the answers there. Sorry. 50 times 0.8375. We get the answer. This answer is 41 rand 88. I'm rounding off because money cannot be in 3 decimals. Okay, let's do the second one. 200 times 0.9440. We get the answer as 188 rands 80 cents. Add up everything. Add up everything. You get the answer as 230.68. That's how we get. But remember, this cost here does not include VAT. What do? You need to include VAT. And we said, including VAT, we multiply by 1,15. 1,15. And we have our final answer as 200 rands, 65 rands, and 28 cents. That's how we get this answer here. All right, let's take another example. Someone might be asking, what about if it exceeds? What about if it exceeds 350? We're going to look at that now. All right, let's look at an example here. Let's calculate if the cost of using 380 units of electricity. So number one, we remember we looked at this. This has 50 units. Then here we said it has 300. This is 250. So 380, it has exceeded 350 by 30. Simply meaning you've used the 50, you've used the 300. What's remaining to make it 380? Let's see the 80. So the 80 will belong to this bracket here. So for you to look for the cost, it will be so easy. You say 50 times 0, plus the next bracket is what? 8. Oh, sorry, this is 30, not. This should be 30, not. So this is 300 because it's bracket number 2 used fully, plus the 30 times 1,262. So when you add the units, they should give you 38. This is 50 plus 300, 350 plus 30, you get 38. By then, anyway, let's look. When you multiply 50 times 0,375, what do you get? You have the answer is 41,88 plus 300 times 0,944. What do you get? You have the answers 283 rand 20 cents plus the 30 times 1,262 6 to 9. Becomes 37. 18, 9. I round off my answer. So I add everything up. I add up everything. So I end up having 362 rands, 97. It's not the end. Why? The person, we have to include, need to include VAT times 1,15. So your final answer becomes 417.42 cents. 417 rands 42 cents. So this will be the cost of using 380 units. All right, let's look at this scenario whereby determine the number of what? Units. One will get if they spend 591 rand 69 cents. So now we shall be working backwards. First and foremost, if you have this much money, what you're going to do, because the values you have in the table exclude VAT, the first thing you're going to do for me, please exclude VAT. Step number 1, exclude VAT. Why am I excluding VAT? Because the cost I'm looking, this one already includes VAT. So the cost that I'm looking at here in the table, this one in the table does not have VAT. So what am I going to do? Let me first exclude VAT from the money the person has. I'll come and divide by 1,15. I'm excluding VAT. So I have the answer as 514 rands 51. So now this is what I'm going to deal with. So having got this much money without VAT, so number 1, I will have now to subtract the 50 units, the cost for the 50 units, because this is what you start with. So we shall say minus 50 times. Remember the bracket, the 50, this 50 here is what I'm starting with, which is 50 times 0, comma. When I do this, how many units am I catering for? I'm catering for the first 50, what? 50 units. I put them aside. All right. Then I need to subtract, find out how much is it. I remain with 472.64 rands. You see? So this is good for it's pushed to bracket number 2. But bracket number 2 needs a maximum of 300 units. And each unit is charged at 0.9440. How much is it? This will be 300 what? These are 300 units. You see? This I do this when I'm given the money. When I'm given units, I need to do this other one here. Okay? So this money here, 472 rand 64 cents minus the money got from the 300 units. Indeed, yeah. So I remain with 1. You see, but then I ask myself, yes, now I've gone to bracket block number 3. Block number 3, if I'm to use all the units, how much do I pay? Let me see. 250, 250, this one here. These are the number of units. I need to know how much will they cost. So if I use a full block, which is 250 times 1,12629, I need to pay how much? 315. But here, when it comes to this is less than 115. So simply meaning they use block 1, the 50 units, they use block number 3 fully. What is here? So I need to come and divide this by 2629. 2629. This one here that you see here. Together. So when I divide my answer 189, by 1,269, okay, I end up having 150,00. So these are also what? Units. So in total, it will be the 50 I've used in bracket 1 plus the 300 I've used in bracket 2 plus the 150 that I've used. So when I add everything here, I end up having 500 units, which is indeed right. Okay, let's look at this. Okay, now we are here. The table below shows the rates of domestic prepaid electricity. Prepaid electricity. Prepaid electricity. So we shall see. Still, you do the same thing. Block 1 caters for block 1 caters for block 1 caters for 50 units. Block 2 caters for 300. Block 3 caters for 250. Block 4 caters for whatever has exceeded the 250. It comes here. All right, that means you're looking at George. The George family used 250 kilowatts electricity the month of December. Calculate the amount they need to pay. Now, look at that. Now, another thing, take note, the prices are here, but they have not told us that they exclude VAT. So don't worry, just calculate them the way they are. Do not, please don't include VAT. It's already included. So the first thing you're going to do is to break down this into these blocks. 250, the 50 units will come here. What do you remain with? You remain with 200. Indeed, the 200 will come here. And it will stop here. Why? The person used 250. So because had it gone beyond 300, then it will bring the breaking down here. Anyway, let's come and see. We shall say 50 times 0, 0.76 plus, here we have 200, which will be 200 units times 0, So this is 432 rands. In January, they used 351 kilowatts. Determine the difference between December and January payments. We are going to do the same. However, allow me to use a different color for January. We'll use red. Now, January, this was December. January, they are talking of 351. You see? Still, we shall say the 51 units are in block number 1. So what's remaining? Whatever is remaining, it's supposed to be 301. 301 has been pushed to bracket number 2, but bracket number 2 needs a maximum of 300. So over 301, the 300 will sit here. Then what's remaining? 1. 1 will come to block number 3. Together. So the 50 that you have here has to multiply with this number. The 300 you have here, it multiplies with this number. And the 1 unit you have here, it has to multiply with this number. Let's do that very fast. 50 times 7, sorry, 0.76 plus the 300 times the 97 cents plus our 1 times 1 rand 16 cents. Multiply everything. As you add. So we add and we get the value as, you see? So this is the money, this is January. But we are looking at determining the difference. Determining the difference simply means we need to subtract. This will mean we need to subtract. What are we going to subtract? We shall subtract the cost in January minus the cost in December. Are we there? So the cost in January was 330 rands 16 cents minus 232 rands. So what is the difference? Subtraction to find out the answer. So the difference is 98 rand 16 cents. That's what it simply means. Our last question, 1.3. If one pays 62 rands 25 cents for the units used in a month, determine how many units they have used, or how many units they would have used. Anyway, as I told you, the last example we've just seen. Now, this is the cost. We are not looking for the cost. How? We are not looking for the cost, but we need to deal with whatever is given to us. What we're going to do now, first and foremost, we shall ask ourselves, if the person uses 50 units, how much do they pay? When you calculator, multiply there and you find out. So if the person has used 50 units, they have only paid 38. You see that? So what about if they use the 300 units in bracket number 2? 300 units in bracket number 2. They for 300, they will have to pay 291. So you see that the price used is more than bracket 1, but less than bracket 2. Simply meaning they used block 1 complete. What do I mean by complete? They used the 50. The units are more than 50 units because block 1 caters for 50. And if you use them all, you pay this much. So they used more than this. That means block 1 qualifies, but block 2 does not qualify. That means there's they didn't use block 2 completely. They used part of it. How are we going to know now? So now we shall say the 62 rands that they used minus the money for the block 1, 50 for 50 units, which is 38. Subtract it and remain with. So whatever remains comes from block number 2, which is 24 rands. So if you remain with this one, you shall divide it by 97 cents. Why? It has been pushed to block number 2, but by how many units? By 25. So units used will be the 50
There is question number 1.1. The first question asks us to show how the cost of one yogurt was calculated. When we look at our annexure here, or when you look at the table that we have, it says 6 per pack. They cost how much? 10 rands 99. Only one yogurt costs this much. So we need to know how they got this money. So all we had to do is to take the amount per pack divided by the number of yogurts in one pack, which is 6. And we came to determine the maximum number of apples per bag. When you look at the apples that we have, dash apples cost 22 rands 99 cents, but only one apple costs 2 rands 87. So how many apples are they? Then indeed we needed to divide, whereby we took the amount of the cost per pack divided by the cost for only one apple to find out how many apples. So you end up having 8,01, but definitely we cannot have half an apple, or we can't have apples decimals. So these were 8 apples. All right, let's look at question number 1.1.3, which asks show how it asks us, or it asks us to show how the total cost to make one lunch pack is 18, or you can put 18 rands. So we shall take the cost for one juice, which is 5 rands 63 cents plus 1 rand 55 cents plus 1 rand 57 cents plus 2 rands 87 cents plus 1 rand 83 cents plus 3 rands 54 cents and plus 1 rand 37 cents. Indeed, you will get the money as all right. The profit V8 makes per lunch pack is in around 54 cents. Calculate the selling price of one pack. Remember, profit price, which simply means we shall get the profit, which is already this much, plus the cost price, which is that much. And the answer became 35 rands. Determine the term profit in the given. So here, what is profit? We shall say profit is an amount of money added onto the cost price to determine selling price. All right. So write down the ratio of the bulk price of 100% fruit juice to the bulk price of sweets. Come here. Look, fruit juice, it's this one here. We are going to compare it with sweets which are here. So if possible, you write J for juice, which is 135 rands, is 2. Sweets, I will put the S there. How much are the sweets? It's what? 85. So now the simplest way to do this, to get the simplest ratio, so all you have to do is to divide through either by the smallest number, right, which will become 135 divided by 85. On your calculator, it will give you a certain fraction to give you an answer that looks like this. So simply meaning the 27 goes under that 135, and the 17 will come here from your calculator, because your calculator will give you an answer like this. So the 27 goes to the bigger side and the 17 goes to the smaller side. Let's continue to question number 1.2. 1.2, it has a certain diagram there, and they want us to answer this diagram. When you look at this diagram here clearly, you read through the scenario. When you read through the scenario, it says white brown represented by W, white bread represented by W, then brown bread represented by B, a bread roll represented by R. So here we shall come and see now, of all these items that we have here, something is missing, because we see white bread, it's here. All right, then bread roll, it's here. So here what's missing, it's what we call the brown what? Bread. You see that? So when it comes here, okay, yeah, in this section here, someone has to end with a T. But from where? It's toasted, but it's meeting what? Bread roll. So simply meaning the answer is supposed to be RT. So when we come here, shall say our A is brown bread, and the B, it's RT. All right, name the diagram that we've just seen above here. The diagram we've just seen above is called the tree diagram. Together? It's not a two-way table. This is a tree diagram. All right, write down the total number of outcomes. So now we shall come here and count them. They're here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So we have 6 possible outcomes. 6 possible outcomes. So calculate the number of toast bread outcomes. Toast bread outcomes. So remember, we are looking at T, because T here looks at bread can be toast or not. So we shall come and say, we shall come and count. We have 1, 2, and 3. So these are the 3 possible outcomes for that. All right, let's when you look at question number 1.1.3, it looks at a certain diagram. And the diagram that we see above here is called the box and the whiskers. Identify the diagram above. These ones we call them box and whiskers together, right? Now once you see such a diagram, this is under data handling. The question that you expect is to identify the maximum or the minimum value, identify the lower quartile or the upper quartile, or identify the median, which is Q2. Another thing that you have to take note here is that you might be asked to find the range or to give the median. If not, you might be asked to give the interquartile range, which is this one here. IQR represents interquartile Then the R represents range, of which how do we get it? We shall always get it from Q3 minus Q1. If you want, you call it upper quartile minus lower quartile. All right, set the median for the store A. Looking at question number 1.3.3. Now we are looking for median of A. So what you do, you come to the diagram. This is A. So the middle number, this one here, which is our Q2, will always represent the median together. So now the median here is the middle number. And when you take a clear look at this line, it's in between 260 to 280. So the number which is supposed to be in between, is supposed to be 270. So that's a median for store A. Let's look here. Calculate the difference between the maximum value and the minimum value of store B. So we shall take it to be maximum minus minimum. In other words, they were looking for range. Why am I subtracting? I'm subtracting because I'm looking for the difference. Difference will always mean subtract. So we shall go back there. Let's look for the maximum value of store B. The maximum value of store B is 440 minus the minimum, which is 100. So the answer here becomes 300. The answer becomes 300. So question number 1, it's done. All right, let's look at question number 2. Question number 2, we shall require to look at the annexure. And the annexure that we are looking at, is it to be this one here. This is it. Question number 2.1. Take a clear note to a clear look at it very well. Is you are answering annexure A 2.1. All right, let's go there and you see. It asks us to write down the reference number that Bongwe must use when she pays her account. So we come here to the annexure. The reference number, it was this one here. Please, when you get the annexure, please start reading from up to down. Take your time. All right. But not that much time, by the way. But you take your time when you're reading. Don't just rush, because you might see a lot of numbers here and start writing anything that you find, because someone might just write unit 16, which is not right. The reference number, it's this one here, which is BGD0016. All right, let's look at that. So everyone has seen that, which is BGD0016. Okay. One reason why reference numbers are used when making payments. Remember, we are unique people. They're different people. Okay, this accounts for a specific person. So I'm here seeing the reference number. The person dealing with your the person dealing with your payments will clearly see that, no, this person by the payment. You understand? Look at the missing value of A. Let's go to the next and you see A is right here. It's the balance on the 1st of June 2020. Together. So a certain amount was taken out. The balance, then what remain with, let's go there and we see. So simply meaning we shall have to subtract. We shall take this, subtract it from this. We have to remain with a negative number there. So it's 320. 5,1 minus 320, and the answer became together. Since credit part, that's the statement to be. Total amount 340 rands 73 cents, including VAT. So they are telling you to exclude. Whenever you hear excluding, what has to come in your head, you're going to divide. But you're going to divide by 1,15. Whenever you hear excluding, then when you hear of please include, then including you shall need to multiply. Take note of that. So here we are going to exclude VAT. We are going to remove VAT from this amount of money. So what we do, we divide. So they want you to have the amount without VAT. So the amount without VAT is 2,035 rands, 42 cents. This is how we get the, now this is the money excluding VAT. Calculate to 2 decimal. Please take note of that in bracket. They want us to calculate 2 decimal places. Calculate round off to 2 decimal places. The standard levy for June 2021 as the amount due on the statement. Are we there? So simply meaning here we shall need to do what? We shall need to take, now go to the annexure. Annexure, when you come here, you analyze that the standard levy, this is what they are saying, the standard levy, this one here, this amount here is what they want you to. But take note, as we look, because you need a percentage, what you have to know, for you to get a percentage, get a fraction, multiply it by 100. So in this case, we are going to take the levy because it's smaller than the, and here you put the amount due. So the standard levy, it's how much? We remember very well from the annexure that it's 1,498 rands 63 cents divided by, it's not a negative, mind you, it's not a negative, divided by 2,340 3,000 2,000 2,000 2,340 and 73 cents. Multiply this by 100. Together, put that in a calculator. Please, you're free to calculate with me to follow in that we don't make mistakes. So the answer here, I have it as 64, why am I rounding off? Because it told me to 2 decimal places. So that's why I have this answer here. So let's check very well. How do they mark this? You know? So here, do you have a fraction? Do you have the right number on top? Do you have the right number? Did you multiply? Did you get the right answer? Right? This is how we could mark it. Are we there? Okay, let's continue. Write down the possible payment option for this. Now we go and we see, we come to this and we say the possible payment. Take note of this. It's here. You understand? The possible, it says what? Number one, it says no cash. Take note, important, no cash. Then the other part is what? Check. So you come here and write check options or check payment. Check payment. Check payment. 2.1.7, it says this place or the estate has 49 units. So let's calculate the 49 units times the levy cost, which you come here, the check here. The levy cost, it's this one here, 30 rands 90 cents. So come multiply by 30 rands 90 cents. What answer do you get? So 49 units, each has to pay 30 rands, 90 units, and you end up having 1,514 rands and 10 cents. All right, 10 cents. The last question, last question, question number 2.1. Let's look at this. They say the Blueberry Gardens Body Corporate increased the standard levy by 6.45% from 1st August. So remember, take note, the amount is going to increase from whatever they've been paying now. It's going to increase by 6.45. So what is the new amount? Simply meaning increase. When we are increasing, we are going to add. First and foremost, look for 6%, which is the same as this much, times, we are looking at the standard levy. So we go to the next chart, look for the standard levy. Standard levy is this amount here, 1,498 rands 63 cents. So we shall come here, multiply 1,498 rands 63 cents. Put it in brackets. What am I? I'm looking for this percentage, but because it's an increment, I need to add only the original amount. This money has to go up. You understand? So here you end up having your answer as 1,595 rands and 29 cents. Someone else would have done this, or take 100 plus 6.45, again divide this by 100 times the number that you are increasing. This one will give you a straightforward answer. You don't need to add on the amount again, which becomes 15995.29. Together. Someone might ask us, why didn't we add as we added? Here, this plus here is considered to be this one here. The multiplication is this one here. Either way, you still get the same marks. You look through the scenario here. The scenario, you're trying to. Scenario is up here. Bongiwe has twins. Twins simply meaning two children. They were born on the same day, not at the same time, but they were born on the same day. You understand? One is older than the other by a few minutes. Okay, they are twins. Simply meaning, the moment you hear twins, you know that they are two people. The moment you hear it's a couple, two people. You understand? Take note of that. Okay. Who attend a private school? The total fees payable per child for the school fees for the year from January to November is as follows. Take note of that. Now, charges for aftercare are 7,000 700 per school year, or 700 monthly. So if you want to pay annually, you pay 7,700. That's, or if you want to pay every month, you pay 700. Take note of this. They never said for each children, so we shall leave it the way it is. All right, then we go to where the total fees payable per child for the school year is as follows. Okay, yeah, this is per child. Okay, we shall do the. So here we go. They said, okay, the total transport cost for the twins for the full year. Look here, they said charges after care. This is per, okay. Then for the first, now here they mixed. Definitely you have a discount if you have more than one child. So they give you a certain discount here. Then 10% is 10% is the one that's paid on the child, the second child. That's a 10% discount on the second child. Then a 7.5% discount is given when you pay your school fees before or by 31st January. Then the monthly transport cost is 929. So now if you're looking at, remember these are two children, each will be paying this much. You understand? Monthly transport shall multiply by 11. And what answer do you end up having? 20,000. £438. This is only transport. I'm multiplying by 2 because there are two people. Remember, I'm getting it. Monthly transport cost is this much. Either, but here they say the total fees payable per child. You understand? So this is per child. You understand? These other two conditions, as if you have more than one child. But here everything here is for per child. So this is how much they will cost. Oh, this is how much the person will pay for the twins. Okay, the total transport for the twins. So each child, there are two multiplied by that. 11 because their school year is from January to November. So those are 11 months. We cannot comprehend that. All right, let's continue. Now, let's look at this question here. He intends on paying the school fees. It tends to pay the school fees in full on the 31st what? January. Take note, whoever pays before 31st or by 31st, they have a discount. You understand? So let's continue. Now, what we're going to do, number one, we're going to say, determine the total amount of money Bongiwe will spend in one school year for the twins to attend a private school, including aftercare and transport. So transport is already catered for. We shall look at that after. But the aftercare is not yet. So we shall say aftercare. Allow me write it like this. Aftercare, 7,700 times 2. Why? These are two children. And we end up having 50,400. This is for 1 year. Put it aside, please. Plus, let's continue. Now we start the school fees. For one child, the child will pay 2,793. Now, the other child qualifies for a discount. Why? Because there are two. So this discount here, let's do it this way. The discount, because at now the price is at 100%. If the person gets a discount of 10, that means you remove 10% from the 100%. How much are you going to pay? It should be 90 over 100 times the money they were supposed to pay. Together, put it in brackets. I'm looking at monthly amount. Together, times 11. Why am I multiplying by 11 and not 12? Because their year is from January to November. The payments are considered to be that way. So we continue. Put this as it is in the calculator, please. So the school fees will be 58,373 rands 70 cents. This is school fees. So we've looked at aftercare, we've looked at school fees. Now the transport, we shall pick it from up here. So transport, allow me use it like this. So add up everything. So which will be it will be 15 plus that much plus which is 90. We have the answer is 211 rands 70 cents. All right. If not, someone else would have done this. Someone else would have done this. Someone else would have done this. Let's look at, when you look at the annual, we look at only annual amounts and you see what answer we end up having. Yay! Sorry. Anyway, let's look at that. We forgot to put the 7%, 7.5%. All right, let's do it annually. Annually. Let's look at it in bulk, can we see? We said after care 7,700 times 2. We got our answer there as 15,500. Sorry, 15,400 throughout the year. Transport, we already have it as 20,000. Then we look at the school fees. We look at the fees. In 1 year, annual. Now we are looking at the annual part of. In 1 year, only one child has to pay this much. You understand? 30,723 rands. Then the other person is going to pay a discount of 10%, simply meaning it's going to pay 0.9, which is 90%. So multiply by that. The first twin is going to pay full. The second twin is paying this together. Since this is annual, we only have to add it up, and you see what amount of money do we end up having. We have let me try something here. Now he has so still when you add it, but then we had forgotten the 7 comma. Look at that. A further 7.5% discount is given if school fees are paid in full. Now, I would like us to take this to be only on school fees. The 7% does not apply to aftercare and does not apply to the transport. It's only on the school fees because the first child school, you see the school fee scenario is only here. You see that? So we shall not. So that's why the 7.5 has to come in here. So we are looking for the discount together. So first and foremost, we shall multiply it by 7.5% to look for the discount. Afterwards, we subtract. And let's do that. So the discount is 4,378 and 3 cents. So the total school fees will be this much minus the discount. Which is 53,995 rands. 67 what? Cents. You might, when you subtract here, you might have a different answer according to your rounding off, but I've not been rounding off that much. But anyway, so now what do? We are going to add the total. Remember, they want us to get the total amount, the person, including aftercare and transport. So we shall take that, add on your 20,000, which is for transport, 20,438. Daycare is 15,400. Add everything up. So the person will end up paying 89,833 rands and 67 cents. That's what Bongi will end up paying. All right. This was finance question 1 and 2. So we go to data handling, which is question number 3. Why do we say that this is data handling? We look at what we call data. Are we there? All right. Okay. Yeah, there was also data handling on top here, which is box and whiskers 1.3. That's data handling also. Okay, let's continue and we see this. Write down the province with the second highest number of sheep for Feb 2021. We shall come under sheep here together. Come under the sheep. You can number them together. You can number them. Let's come here and we number. Now, first and foremost, Feb 2021 sheep. So we are here, sheep. Feb 2021 is here. So the second highest. So that means you should have the first highest. So when you check here, this number, this is 6,300. You understand? We have 5,000. So this is the number 1, 2. You see? Followed by 3, but you don't need to go further because we are looking for the second highest. So remember, say province. So the province is what? Northern Cape. Northern All right, calculate the Eastern Cape's estimated total number of livestock for August 2020 estimated. So livestock. Remember, they are saying livestock. Livestock is that means you're going to add cattle, sheep, and goats, but which it's August 2020. You see that? August 2020. So you come here. How many cattle do we have in Eastern Cape? So you come and say 3,050 plus. So because this is it, ne? August 2020. So you skip, then you come to August 2020. Now sheep, we have 6,513 plus 1,991. Add everything up. So you end up having the answer as 11,554. This is not money. Remember, livestock. So you've added your cattle, you've added that other, you've added what? Goats and sheep. That's how we get it. All right, this is so interesting. 7 marks, 3.1, 3.1.3. The province me add all the numbers plus the unknown. Definitely the unknown won't give you an answer because you don't know it yet. All right? You don't know it yet. So we shall add and we are saying 254 plus 5182 plus all 330 plus 6. Why am I adding? I'm adding because they got, and I'm asking myself how did they get it? So they got it by adding all the values, including the unknown, and they divided by 9. I'll put my division here. They divided by 9. They got their mean. They got their answer as 2,400,000. You see that? So now we shall scroll down. So if they add everything like that, when you add everything, the numbers themselves, I believe you end up having now you find out that but remember these are thousands. So you put plus the missing A should give me which was okay, remember this was divided by 9. So for you to remove the 9, you need to multiply by 9 on both sides. This 9 will go with that. You see? Multiply with this, what do you end up having? You have so here we have this much plus the A equals 2. You multiply that, you get this much. And because you're looking for A, this has to come this other side, so it means that you're going to subtract. See that? So the value of A becomes 199. Sorry, becomes 198,996. Now, since you're comparing it with 200, we need to divide this by 1,000 to take it back to look like those other ones. Then you end up having 988. You have 198.99, which make when you round it up, it becomes 199. So the conclusion, please don't forget, they said verify using whether it's valid. So it's what? It say, remember it said less than 200. Then it's what? The statement is valid. How did you get this number here? You add all these highlighted numbers, then multiply by 1,000. Why do I multiply by? Because these values are given in thousands together. All right. We'll go to this next question. Question 3.2. Question 3.2. It looks, oh, it should have an annexure there. The annexure, you shall see it. It's here. 3.2. 3.2. Okay, this is a pie chart, and it's split into together. The livestock is split into, you see that? You see this 48. It's this other one here, this part here. So they have not looked at these other crops. We are looking at livestock. On livestock is this percentage here. This is how it's distributed. You see that? All right, let's go there and we see the question. Let's start there. Okay. State whether the data is, state whether the data displayed on annexure B is categorical or numerical. Together. So we look at this and we you have to differentiate between, you need to differentiate between categorical and numerical. You understand? I'll start with numerical. Numerical, it's always quantitative, right? Whereas categorical, it's, take note of that, it's descriptive. It describes. You understand? It describes. So now the data that we have here describing, it's not descriptive. You however much have put some items into categories, but this is not descriptive. It's so here we say it's numerical. Yes, and remember, when you look at numerical, I believe your teacher has already talked about this. Numerical, this one is split into two, whereby we have continuous and discrete. What you have to remember that continuous, it should have decimals or commas. And together, discrete, we are looking at whole numbers. Together, another thing is that discrete can be counted. It's counted 1, 2, 3, 4. You understand? You can see all things. Okay? Whereas this one here, it's instead of being counted, it's measured. It's measured. So take note of that together. All right, let's look at this. Missing value of A. Let's look at the annexure and we look at the missing value of A. When you look at the missing value of A, it falls under the category of animals, and the percentage there, it's 25. You see that? You look at that. So simply meaning when you add all these other small percentages, they should add up to 25, not 48. It's 25. Why do I say 25? Because they have already split this to come, because they're saying that all these percentages make up 25%. So we go there and we see the value of A will become, now we've seen as 25 minus 5 minus 5 minus 2 minus 2, which is 5 minus 2 minus 2, which is the same as 25 minus 9. And the answer becomes 16%. Please do not forget that. And actually, I'm here looking at it, it takes on a bigger part of it. See that? Okay, we continue this other question. Calculate the in millions, calculate the calculate in millions the actual rand value of horticulture sales. So what we're going to do today is take note of it. South Africa agriculture sector sales in 2019 amounted so here we I'll show the distribution. All right, we shall go there. Check on the next year. Horticulture is 27%. So we shall come here and we shall come here and say, since horticulture contributed 27%, we shall take 27% times the money. Don't worry about it. First and foremost, do this for me. So whatever answer there that it is. So now these are billions times a billion should have 9 zeros. Ne? So now when you multiply like that, you will end up having 85. Because now I have 3 zeros here because I have 3 numbers after the comma. That means these 3 zeros will go. So I'll remain with this much. Together. So this is the answer that we have. Okay, in millions, we shall remain with this is in millions. Give a valid reason why there is a category for other livestock under animals. Yes, we have some other animals that were not mentioned. So they fall under others to take care of others. Or there are some animals that are not usually kept as livestock. Ne? Here we have sheep, chicken, others like goat. We don't see goat here. Some other people keep some other animals like pigs. They are not here, you know, so to cater for that.
Please use the link below to get the notes, questions and other videos. Don't forget to subscribe, like and share to others for our daily new videos.
Come back, let's look at an example, an activity that's a little bit complicated, but not that much. It's all about finance, which is paper 1. We shall be looking at the pay slip or salary advance that we shall be using right now. All right, let's read through the scenario and you follow. But I want you to take note of the years and the amounts a person receives or deals with. All right, Mr. Tabo is a 54-year-old employee at the Guateng Department of Education. He contributes 7.5% of his monthly basic salary towards the GEPF, which is the Government Employee Pension Fund. He receives a bonus that is equivalent to his monthly basic salary. The bonus is tax deductible. He pays medical aid for himself 3 children and his wife. He also receives a housing allowance that is tax deductible. All right, I'll start with the word tax deductible before we continue. Tax deductible simply meaning those amounts are subjected to tax. They have to be taxed. Together, those ones who go deep into taxation, they will find out that a certain part of your house allowance is taxed, a certain part of your money is taxed, pension. But for now, as grade 12s, we continue and we do what we need to do. All right. I'll start by filling in. There's a question here. Probably you see it very well. There's a question here, which is question 7.1. I will teach you how to highlight these things. Number 1, they want us to find the value of A, B, and C. These are 6 marks. Probably each will take 2 marks. All right. Now, the first thing you're going to ask yourself, where is A? You go to the next year and you find out, okay, A is here. And it's under the GEPF. Run very fast to your information here. Run very fast to your information. You look at that. The GEP, it's raised here. You understand? And it's a sort of a pension fund also. Remember, I told you there should be a comma here. Here you should have a comma. Together, 7.5. It cannot be 75% of your salary. That simply means you're working for nothing. Anyway, let's continue. So if you have to look for the value of A, value of A, which is the GEPE. How are we going to get it? They've already told us in the scenario here that 7.5% of the monthly basic what? Salary. So we shall come here and we shall say 7.5% times the basic salary. Together, I'm picking it from the question here, around here. Together, so which is 7 over 100 times. Now we come here and we look. We see the basic salary is this one here, and it's this much. So we shall take that and we say 26,309.58 cents. So our A will equal to that. You put it in your calculator. You put this one in the calculator, and the answer becomes, our A is 1973.2. I'm rounding off to 2 decimal places because I'm looking at money. So these are rands. All right. Then we continue and we say, let's go and we look at the value of. Let's go and we look at the value of B now. Value of B. When we come here, when we come to the to our value of B. Value of B is found under deductions. Together, it's found under deductions. Simply meaning, since it's found under deductions, so we are going to look for the total value of deductions. So now don't forget that you've already got the value of A, because deductions are these ones here. These are the deductions. You see that? So you're going to add everything here plus the A that you've got now. Together. So here we go and we say the value of B, we are saying 1,973.22 cents plus the other value is 4,561.97 cents plus 3,222 rands plus 86 rands 91 cents plus we are adding on plus 70 rands 0 cents plus 6 rand 0 cents. When you add all these values here, we shall end up having a certain amount of money there, which is, let me add there, find it out. 4, 5 plus 3, 2, 2 plus 86,91. So we end up having the value of B as 9,920 rands 16 cents together. So let's continue and we see. We need to find the value of C now. Value of C. The value of C will be, I'm rubbing off this just to create space for us to find it. Now, when we look at value of C, let's highlight it. When we come to value of C, look at where C is. And what are we looking at? We are looking at net salary. Now, what I want you to remember, or what you remember from your grade, it's grade 10. Together, we are saying value of C is net what? Salary. Net salary is what remains after deductions. Together, simply meaning net will equal to your gross minus the total deductions. Anyway, our gross here we found out is let me see, the gross is already given to us as 53,819 rands 16 cents minus the deduction. Remember, the deductions is the amount of money that we've just got now, which is 9,920 rands 16 cents. Let's do that. So the net, which is the value of C, is 43,899 rands. That's the value of C. Hopefully you've understood. Hopefully you keep practicing. Guys, keep practicing. You keep practicing, everything becomes easy. Practice makes perfect. All right. That is the scenario that we have. So we've got our values of C, B, and A, or the values of A, B, C. Those were 6 marks. All right. We're going to look at another equation here. Now, it won't be about the payslip. Now, let's look at the taxation now. We'll look at another example about taxation. Taxation, as we continue, let's look at this. Taxation, remember, we shall be looking at the table. We are going to base the same information, or we are basing we are based on the information of this person. We still answering for the same person, right? They are asking us, use calculation to show how the value of 61,296 rands on the tax table for the third tax rate was derived. All right. They want to know how these values were got. All right. We shall come here and we highlight that, what they're trying to tell us. Now, allow me use the highlighter. I'll come here because they are talking of the third tax. And they want us to show how this value was got. When I come to my tax table here, I count 1, 2, 3, and yes, this is the value. Remember what we said, these values are produced from the previous bracket. This value was produced from the previous bracket. And this value is the minimum tax paid in bracket 3, whereas it's a maximum for bracket number 2. All right, let's look at that now. Allow me use black ink. All right, okay, here we go. The value of 61,296. We are saying it's from bracket 2. But how? All right, because it's from bracket 2, we shall call on bracket number 2, which is 33,840 rands plus 26%. So we shall say 0.26 into brackets. Now, what number do I put here? Together, I will put the maximum value in bracket number 2, which is 293. So 293,000 600 minus the value that was found in bracket number 2, which is 188,000. I'll just do this and we find out the answer now. As you are trying to practice this, please, once you've done that, the first step, you can easily put it in a calculator and you get your answer straight away, rather than, because I know some people will add before they multiply, which is not right. Which is not right. Please try to look for the values, the right answers. All right. Get the right answers. From the bracket, what value do we get from the bracket? Please, sorry about that. When I subtract, because I'm trying to simplify, when I subtract this, I end up having 105,600. And my final answer becomes 61,296. So we shall not mark this. We shall only mark the steps that are seen above. Are we there? Okay, let's go to the second questions. Since we are using the same tables, I would use these tables anyway. Let me do this way. Let me bring it in another form of question. Okay, now it's question number 7.3, which is the third question about this. Remember, this question was out of 20 marks. So we've got the values of A and A, B, C. Then we've shown how the value of 61,296 was got. Then here we are, now they are requesting us to do question number 7.3, which says, Mr. Tabo complained that even though his housing allowance is taxable, he still believes he is overtaxed on a monthly basis. Use calculations to verify his statement. Together. So they've told you, number one, look for taxable income. Remember, taxable income is your gross minus non-taxable income. And under non-taxable income, we have pension, donations given to a recognized charity house or a charity organization. As long as it's recognized, then your donation are not what? Deducted. Then we also have what we call the road accident fund. We have we can subtract the provident fund, is not also taxed. Anyway, taxable income, let's look at that. I'm doing the first place because if I'm to calculate his tax, I need to first get the taxable income. Mr. Tabo's taxable income. Let's do that. Taxable. So this will equal to his gross. They are telling us we shall follow the sorry, I need to delete this a little bit. We shall follow the formula that says annual gross, but it's fine. I'll show you how we can do it. Annual gross minus annual what? Pension. Together. Number one, let's look at, we are using his pay slip. I believe you still remember his pay slip here. His pay slip has a certain value here, the basic. Together. Now, because the pay slip is shown, it shows monthly amount and it has bonus. Bonus is taxed, but it's not pensioned. So what we're going to do first and foremost, let's take the annual gross, which will be the basic, which is 26,309 rands 58 cents times 12, or okay, plus the bonus. Bonus is only got once in a year. Together, plus the housing allowance, which is 12 times which is 1,200 times 12. So from here up to there, this is basic throughout the year. And from here up to there, we're looking at bonus. Then from here up to there, this is the housing. House what? Allowance. It's also taxed. Why do we say it's taxed? Because when you remember the scenario very well, the scenario says housing allowance is tax deductible. So simply meaning they take tax from the housing allowance together. Let's continue and we find out. In my calculations, I end up having, or the value that we have here is 356,424, rands, 54 cents. This is the gross. Now we're going to subtract the pension. So pension, remember we got it as we got it from 7.5%. 7.5% of the basic salary. Remember, 7.5% of the basic salary, but pension is paid throughout the year. So we shall look for that 7.5%. Having got the value, we multiply it by 12 together. So minus the annual pension, which is those ones who don't know how we've got this, remember the value of A that we had here. So get it and you multiply it by 12 together. So we continue and we say, so now the answer becomes 356,424 minus 23,678 rands 62 cents. So we end up having his money as 332,745 rands 92 cents. This would be his taxable income. All right. Let's continue and we look at the other part. We are continuing. Remember, I'm doing question number 7 point. Question number 7.3, section 3, section 3. We are continuing. Now, what we are looking for now is, let's start now calculating his tax together. His tax. So, us knowing that this is his taxable income, now we can touch the tax rate tables. Remember, we are proving because it says is overcharged. So we need to know, because we've also included the housing allowance now that we know. Now we know that this is the amount that's supposed to be taxed. Now we ask ourselves, which bracket does it belong to? Which bracket does it belong to? Now, when I look at my table here on the side, the value, his taxable income belongs to bracket number 3. So bracket number 3, we shall go and pick it the way it is, which starts with 61,296 plus 0.31. I've got this after dividing 31%. I divided it by 100. Brackets, I get his taxable income that I already have, which is 3,745.92 minus the value that is already here, this one here, 293,600. I close my brackets. So from this moment here, it's easy for me to calculate the tax. So I just put this number inside the calculator. Some people say I punch the numbers into the calculator. 61,296 plus 31%, open brackets, which is 332,745 rands 92 cents minus the 293,600 together, a straight answer, which is 73,431. Sorry, 24 cents. Ne? So now it's here that we need to subtract what we call the rebate. If the person pays medical aid, please, we subtract medical tax credits. We do not subtract medical aid that he pays. We subtract medical credits. Anyway, the rebate, because it's 54 years of age, remember that? It's 54 years of age from the scenario. So he only qualifies for the first what? For the first rebate. Together? That is it. So we shall say 73,431 rands 24 cents minus 13,500. Now, how do we get the medical credits? Anyway, let me first finish this. This is the rebate. All right, we shall see how we get the medical credits. Having removed the rebates, we remember 59,931 24 cents. We are going to look at medical credits now. Remember, the people that he pays medical credit for himself. That's 1, plus the 3 children and the wife. You see that? So all in all, the family has 5 people who are on the medical aid. So we are going to use this brackets here for medical credits. Remember, these are per month, but the values that we have here, they are for annual. So what we're going to do, let's go in and you see, for the taxpayer who paid the medical scheme contribution, he has to pay 286 plus the statement here says the first dependent. The first dependent doesn't matter. It might be the first child, it might be the wife, or any other anyone who comes next. So another person also pays. When you look at it so far here we've catered for 2 people, but we are remaining now with how many? 3. So we shall say plus 3 that are remaining times each person is going to take 192. So we shall do that. Put everything in brackets and multiply by 12. You end up having 13,700 what? 7. This is medical credit. So now the tax will be the balance after rebate minus the 13. So the money that remain with is the tax in the annual tax. This is the annual tax, which is 46,155,24. Because we are proving the tax on a pay slip, and the pay slip comes once in a month. Together, so it comes every month, not once in a year. So we have to get this and divide it by 12. Let's divide that by 12. So indeed, we get the answers 3,840 together. So remember, he claims that he pays or he overpays. So what do? We need to go and we look at the pay slip, look at his pay slip, look at the payee. The payee is the income tax together. So now this amount of money versus the one on the pay slip. The amount of money versus the one on the pay slip. The amount of money versus the one on the pay slip versus. So we conclude and we say Tando is correct, is overcharged. Because if he pays this, yet he's supposed to pay 3,846. That simply means he is overcharged. Hopefully you followed. Let's meet in another session.
All right. We shall be looking at what we call interest. It's a combination of interest and hire purchase. First question starts with hire purchase, then the interest will come along. All right. When we look at interest, all we have to know, interest is 2 ways. It's and can earn interest, and you can be charged. It's earned or charged. When is it earned? When you invest. When you invest, you get the interest. When you take a loan, when you borrow money, you are charged interest. In other words, interest will be a value, added value onto the money borrowed or money invested. All right, that's what you have to know. There are two methods. It's either compound or simple interest, either compound interest or simple interest. Compound, it will always what? It's it always changes. Always changes, whereas simple interest is the same throughout the period. It does not change. Simple interest, it's used under hire purchase. That's what you have to know. Hire purchase. Compound usually is for charged on loans. All right, let's continue. Question number 27, we're looking at interest. Mhlaba is planning on doing a baking course. She therefore decided to buy a food processor while browsing the internet. While browsing the internet, she came across the following special promotion. Picture 2, a picture of food processor on sale. The picture is called Kenwood. Yes, this is special price, and it was this much, so it was reduced. Simply meaning is what we call what? Discount. The value reduced. And in most cases, the moment you hear on sale, in most cases, things have the other word would be they are on what we call markdown. Values are reduced. Okay, Mrs. Mhlaba does not have enough money to buy cash for this food processor. She decided to buy it on hire purchase deal. The hire purchase deal entails the following: 15% deposit at 18.5% annual simple interest rate on the price less than deposit. Price less than the deposit, we shall call this the price less than the deposit, simply meaning the cash that you're supposed to pay minus the deposit, less deposit. You understand? Deposit is okay. So another general term for this money, we call it the balance or outstanding amount. Take note, this is the amount that will carry the interest only. Deposit does not carry interest because it's paid once off. It's not among the monthly repayments. So 3 years, this is the 3 years when she's supposed to be. By 3 years, the money would have been covered, like you should have paid the money by 3 years. Now when we look at 3 years, she's going to pay monthly. So in other words, how many installments are there? It will be 3 times 12, and the installments are 36 installments. These are the things you need to analyze before even you answer the question. 36 installments. Anyway, define the term hire purchase. Define the term hire purchase. Hire purchase, I would expect you to talk of hire purchase. One buys the item. One buys the item and they pay for it in installments. Otherwise, people, it's the same as lay-by. What happens? You go to the person selling the item, you give them deposit, You take the item, but you'll be paying on a monthly basis. All right. Okay. Mr. Mhlaba paid 974 rands 85 cents as a deposit on the food processor. Show how the deposit was calculated. All right, here we go. We've seen that the deposit is 15%. Now, it will be 15% of the money that the person was supposed to pay. You understand? So we come here now. We come here, we say 15 over 100. 15 over 100 times 15 over 100 times 6,499 rands. Approximately 6,500. But please don't write 6,500. 15% times 6,499. Someone else would write this. This is also fine. It's also fine. So you end up having your answer as 900 974 rands 85 cents. Calculate the discount percentage offered on the food processor that Mr. Mhlaba wants to buy, that Mrs. Mhlaba wants to buy. Discount. Remember, we looked at this. How do we get a discount? The discount is here. This value, the now value, and the was value. Originally, it was this much. Originally, it was the initial amount. This is the original amount of money. Now it changed to that much. And what it changed to, it's less than what it was before. So what do we mean? There's a change between these two values. There's a change between these two values. That's a discount. But they're asking you what percentage, discount percentage was it? So what are we going to do? We shall get the original amount of money, 7,300. Sorry, 7,139.99 cents minus 6,499 rands. We divide by the original amount of money, because that's where the change came from. The change is over this part. So we multiply by 100. Why are we multiplying by 100? They asked for the percentage. Anyway, get the value that you have there. When you subtract, get the value. When you subtract, you end up having 640 rands 99 cents over 7,139 rands 99 cents. Multiply that by 100. Multiply that by 100. Put this in your calculator, your answer becomes 8.98%. This is the percentage. So the discount was 8, so which is approximately 9%. Question number 5. Calculate the amount payable after 3 years, excluding deposit. Excluding deposit she already paid. Wow. Look at that. Excluding deposit she already paid. Now, calculate the amount paid excluding deposit. First and foremost, we need to exclude deposit. It should not be part of the money. So if we exclude deposit, you look for what we call the outstanding.
outstanding what? Amount, which is the balance, outstanding balance, which will become the cash money minus the deposit. Remember, the cash money is 6,499 rands minus the deposit, which we saw already as 974 rands 85 cents. First and foremost, we need to look for the outstanding balance. That's what I'm doing now. So our outstanding balance is this much. So you have the outstanding balance. But this outstanding balance is going to be paid back with an interest. And I told you the interest that we use here is usually simple interest. So if it's paid back with an interest, how much will be paid back? So we need to look for the interest. So we shall multiply this by the interest we saw here in the scenario. It's 18.5%. 18, this one here, 18.5%. 18.5%. 18.5%. So we shall come here, multiply 18.5%. You have it as 1,021 rands 97 cents. This is the interest, but for over a period of 3 years, multiply by 3. So the total interest that we have here is this much. This, I repeat, this is interest. So the question wants to know, like the amount payable after the 3 years. So we've seen the interest. He has to pay the interest. On top of that, he has to pay also the outstanding balance. On top of the interest, he has to pay the outstanding balance. Then the final answer becomes 8,590 rands 5 cents. This is how much he's supposed to pay, excluding deposit. How did you do excluding deposit? Here we are. So how do we get the 5 marks? The 5 marks, you excluded the deposit. You looked for the interest. You appreciated the 3 years. You added onto the amount. You got the right answer. 5 marks. 5 marks. Remember, we do not use formulas in mathematical literacy. Do not use formulas. All right, let's go to the second question. The next question says, how much was she going to save if she decided to buy the processor cash opting? Cash opting instead of the higher purchase. Now here we need just look for the difference. So this will be total amount paid minus the cash money. So we've just seen that he's going to pay 8,595 cents. So the total amount has to be, now this one will include because he paid the deposit also. So deposit plus the payback, I would call it payback, the payback money minus the cash. So this is the deposit, 900 plus the 8,590 rands minus the cash money, which is 6,499. So how much are we looking at saving? So this one, Why do we include deposit? Because it was also paid, it was paid. So he would have saved 30,000. And they ask monthly, you divide by 36 because they are 3 years. All right, 27.2. Mr. Molopa started saving 800 per month for 2 years ago so that he can take this money and invest it with a bank in order to put down a deposit when buying a house. Mr. Molopa approached the bank that offered him 12. The bank offered him 12% per annum compound interest for a period of 2 years. That's what you have been. Oh, sorry. Another thing, it's here 800 2 years ago. Now, here they ask you, what is the difference between interest and interest rate? What I want to know, you tell me interest is the value added onto the invested or borrowed amount. You understand? Then you come down and you tell me interest rate is the percentage at which the value added is calculated. You understand? Interest rate, it's that value that you get. Interest rate is the percentage at which that value is going to grow. I need to see the word percentage. Here I need to see the amount of value added onto. Okay. Question number 27.22. Calculate how much he would be able to invest with the bank if he invests the entire amount. Now, here we go. How much is it? Remember, he says his story. He has been saving 800 per month for over 2 years. This money, he intends to put it or to invest it in the bank. So we need to know how much is this money. So 800 per month over a period of 2 years. So it's the same as 800 times 24. And the answer you get is 19,200. This is the money he wants to invest. That's the money he wants to invest. That's the money that he wants to invest. That's the money that he wants to invest. Determine how much he will earn at the end of the investment period. Take note, what's the investment period? The period they said it's 2.5 years. How much will he earn at the end? Earning. That means the value is going to earn an interest, but they said the interest is at 12.5% per annum, compounded annually. It's compound. So we're going to say compound is done into steps. So now step number 1, get the percentage at which it's going to increase. You take 100% plus the interest at which it's increasing, 20% divided by 100, which will equal to 112.5 over 100. This is the same as 1,125. So now we're going to do it in steps. There are 2 years fully, so 2 full years. So the first year, we need to look for the money. So what shall we do? We shall take this number that we've got here, 1,125 times the money the person is going to invest. So 1,125 times 19,200. In the first year, at the end of the first year, he will have got 21,600. Then what about the second year? Second year, the same percentage, but a different value. Remember, this is compound. So the money which is at the end of the first year, it's the one now earning the interest. So we shall multiply that. And he gets 24,300. So this is the second. But the other step, third step, is not a full year. It's half a year. So we need to change a little bit. Half year. What will it be? It will be half year. It will be half year. Let me do it from here. It will be 12.5 divided by 2. End up having 6.25. This is a percentage. So onto this, we add again 100. You get 100.0625. Remember, as what we did here. What we did here, we repeat it here. Because now, but the reason why I'm dividing this, because I'm looking for half yearly. Half yearly. So half yearly half year. So this one now multiplies the money which is there in the second year, which is 24,300. So at the end of the 2 years, you would have 25,818 rands 75 cents. I would advise you to learn this formula here because it will also help you when you look at inflation. It will help you when you look at it. So the first year, he has this much money. The second year, he has this much money. The half, he has this. So this is the final amount of money that is there. That's the final amount of money that is there. Method two, it would have been done the other way around. Method two, I'm talking of method two. The first one has gone. This is method two. You would have done it the way you know it, whereby you get 12.5 over 100 times the money that was invested. Please don't forget, you still add on that money. So here you get your interest as 2,400 plus. So in the first year, we have the final answers. So this is the first year. All right. The first year. Same story. Come here. Second year. 12.5 over 100 times now the money which was there in the first year plus. So you get your interest as your interest is 2,700 plus the money that is there. So you end up having 24,300. This is the second year. Now the other part, it's, remember you said it's half yearly. So we shall get the interest divided by 2, because it's half yearly, we end up having 6,25. Now you come and say 6,25 over 100 times the money, this money here, it goes up there, 24,300 into brackets plus 24,300. Most learners know this. So your interest that you get there, it's 1,518 rands, 75 cents, plus the 24,300. So your final answer, you have it as 25,818 and 75 cents. 75. So this is how we do it. That's method 2. All right. Calculate how much interest he earned at the end of the period. Now, if you've used method 2, all you do, you come on and you take the interest as this. You only take these values. Take these values. If you've used method 2, you add them up. That's the interest. But if you've used method 1, you get your final answer minus the invested money. All right. I will say interest from method 1. You take the final value minus the invested amount, which would equal to, okay, you can write it down here. And the final amount that we got, it was 2,581,875 minus 19,200. $6,618 rands and 75 rands. Or this is from method 2. Method 2, add what? The interests up. So the first interest is this one here. 1, 2, 3. So you will come here and say interest 1, 2,400 plus 2,700 plus 1,518 rands, 75 cents. When you add up these values, you have to get the answer. $6,618.75. It's upon you which method you would like to use. But since it's 2 marks, this one would work better. It would work better. The tools, you shall be looking at interest. That's simple interest, compound interest, And we shall look at also what we call hire purchase. Hire purchase, it's not interest, but actually it's part of it has some interest in it. All right. When we look at interest, we look at interest is extra money earned on an amount invested or extra money paid on borrowed money. Borrowed money, we usually call this what? A loan. That extra money, for example, one borrows 1,000 rands, you're asked to return 1,500. That 500 become interest. Together, if it was investment, you earn it. If it was borrowed, that's charged. All right. Interest rate. Interest rate is a percentage at which this amount is determined, or at which interest is created or generated. A percentage at which interest is generated. Then the principal amount is the original amount of money one borrows or the one amount of money one invests. That is it. And then interest rate. Well, you have to take note. This simple interest, it will remain the same. It's only charged on the initial amount of money times the number of times the period. Then compound interest, it will change. It will change, whereby it will always be charged on accumulated values. To always charge on accumulated values. Interest rate compounds. Interest rate compounds can also be calculated differently. Together, interest can be compounded for different periods of time. Together, annually, this simply means it's accumulated every year. At the end of 1 year, you get. At the end of 1 year, that's when you get the interest in. Together, that's when your money grows interest, or that's when the loan gets charged the interest at the end of the year. Together, this is once a year. Then if you look at half yearly or by annual, this means by annual simply means it earns interest every after 6 months. Half a year. Half a year, it's 6 months. So because a year has 12 months, then every after 6 months, this money will be growing interest. Then quarterly, this is every after 3 months. Together, 3 months, the money will be growing interest. All right. Then monthly, this means every after 1 month, the money will be growing. Then Benyao is supposed to be once every 2 years. All right. Then we go. For example, I'm saying if someone invested money, then they are charged 12%. Then for, let's say, 3 years. Together. So in the beginning, this one will remain at 12. But here what happens? The 12, which is the I, interest rate, then this is the N. The interest rate will be divided by 2, and the years will be multiplied by 2. All right, this is I, this is N. You see that? When it comes to quarterly, that means 12 divided by 4, then 3 times 4. You see that? Then monthly. Monthly simply meaning the 12 will be divided by 12. Then the years will be multiplied by 12. Then this other part here, it will still be, let me see, divided every after 2 years. So simply meaning 12 will be divided by 24. And 3 will be multiplied by 24. You understand? That is it. Then we see this hire purchase. Hire purchase, it's when one buys a certain commodity or an item, but they don't pay cash. They pay bit of it, which is a deposit. Then the outstanding balance is charged. It's charged under a certain percentage. It's charged on
a certain percentage, or a certain percentage is charged on the outstanding balance. Then use of formulas. Remember, those are our friends from mathematics, pure mathematics. You know the formulas of simple interest and compound interest. Please, they are not allowed. Take note of this. These are not allowed. Formulas are not allowed. Remember the formulas that we have for simple interest. It's A equals to P into 1 plus I N. Then compound interest becomes P into 1 plus I to the power N. Together? At the end of this video, we expect you actually at the end of this topic, we shall expect you to differentiate between interest rate and interest amount. Then we shall expect you to perform calculations for simple interest, compound interest, and hire purchase. Even from the graph, though it's rare to pick from the graph, but we shall look at that. Okay, let's go and we see one example here. This was an exam from November 2014, paper 1. Together? After the death of their father, Nikiwe and Boniwe, each received 100,000 rands from their late father's estate. They both decided to invest the money over a period of 3 years, according to the following options. Nikiwe took 9.5% per annum. This is simple interest. And Boniwe took 9% compounded annually. So you're saying who will have a larger amount after the 3 years? Justify your answer with an appropriate calculation. Okay, this will be easy. Let me start with Nikiwe. Nikiwe, simple interest. Simple interest, remember simple interest, we said it remains the same. Nikiwe, simple interest. So you will take 9.5% times the money that she invested. This is only interest. Multiply this by 3. Multiply that by 3, 9.5 times 100,000. So the interest in only 1 year will be 9,500. Multiplied by 3, 28,500 plus the money that she invested. So at the end of the day, she has 128,500 rands. This is Nikiwe. That is Nikiwe. Let me do Bongiwe on the side here. I didn't move the question because I wanted you to see what I'm doing with the question in your eyes. All right, let's go and see. Boniwe, it's 9% compounded annually. Now, for compound, since we said it keeps changing, we are going to say Boniwe, we shall say 9 over 100 times. This will become 9,000. Add on the 100,000. It becomes 109,000. But this will be for the first year. So we shall go on again, use the same percentage times the money that is there in the first year. You add on the same money, The interest is this much plus the money. Then the third year, it will be 9/100 times. We have the interest of this much plus the same money. So Boniwe has 129,502 rands 90 cents, whereas Nikiwe has 128,500. Yes, whoever, remember the question says, who will get a larger amount? So the answer is who? Boniwe. But 7 marks because you had to calculate this. Okay, another method for Boniwe, all you had to do, because it's compound interest, get 100% plus the 9%, you get 109%. All right. Now 109% the same as 1,09. Now multiply that, get the 1,09 times 100,000. Yeah, this is the money she will get. This is the first year. Then, this being the first year, we go on the second year. The second year will do the same, get the 1,09, but you multiply it with this value here. You get the answer as that much. This is another method for doing compound interest. Then the third year will become that much. You get your final answer. This is your final answer. Please do not add the values, because remember the interest has been coming on, being added. So still here we have the answer as Boniwe. Let's look at the possible answers of first state, prelim, maths lit, paper 1. Okay. We go straight to the question number 1. Question number 1 requires you to match. They are telling you in a table 1 below is a list of explanations and definitions of concepts used in mathematical literacy. Table 1, explanations and definitions of concepts. A, annual tax payable before rebates. B,
A special type of diagram is used to determine the outcomes of an event in a game. C, a numerical description of how likely an event is to occur. B, ordinary and necessary costs of running a small business. E, a financial benefit is realized when money generated from a business exceeds the expenses, costs, and taxes involved in keeping the business. E, the process of using a research tool to gather information. G, a chance of a particular outcome in a game of sports. H, a tax relief is given to a taxpayer. So we are using that table there to match these questions that are down here. All right, when we look at this, when you look at these possible answers here, we see a survey. This is F, a process of research. So 1.1.1 was supposed to be F. Then we look at tax rebate. Tax rebate is a tax relief. A tax relief given, so H. So we say 1.1.2, it's H. Then we look at 1.1.3. Probability is C. And a numerical description of how likely an event is to occur. That's why we make it C. We go to profit, which is 1.1.4. This is dealing with business. A financial benefit realized when money generated from a business exceeds the expenses. So the money that exceeds expenses, we call it profit, which is E. All right, that's our 8 marks, so easy to get. All right, we go to the next question, which is 1.2. A gas cylinder and outdoor cooker are useful devices to provide an alternative energy source during camping. Below is a picture of a set consisting of a gas cylinder and outdoor cooker with different payment options. The first one is the cash, 2, hire purchase, and 3, it's the online credit. Give to most costly. They're asking most costly. Definitely cash is out of this. So we have hire purchase and online credit. We go on and we say 1.2.2. Define hire purchase. Hire purchase, what we shall need from you is the method of payment using installments. Using installment, usually monthly. Usually monthly. Write down the interest rate if the gas cylinder and the outdoor. If the gas cylinder and the outdoor. If the gas cylinder and the outdoor cooker set were bought on hire purchase, what are we looking for? Interest rate. When we come here, it's this much. So you write it down there. It becomes 9.5%. Calculate the total cost of a gas cylinder and the outdoor cooker set using the online credit. We are looking for total cost, and when you look at it, it's this much per month. So we shall come here, say 942 rands 50 cents multiplied by 12. Multiplied by
12. And here the answer became 11,310 rands. This is the total cost. A 10% discount is given on the cash price. Calculate the amount of discount given if the gas cylinder and the outdoor cooker are purchased for cash. So a discount is given on the cash price. So simply meaning it's going to be 10% times the cash price that we already saw as 10,099 rands. So we shall come here 10 times 10,099 rands, and the answer became 1,009 rands 90 cents. All right. Choose which one of the following options. Choose which one of the following, A, B, or C, completes or explains the leading statement below. The statement says 15% of VAT is an indirect form of tax because it is included in the cost of price. No. Paid straight to the government. No. Collected by the retail store from the customer who pays the tax in. So the answer here is supposed to be C. One point three. 1.3 is a diagram here, which is the same as a tree diagram. They're asking you identify the type of the diagram illustrated below. Sorry, above. It's supposed to be tree. A tree diagram. It's a tree diagram, and they say complete H and Q. Now, what you have to know, H, we can follow one of the roots here. Now we only see this is the T. Then if the T is represented, what does WBR stand for? So it's this one here, WBR. And when you come here, we see it as white bread roll. So our H is that much. Then they're asking us to give Q. Now Q, when you follow very well, it's this white bread, and when you come here, white bread is represented by WB, followed by toast, which is represented by T. So our Q will be WBT. All right, we continue. We see 1.3.3, write down the total number of outcomes. Now, total number of outcomes, we count this other part here. We see we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Don't worry, even though you've not got this right, but you count it as an outcome, even though it's not there. So we have 6 outcomes. They're asking you determine the number of bread rolled outcome. Bread roll outcome, we are looking for BR. So we have here 1, 2, 3, 4. Bread roll, which is BR. So we count the BR that we have there. There are 4 of them. And this marks the end of question 1. Let's go. We look at question number 2. A person is an insurance sales lady and earns a basic salary of 12,000 per month plus a commission. In September 2024, she expects to make 22,000 in commission plus bonus of 8,120. So her monthly expenses are as follows. These are expenses that you need to identify. Which one is fixed? This is fixed. Fuel is variable. Fixed simply meaning it does not change. Per month, someone has to pay this much. But variable, it means it can change. Variable changes. So here, electricity also can change. The electricity you used last month would not be the same as the one that you have used this month.
It's not fixed. Membership fee, it's fixed. Car payment, it's fixed. Insurance, it's fixed. Cell phone, if it's on contract, we shall say fixed. But if it's if it's not on contract, then it becomes variable. Then groceries, these are variable. Entertainment, variable. Or occasional. But entertainment, some people, if they planned, it becomes variable, whereby we say the amount you spent for, or the amount you spent on entertainment last month, it could not be the same as the one that you have. Then water sewage also, water usage, it's variable. It keeps changing. Okay, they are telling us, use the provided answer sheet to construct assumes budget. Remember, budget has two sides. Let's go and you see the next or the answer sheet. So now this is how it looks like, and we are having one side says income and the other side says expenses. Now you have to list down the incomes. So we looked at the person has a basic salary. You say the person had a basic salary of 1,000. Then he's going to get some commission. The commission was 22,000. All this is money coming in, and we have the bonus. The bonus, they told us it was 8,120. Don't forget, you need to add them up. You get the total there. When we add them up, we have T 42,120. When you do the same, this side we shall write the expenses that we've already seen. We have rent, fuel, electricity, monthly gym fee. So we say we have rent, electricity, the gym fee, we saw the car payment, car payment. Car payment, then we saw the other one was fuel, monthly car payment, insurance, cell phone, groceries. Now we're looking at fuel, groceries. We have rent, and we said it was 8,800. Electricity was 800. The order does not matter as long as you've written the membership. This was 800. Membership is 350. Car payment, it's 4,600. Then fuel was 2,500. We have insurance.
Insurance is 1,975. And we have the cell phone, which was 800. Then we have groceries. Groceries, which are 3,000. Entertainment, 1,700. Water usage, we are looking at 400. And when you add everything here, it's 24,625. So how we marked, we need this. Actually, each side, this side x3. And also here we mark any. That's how you get your 6 marks. All right. So that's the worksheet we are done with that. They are telling us express the ratio of entertainment. Take note of that. Entertainment to rent. So you need the ratio. So the first thing you do, you write down the amount. Entertainment was 1.7, and rent is 8,500. So this is the same as having a 17 and 85, which is the same as 1:5. You put this in your calculator using that function of yours. So you put the 7, 1,7, then down here you press the equal signs, you'll have 1 out of 5. So which turns into a ratio form. Please don't leave it as a fraction. You do this on your calculator and you come up with the answer. All right, then let's look at this. That asking us express the variable expenses as a percentage of basic salary. That means we're going to add all the variable expenses over the basic salary, and we multiply by 100. So remember, we identify the variables up there. What you're going to do, you're going to add them up. Add all the variables, as we said, the ones with the P. So we have 2,500 plus 800 plus 800 for the phone. That means the airtime. Then we have groceries, 30,000. Entertainment, we called it variable, but it would have been occasional. It's fine. That happens once in a while. Then we have the 400. When we add up everything here, we end up having, when we add everything up, we end up having 9,200 over the basic salary, which we saw as 4,000. We multiply by 100, and our answer became 76.67%. So our answer here is supposed to be 9,200 over 4,000 times 100, and the answer we put it as We go to the next question, which is 2.2. This person plans to purchase a Ford Ranger Bakkie light delivery vehicle from her 1.25 million investment earnings. She received the following price quotation from a car dealer on 28th February. So we look at that. These are the prices. The selling price, you have a discount, accessories. These are the accessories. Accessories means the add-ons. Then the total amount there comes, subtotal, the value added tax, then the due amount. All right. We continue and we see determine the word price quotation. Now, price quotation, we would say, is a list of items, with expected amounts. Expected amounts, not yet confirmed. Expected amounts. Then write 1.25 million in full using numbers only. So we don't want this word million. You know very well a million should have 6 zeros. So get this number, multiply it by a million. 2 zeros will go off. Why? We have two numbers after the comma. So here we have that much. This is what they wanted you to have. That's what they wanted you to have. Then they're telling us, calculate, rounded off to two decimal places, the percentage discount given on a Bakkie selling price. The percentage discount. Look at that. That means it's a discount over the cash money times 100. When we go very well and we look at our discount here on top, let's come and we see the discount is 18,420. 18,420 over the cash money, the selling amount, which is 480,263,000. We shall come here and say 480. Times 100. Times 100, and we get our answer as 3.84%. 3.84%. That was a percentage discount. Show with calculations how the amount of 548,673 rand 59 cents worth calculated this amount here. But what you have to put in your head is that this amount is this one here, and it's the due amount. So what's missing here? The VAT was missing. So it's supposed to be this plus the VAT. So how do we include VAT? It's going to be 7 times 1.15. All we had to do it was to include VAT, and we show that indeed this is the answer. So that was the answer there. So they are asking us, give one reason why a customer would prefer installing the accessory bull bar. Someone might say it's for decoration. Decoration. The other is to protect the front part of the car. The front part of the car. All right, here we have 9 marks. This has to be done on a larger pace. Let's see. All right, let's take and highlight these parts here. Question E has this much. He invested this much in 33 months period, 6% interest rate per annum, and it's compounded annually. That means this money gets increases every year. Okay, let's see. Show whether the interest earned, you're looking now for the interest earned on the investment is enough to purchase the backing. Remember, it's compounded annually or 33 months. Since it's per annum, we need to change these months into years. So what we shall say, first and foremost, allow me use the space, a newer space. Let me check here if I have some space. You have to remember this. This is what we're going to deal with. Now we are going to say the person invested an amount of 1.25 million for a period of 33 months. And at an interest rate of 6.7%. This is per annum, compounded annually. Compounded annually. What does this simply mean? Every year. So we need to change these months into years because the interest is per annum. We shall say 33 divided by 4, end up having 2 years, 2 full years, 2 3/4 years, which is simply means 2 full years and 9 months. We shall change the months to years after we are done with this. Anyway, we shall continue now. So we shall ask ourselves in the first year, how much will the person pay? So we shall say, by the way, as we deal with compound interest, this is an increase. So it will be 100% plus 6, whereby you get. So this is what we're going to use. Actually, you can divide it by 100 and you end up having. So for the first year to be
times the money. Please write this in full. So at the end of the first year, the person will be having 1,333,750 rands. So this is at the end of the first year. So the second year, year 2, it will be the same. Multiply, and you end up having 1,423,111 rands 25 cents. So these are the 2 full years. Now, for the 9 months, what we're going to do, we shall say, because the 9 months have to change into years, we shall say, we shall not use this. However, we shall say 6, times this money here that we have. Times the interest, sorry, times the, so now we are changing these 9 months into years. So what we're looking for here is we're looking for interest in those 9 months. What will it be? 6, so the interest only is this much, sorry. The interest only is this much. So if we add on the original amount of money, we end up having so at the end of the 33 months, this is how much the person has. So they are telling us, will the interest be enough to buy the bucket? So we shall come here, subtract the amount of money that was invested. We end up having we end up having 244,622 rands 59 cents. And our conclusion has to be it's not enough. It's not enough. This is the interest the person will have to get. It's not enough. All right, we continue to question number. This takes us to question number 3. Question number 3. Question number 3, we are looking at the Virgin Health the Virgin Health and Fitness Center gives spinning organized classes by 3 different instructors, Paul, Andre, and Eve. Picture of the person on the spinning cycle. Paul, evening group, Andre, the day group, with the 20 registered participants, and Eve, the morning group that has 8 participants. Annexure A shows the attendance records for the 3 groups over 18 days, as well as the corresponding graphs representing the attendance for Paul and Andre group. Note, the spinning studio may always be accessed by non-group or any member of the fitness center beyond organized classes with no instructor, leading to spinning. So here we have use annexure A and the information above to answer the questions that follow. State the best tool to collect the respective data for attendance for the spinning group. Let's go and see annexure. This is it. What tool can we use to get, or what tool can they use to get this? Here we can say observation. Observation. Remember, it's data collection. I believe someone also can, yeah, but anyway, what do you observe? You can observe there the register where they log in. All right. So determine the missing value R if the mean attendance for post group is 16. What comes in your head? This simply means they already have the mean. What are they looking for? The missing values. Let's go there and see. So this is imposed. You are looking at imposed group. That's what you're looking at. And the missing values. The missing values are 1, 2, 3. But you should not get scared because they've already told us they have the mean. So the formula would be, you're looking for the missing values, we shall say mean times the number of the number of items that they added equals to the total number of values that are present plus the unknown. They have told us our mean is 16 of how many values. So we count to say they are 18 by the way. They told us they are 18. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 8. So we come here and multiply by 18 equals, when you add these numbers, 20 plus 9 plus 10 plus 3, when you add all the normal numbers, you get 216 plus how many numbers are missing? The unknowns. We have 3. So we have 3R. This is the method when you given mean. So when you multiply here, what do we end up having? We end up having 288 equals to 216 plus 3R. The 216 will jump over there, which becomes a minus, and we shall say 288 minus 216, which gives you what? 72, giving me 3R. We are looking for only one R. We divide through by 3. Divide through by 3. So my R is 24. The value of R is 24. Take note of that, please. The total value, the number, when you add these numbers here, these numbers, when you add them up, what you get, add all the normal numbers here, apart from the unknowns, because these ones you don't know them. That's why we have the 3R there. When we added all these normal numbers, we got 2 and when we multiplied here, we got this much. Since this has to jump over here, we leave the 3R alone, we subtracted. We ended up with 72. We divided it by 3. We got our answer as 24. All right. We look at the next question. The next question goes, or it says, the next question says, determine Andre's group median. Let's go to the next and we see Andre's group median is this one here, but also here. Oh, it's missing, because if it was here, then we'll take it from there. So what do we do when they ask for the median? We arrange them in ascending order. So small to big. I believe 11 is the smallest. There's only one 11 followed by 12. So this is 1, 2, there's another 12 here, 3, 14, 4, there are 2 15s, which is 5 and 6. We have a 16, 7, we have 18. 18, we have 18, 8, 18, 9. We have 19, 10, 11, 12. Then we have 6 20s. That's 12. So we have 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18. So now you're good to go. You can rearrange them. You can rearrange those numbers now. But in your head, you know, since it's 18 divided by 2, you're going to get perfect number 9. So it means you're going to have the 9th number plus the 10th number. The number
Hello, welcome to yet another episode where we shall be looking at the grade 9 paper 1 mathematics, and it's mainly the revision. So in this paper we have around about 10 topics that we shall explore and shall give some bit of detailed analysis what is expected. Okay, so question 1 is always a multiple choice, and we have usually 10 or less questions. We have options given to us and we must choose the most correct one. And we can only do that after doing some relevant calculations before we can draw the conclusion. Okay, so which of the following numbers is rational? So we know that a rational number is basically a number that can be expressed in the form of A over B. In other words, can be written as a fraction. Okay, so pi is irrational because when you expand pi and simplify it, you'll get 3,1415 and so on and so forth. There are a whole lot of numbers. We cannot get the square root of a -1, so this is also out. Then 1,23 with a dot on top, which means this number is a recurring fraction. Are we able to find the square root of 10? Yes, but the answer we're going to get will be not ending. Okay, so in other words, it cannot be expressed as a fraction. So the correct option will be option C. So number 1 is a C. Then 1.2, they want us to calculate, okay, 6 plus 6 divided by 2 minus 6 times that and that. So since we have more than one operation, we need to apply our BODMAS, whereby we take the priorities of each sign. So from the BODMAS, we know that brackets take first priority. Since we don't have any brackets, this is just a negative bracket. Yes, we can simplify this first. Okay. So this is going to be like 6 plus 6 divided by 2, negative and negative will give us a positive 12 if we multiply that. But division, multiplication still take first priority. Okay. So we can divide. But we have also multiplied. So that's going to be 6 plus 6 divided by 2, that's a 3. And then we plus a 12. Then we are just left with additions throughout. So you can just add that straight away. So 6 plus 3 is a 9. And then 9 plus 12, that gives us a 21. So option C is the correct answer there. So even if you punch this directly in the calculator, you should be able to get 21. Then 1.3. They want us to simplify. Okay. So now we have bases of 2a, b, and c raised to an exponent of 3. So this 3 is going to affect everything that is inside this bracket using the laws of exponents. If you have a to the exponent of c, and then we have exponent d. So this d affects that c. So in this case, all the exponents here will be 1, 1, 1. So we have 2 cubed. 2 cubed is 8. And then we shall have a cubed, b cubed, and then c cubed. But then we are multiplying it by this. So it's going to be the same story. But now, since we have a negative exponent, we can make it positive by just dividing it by something like this. 1 over 2bc squared. Okay, so when this becomes a denominator, the sign on the exponent becomes positive. So I'll say 1 over, I know that 2 squared is going to be a 4. That's going to be b squared and then c squared. Then I can do the simplification. Do I need to simplify? I mean, everything is just like this. Okay, so which option has 8a cubed, b cubed, c cubed? So we have this. We have this. We have option A and C. Okay, now let's look at the other terms. It's 1 over 4b squared, c squared, which is this option. So it is C again. All right. Then 1.4, they want us to get the next term in the sequence. So what I'm seeing is that this is 18. What is happening? If we subtract a 4, it becomes 14. And then if we subtract a 3, it becomes 11. We subtracted 2, becomes a 9. These are subtractions. And then if we subtract, we're going to subtract a 1. And that will give us 8. So option C again is the answer. All right. Then 1.5, how many terms are there in the expression? So we can distinguish between terms using addition and subtraction. These are the only operations that separate terms. Multiplication and divisions, these ones do combine terms together and they make it just one term. So this is a division. Then this is also a division. But the sign in between them is a multiplication. So we basically have one term, which is a B. Had this one been a plus or a minus, then we're going to have two terms. 1.6, simplify this. So we can simplify this by opening the brackets or expanding them. So x minus 3. And then that's going to be x minus 3. So we can open this using the FOIL. And that FOIL tells us that if we have x and x, that's going to give us x squared. Then x times that is going to be negative 3x. Then this negative 3 times x is negative 3x. The negative 3 times the negative 3, we get a positive 9. Simplify this because we have some like terms there. So x squared minus 6x plus a 9. We have something like this. I think it's option B. Okay, B becomes the answer. All right, then if x squared is a 25, then what is x? So for us to solve x, there are two ways. One, we can find the square root on either side. And whenever we find the square root, we should be able to get two answers, a positive and the negative answer. Alternatively, we can get x squared minus 25 is equal to 0. This is a difference of two squares, x minus 5 and then x plus 5 is equal to 0. Now, when we solve this, this first bracket gives us a positive 5. The second bracket gives us a negative 5. So our answer will be C. Then 1.8, they want us to complete the flow diagram. So we have the rule as negative 3x plus 2, but we're dealing with 8. So let's feed 8 into the operation and see. So negative 3 times 8 plus 2, which is a negative 24, plus 2, which gives us negative 22, which is option A. 1.9. Consider the graph y is equal to mx plus c. So this is a straight line, but we know that this m represents the gradient, and then this c represents the y-intercept. So since we're dealing with just any two isolated points, we start by getting the gradient, which is change in y over change in x. Okay, so y2 minus y1 over x2 minus. So if this is my x1, y2, this is y1. This is x2, y2. So which means my gradient is going to be negative 2 minus 6 over my x2, which is negative 3 minus 1. And I simplify that, I have negative 8 over negative 4. So simplify that further, we're going to end up with just a 2. So this is our gradient. Okay, so just by looking at the options, I'm only considering A and D. I mean, I can even guess because my graph is cutting the y on the positive side of the y, not on the negative. But let's see. So we're going to have y is equal to mx plus c. So if I use this point 1 and 6, where there is y, I'll put a 6, where there is x, I'll put a 1. So that is 6. Our m is a 2, our x is a 1, plus c. Then we're going to transpose this to that side. It's going to be 6 minus 2 is equal to c. And then our c becomes a 4. So the equation becomes 2x plus 4, which is option D. So that is the correct option for 1.9. Then lastly, 1.9, consider this linear graph, 3 and negative 3. We have the table. So if negative 3 is 0, negative 2 is that, then what is 0? So 0 must be when x is a 0, y is a 3. Okay, so a becomes a 3. And then which number gives us a 4? It has to be a 1. Okay, because this pattern is increasing by just 1. So the correct option is going to be option D. All right, so this is more like a pattern. Okay, question number 2. Question number 2. Question number 2. They're telling us that 4 packets of biscuits are costing 74 rands. What is the cost of 6 packets? So if 4 packets are costing 74 rands, we know that 6 packets are going to cost more. So if we increase the number of packets, even the cost is going to increase. So this is a type of direct proportion. Okay, so I'm going to say this is the side of packets, and then this is the cost. So 4 packets will be 74 rands. Then what about 6 packets? How much will it cost? So I'll get the side that has both values, so which is 6 over 4, and then I'll multiply it by the cost, which is 74. Okay, so it will be up to me if I want to punch this into the calculator, but for the sake of saving time, you have to use your calculator. You punch it in, and then we see what you end up with. Okay, so I know that by 2 is 2, by 2 is a 3, by 2 is a 1, by 2 is a 37. So then I'm left with 37 times 3, which gives me a 1. It's a triple 1. That's what I'm getting. So triple 1. Then 2.2. 2.2. They want us to find the LCM and HCF of 60 and then 80. 60 and then 80. Okay, so we have 2 approaches to this question, and I'll just share with you at least both of them if possible. Okay, so the first option is the ladder method. So we have a 60 and then we have 80. So with this, I can break down everything and then just simplify it once. So I need prime numbers that will divide both numbers. Let me break down everything till I get to 1. Okay. So by 2, I'll have a 13, I'll have a 40. By 2, I'll end up with a 15 and then a 20. I have a 3. It's a 5. 3 cannot divide 20, so I'll keep it as a 20. Then I can still use 2. I'll have a 5 because 2 cannot go into 5. I'll have a 10. And then 2, I'll have a 5. And then I'll have a 5. And then by 5, I have a 1. Then I have a 1. Okay. Now, since everything is 1 and 1, then I can find my LCM by multiplying these numbers here. So how many 2's do I have? It's 1, 2, 3, 4. So 2 to the exponent of 4 times there's just 1, 3. And then there's just 1, 5. Okay, so when I punch that into my calculator, 2 to the 4, we're saying times 3 times 5. That gives me a 240. That is my LCM. Okay, or you can just go and say multiples of 60, 60, 120, 180, and so on and so forth, and then you still get the same answer. Then if I'm to get the HCF, the highest common factor, I can look for numbers that divided both 60 and 80. So the first one was a 2. Same applies to this two also. It broke down both numbers. And then I'm seeing this 5. It broke down the two numbers to give me 1 and 1. The other numbers are just dividing one number, one number. Okay. So then my HCF will be 2 times 2 and then times 5, which becomes a 20. So that is one approach, which is the ladder method. The other method is what we call the prime factorization. Okay. Like if I look at 60, how do I write 60 in terms of prime factors? Okay, just press 60 equal sign, and then you press shift, and then the factorial button. Okay, this gives me 2 squared times 3 times 5. And then when I look at 80, if I want to prime factorize 80, that's going to give me 2 to the exponent of 4 multiplied by 5. Now, if I'm looking for the HCF, let me start with HCF, the highest common factor. I just look for numbers that are common to both. So there is a base of 2, there's also a base of 2. So with this, I'll take the smallest of them, which is 2 squared. I have a 5, I have a 5. Both of them are exponents 1. So I will just take just 1. And then that's all. Multiply that, I get my 20. When I'm finding the LCM using this approach, where I have common bases, I'll take the biggest exponent, which is 2 to the 4. Then multiply by 3 is not common to both, so multiply with it. 5 is common to both, I'll take the one with the biggest, which is still 5. So that will give me 16 times 15, which should also give me a 240. Is that true? Yes, it's a 240. Okay, that's method 2. And then the other method is where you look at the multiples independently and then the factors separately. So that is question 2.2. 2.3, they're telling us that this person invested a certain amount of money into a savings account at 6.5% compound interest per annum. If the final amount is 15,000 after 5 years, how much did she invest originally? So we know that the compound interest formula is A is equal to P into 1 plus I to the exponent of N. So I'm just going to use that in this blank page. P1 plus I to the exponent of N. But the question gave us our A, the accumulated value, as 15,000. They gave us the period as 5 years. They gave us the I as 6.5%. So what we need to do is just substitute and find the p-value. So 15,000 is equal to p into 1 plus 6.5 over 100, but to the exponent of 5. Okay. Then for me to get p, I will divide both sides by this bracket. I divide both sides by that bracket. Okay, so this bracket cancels that, which means P will give me this overall result. So when I punch this dearest sum into our calculator, so 15,000 into 1 plus, we said 6.5% to the exponent of 5. Okay, that gives me 10,948.21. So this is how much she invested for those number of years. 2.4. Simplify without using a calculator. So this falls under the integers. Okay. With integers, what we need to pay attention to will be the body mass, how the signs operate and the plus and the minus, how they relate. Okay. So let's start with the bigger bracket. In the bigger bracket, we have 4 times. Okay. This is 20 plus minus. A positive and negative will give us a negative. So it will be 20 minus 5. Okay, we know that 20 minus 5 is a 15. So 4 times 15, this should give us a 60. That's the answer of 2.4.1. 2.4.2, we still do the same thing, board mass. Since we have division, we have multiplication, we can do whichever one first. So 10 times negative 4 will give us a negative 40. Okay, I'm adding 25 divided by negative. That's going to give me negative 5. Then I have a negative 40 plus a negative 5. My answer becomes negative 45. Then 2.4.3. 2.4.3. We just need to expand this. We have 2 to the 5 minus that. So if it is 2 to the 5 minus negative 2 cubed, is that the sum? Minus negative 2 cubed. Okay, so from our laws of exponents, we know that 2 to the 5 will give us a 32 because that is 2 times 2 times 2 times 2 times 2, which is 32. We are subtracting. That's going to be negative 2 times negative 2 times negative 2. A negative and negative gives us a positive. Positive times negative will give us negative 8. We simplify this, which is 32 minus minus will give us a plus. Ne? So our answer should be a 40 or 0. Then 2.4.4 for 3 marks. Square roots and cube roots. Okay, let's break this down. The cube root of negative 125 from your calculator gives us negative 5. Times, this is square root of 64, which is 8, over square root of 100 is 10, times the cube root of negative 64 is negative 4. When I simplify what is on top, I get a negative 40 over negative 40. The answer I get is just a 1. Okay, then 2.5, which is the exponents. Laws of exponents. We know that when the bases are the same and we are multiplying, we shall add the exponents. So that's gonna be 3 to the exponent of 2 plus 5, which is 3 to the 7. You can simplify this if you want, but I would prefer to leave my answer just like that. If you simplify, you should have 2187. Then 2.5.2, we know that 5 squared is a 25 times any number to the exponent of 0 is always a 1 minus, when I divide 3 by 6, that's going to give me something like a half or 0.5. And then I'm adding, this one is going to give me negative 8. Then we have 25 times 1, that's going to give me 25. I have to subtract 8, and then I have to subtract a half. Okay, order of operations, divisions, brackets, that will take first priority. So we know that 25 minus 8, that gives us a 17. But then the 17, if we subtract a half, we get 16.5, or we get 33 over 2. Whichever way you want to express it, but shall give you marks for simplifying at least this. Hope that together with that. Remember, it's just a 2-mark question. Okay, question number 3. We have number patterns. So given the following, we have 2, 5, 10, 17. Okay, let me jot it here. This is question 3. It's a 2, 5, 10, 17. 2, 5, 10, 17. Write down the next 2 numbers. Then provide a rule to describe the relationship between the pattern. Okay. So what we can say is when you look at the first number, it's a 2. Then from a 2, we must add a 3 to give us that. And then from a 5, we must add a 5 to give us that. And then we must add a 7 to give us that. So which means we are adding, should I call them odd numbers, starting with 3, whereby this is also going to give us a 2, which is constant. So if we have a pattern like this, which means it's a quadratic pattern, okay, the question wants the next 2 terms. Let's not talk too much. So that's going to be plus 9. So 17 plus 9, which is a 26. And then plus 11, which gives us a 37. Then 3.1.2, we need the rule. 3.1.2. So the Tn is going to be n squared. Okay. So if we get the first number, we square it. And then we plus a 1. So after plussing a 1, let's try to check our pattern and see if it's going to give us that. So that's going to be 1 squared is a 1 plus 1 is a 2. 2 squared is a 4 plus 1 is a 5. 3 squared is a 9 plus 1 is a 10. So this is the rule that we're having. It's a square pattern. 3.2, they're telling us that this person creates a pattern with sticks as illustrated. Pattern number 1, pattern 2, 3, and so on and so forth. They want us to draw pattern number 4. Okay, so if I'm to draw pattern number 4, which means I'm going to have four items here that I'm looking at. Then that and that. Oh Lord, my drawing is something else. Okay. So something like that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfect. So that is pattern number 4. Then the table below describes the relationship between the pattern number as well as the number of sticks to construct the pattern. So pattern number 1 is having 8 sticks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Correct. Pattern 2 is having 15 and then 22. So what we can see is that the patterns are adding by 7. So for me to get here, I must add a 7, which means this is going to be a 29. Okay. Then they want me to get the value of P if I'm looking at pattern number 10. So if I'm to look at the Tn or the rule, I'll get 7n, which is constant, and then 8 minus 7 is going to be 1. Okay, so this is my rule. Then if n is a 10, it's going to be 7 times 10 plus 1, which means my B is a 71. 3.3, we have a flow diagram, and they want us to find the values of A, B, C, and D. So let's feed the numbers. So what is 3 times 1 plus 5? A becomes 8. Say 3 times 1 plus 5 is 8. Then we have 3 times 3 plus 5, which is going to be a 14, because 9 plus 5, that's going to be a 14. And then C, we're using inverse operation. Okay, so 3x plus 5 is equal to -1. Let's move the 5 that side, which is going to be a -6, then divide by 3, which means C is -2. Okay, so 3x is this, divide by 3, divide by 3. X becomes -2. Same applies with D, which is a -4. So 3x plus 5 is -4. When I move that side, 3x becomes -9. Divide both sides by 3. That's a -3. So which means A is 8. B is 14. C is -2. D is -3. So that is question 3.3 and question 3 as well. Question number 4. Question number 4, we need to open up brackets here. Simplify the following expressions. So these two must affect everything that is inside the brackets. So 2 by x will give us 2x, and then 2 by y will give us a 2y. That should be our answer. We cannot add this together because they are not like terms. Okay, then if we have x plus 2 and then x plus 2, let me put this side. Okay, so we're saying x plus 2 and then x plus 2. So this x multiplies with that, we have x squared. X multiplies by 2, we have 2x. 2 multiplies by x, which is also 2x. And then 2 multiplies by 2, which is a 4. The only like terms we have are those. So it's x squared plus 4x plus a 4. That should be our expansion for 4.2. Then x minus y squared. Okay. X minus y squared, this is 4.1.3. So remember, if we have square brackets, we just have to expand them, like x minus y, and then x minus y. Then we open this up. So x and x, that's x squared. X and negative y will give us negative xy, because we're looking at this entire bracket. Then negative y multiplied by x is negative xy. Then a negative y multiplied by negative y, we get a positive y squared. So if that is what we have, we need to just collect the like terms, which here are the middle terms. So it's x squared minus 2xy plus y squared. That becomes the expression for that. And then 4.1.4, whenever we have a division, we need to split up everything using the same denominator. So that is 4x cubed divided by 2x minus 6x squared over 2x plus 2 over 2x. And then we apply our laws of exponents and simplify this. So 4 divided by 2 is a 2. 1x cancels 1x on top, we shall be left with just 2x's. Minus 6 divided by 2 is a 3. 1x cancels the other x on top. So x squared is like x times x. Now when you're dividing by x, this cancels that. You're left with 1. If there are 3, it will be x, x and x over x. So this cancels that. You're left with just 2x's. Then this, to divide by 2, you have a 1. So which means we're just going to have 1 over x. So this should be our answer. Then 4.2, they want us to factorize. Now, factorization is the opposite of expansion. Okay. So now we need to create the brackets so that when you open the brackets, we go back here. So 4.2.1, what do we see that is common? These are 3 terms. We have a 3 everywhere. So take out the 3. I'll have A plus B plus C. And then that is my answer. We cannot add this up because they are not like terms. Then 4.2.2 is x squared minus y squared. 4.2.2 is saying x squared minus y squared. This is a difference of 2 squares. And that must give us x minus y and x plus y. Or you can just write it as x plus y and then x minus y. It doesn't matter which bracket comes first. Then 4.2.3, this is a trinomial. With the trinomial, we focus on this as our product. Okay, and then 8 is our sum. The question is, which 2 numbers do we multiply to give us 15? But if we add those numbers, we get 8. The numbers are just 5 and 3. So what we do, it will be x plus a 3 and then x plus a 5. When we open these 2 brackets, we shall go back there. Remember the rule, you start with a product. Which numbers do we multiply to give us 15? There are a lot of numbers. But then from those numbers, which ones do we add to give us 8? Then we get 3 and 5. Question number 5. All right, 5.1. Write an equation for the following problem. Okay. When I add 24 to the cube of a number, the answer is -3. They told us let the hint be, let the unknown number be x. So if you add 24 plus the cube, which is x to the 3, the answer is -3. So this is the expression they wanted. 5.2, write down the value of x, which will make the statement true. So in our earlier grades, we used to say 2 times a box minus 4 equals to 12. Which number do we put here so that if we multiply this, we get that? The answer is 8, if you're guessing, because 2 times 8 is 16. 16 minus 4, we get a 12. 5.3.1, solve for x. Okay, so whenever you're solving for x, leave the unknown on one side of the equal signs. Let all the other numbers move to the other side. So I'll put my 5.31 here. So it's going to be 2x is equal to 11 plus a 3, because this negative must move across the equal signs, then becomes a positive. So 2x becomes 14. Then I'll divide both sides by 2 to make x the subject. Answer is 7. Then 5.3.2, this will involve, because it's a quadratic equation, I need to factorize it. Okay. Now, I know that my product is a 2, but my sum is a 3. Which 2 numbers do I multiply to give me 2? It's basically 2 times 1, or -2 times -1. But if I add these 2, I'll get a sum of 3. So which means my factors are going to be x plus 2 and x plus 1 is equal to 0. So either, okay, x plus 2 is a 0 or x plus 1 is a 0. Then I move the 2 that side. My x becomes a -2. My x becomes a -1. So those are the 2 answers that we expect. Whenever it's a quadratic, we need 2 answers. If it's just a plain x, it's just 1 answer. All right, then 5.3.3. I'll jot it this side. So we have x squared plus 4x plus 4. So x squared plus 4x plus 4. We're dividing it by x plus 2. So still this is a quadratic. You need to factorize. Okay. So my product is a 2. No, it's a 4. My sum is a 4. 2 numbers I multiply to give me 4 will be 1 times 4 and then 2 times 2. Which pair do I add to give me a positive 4? Remember, it could also be as far as -2, -2, -1, -4. So this pair of 2 and 2, which means it's x plus 2 and then x plus 2. I'm dividing by x plus a 2. This is equal to 0. So this bracket can cancel one bracket out. Then I have x plus 2 is a 0. And then when I take the 2 that side, x becomes a -2. Okay, so that is 5.3.3. Then we move on to question number 6. Question 6, they're telling us that consider the graph below. Okay, consider the graph below. Determine the gradient of AB. So we know that gradient is change in y over change in x. So it's y2 minus y1 over x2 minus x1. So if I call this my x2, y2, x1, y1. Now I do the substitution, it's going to be 8 minus -6. over my x2 is negative 2 minus 4. So that's going to be 14 over negative 6. Okay. And I simplify that, it's going to give me negative 7 over 3. Then hence determine the equation. So for me to get the equation, I can say y minus y1 is equal to m into x minus x1. So y minus, let me use negative 2 and 8. Y minus